Well, if it wasn't Christmas in July, we're now into the final play day for each of the sub-regions, which means we have 3 more slots for EWC. And today, we give one more OCE team a slot. That's exciting enough. the storylines that we've got going into it might actually spice things up even more. So time to get underway with this one.
I'm really excited to see the APL pin make a resurgence.
I don't know how quick we can get
the old
this,
APAC logo before we had APL.
We haven't actually zoomed in. Can our cameraman zoom in here? Let's give this
big
a go.
ask.
I know.
Let's give it a go.
Let's see.
He's trying.
For those that remember, that is one of the most beautiful things that has ever existed.
I love it. Hey, I will say I love the old Flora logo, but our new Dragon logo goes extra hard, especially all the amazing ways that you've implemented it onto the set.
Yeah. By me, you mean the production crew.
Well, yeah, of course.
Of course.
But I'm also very excited because I'm back. I'm sorry for missing out yesterday. Nick, I heard you had a little bit of a cast with, Guz?
Brought
and
a suit
Jay?
jacket as well.
Yeah.
I wasn't informed.
Yeah, sorry, man.
I was sitting, just for context, I was sitting here in a black t-shirt and I get told 5 minutes ago, can you change your shirt, please? You're not, you're like underdressed compared to us.
I'm gonna expose you and say,
I didn't get the memo.
You were sitting there in the same black t-shirt that you slept in last night. Like,
hey, we don't gotta, specifics don't matter.
Crazy.
Okay, that wasn't necessary.
That's on you,
okay?
man.
5 a.m. call time. I got up early this morning, okay?
And we appreciate it.
Trooper. Absolute trooper. But Nick, speaking of your sleep, mate, how are you feeling? You ready for another day?
Dude, I downed my first cup of coffee, which is crazy because I don't drink coffee. Okay?
Really?
So I'm locked in, I'm geeked, I'm ready, I'm excited, and it's Grand Finals day. So what's there not to love?
Have you ever seen Over the Hedge?
Oh, maybe when it came out.
I think he's going to end up being the squirrel that takes the coffee. He's going to end up going a little crazy. It's a very niche reference.
I think I know the Danish. No, I've seen this. It's called Over Hækken in Danish. I've seen this. Yeah. It's one of the few movies that we dub because it's a kids movie.
Yeah, that's goated. That's goated. Well, you are, I guess, the squirrel in that instance. A very, very niche reference. But as we start to talk a little bit more about all the action that we have to unfold, of course, yesterday we saw a lot from APAC North and some very interesting discussion points, I guess, just kind of around that lower bracket final and what we might expect. Kinotrope, Nick, I think looked really good, but also there are still a lot of gaps to talk about.
It was a very puzzling series.
Yeah.
The constant back and forth, the thinking, X team is the better one, but it's going to be the other one instead, and we're going to have clutches and time's running out. And for a moment on the third map, Kinotrope looked like they had almost given up, and we're like, you guys are bound to win this series. Like, why are you giving up? And then they start making the comeback again, and it was just a crazy game, honestly. And I think for APAC North, it's a region where it's been a bit of a one-team wonder with CAG taking the lead for the majority of the time. Then D+ Kia got the import roster. They're now challenging them quite successfully over the last almost a year at this point.
Yep.
But now, Scars and Kinotrope, it's a four-man region, if you will, and everyone's stepping up to the plate.
They certainly are. And the day before last, of course, Asia. That was the one that we were left a little bit puzzled by. I don't want to say a little bit, but I feel like that's maybe disingenuous to say that we were puzzled by it in its entirety. But the fact of the matter is, Team Orchid ended up looking better on the day, and that doesn't always happen, Dev. I know we've looked at this head-to-head a lot.
Of course, Soulshard and Orchid, the two best teams out of Thailand that have been the top two teams from Thailand forever. Always, it's such an exciting time to see them go head-to-head, especially because you've got former players, I9 having played on both of those teams, started with the Soulsheart boys, went to Orchid, now back with Soulsheart, and the win condition for Soulsheart tends to be, does I9 show up? And sadly, he was pretty quiet for a lot of that series. Orchid ended up taking it. I think that makes sense in my brain. I think Orchid have been a bit more of a consistent team over the last year or so. Are they consistent enough, though, to bring it back to actually be a contender on the international stage? Remains to be seen, because Daystar got a map off of Weibo for the first time in history. Right, Weibo through to the grand final as expected, but not in the way that we expected. We really thought that Weibo were probably going to be 2-0ing everyone in Asia and making a very strong case to be the best team in all of APAC. But at the moment, Daystar are showing that they are getting better. Maybe not quite as fast as Weibo is, but they are catching up.
Yeah.
Nick, I always get thrown every time you look at Dev. There's something about it that it really throws me off.
If you knew what I was looking at on my end, okay? I'm looking outside my window to get the eyeline.
Yeah, and I've put a little scarecrow with my face on it outside that window staring back at you.
That would actually kind of be cool and creepy at the same time. But Nick, I think it's fair to say that overall, with the Asia League in its current position, every team seems to be like they're getting a little bit closer, if that makes sense. Like, it feels like we're not losing as much of that massive top end as what we used to have. Things are starting to crumple in a bit. Sorry, I said Nick, but that didn't really work. So instead, how about we get underway?
I have a person in my ear.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough, Nick. Well, I won't bother throwing that to you because, in fact, we actually have a countdown.
Who do we
you know
have
what
today?
That means? Do you know what that means?
What's in the box?
That means we've got a pro player joining us for the first time.
Scatman!
It's Scatman. Scatman, how are you, my friend?
From Bangkok, guys.
Oh, it's so good to have you from Bangkok. How you doing, Scatman?
I'm doing great. How about you guys?
Oh, just jolly.
Even
Good.
better to be seeing you, Scatman, my friend, and very excited that we get to talk to you today and get some tips and tricks from you. How are you feeling about the way that the season has panned out? Of course, unfortunately, your team did not make it through to the lower bracket final. Do you have anything to say about that match? It was, of course, a very hard game against Team Orchid.
That is so heartbreak for us, you know. Like, we try our best every single round. We try to encounter them, but Orchid, they're doing better for against us. So yeah, we have to sharing to Orchid, the Thai team, to beat like Daystar and Rainbow, then go to the EWC.
Yeah. Of course, it was still a very good season for your team. This whole year has been pretty incredible from Soul's Heart. You started this year in Tokyo by winning the APAC Cup. You had so many highlight moments in the APL, which we're just watching some of right now. What was your favorite moment in stage 1 of the APL?
My favorite moment is gonna be the map. The match that we play against Side Company, like it was like a 6-3, and then we managed to come back, and then we qualify for the playoff. That one is cinematic, you know, like cinema.
Yeah,
it absolutely was. It feels very on point for pop culture at the moment that we are saying that. Scatman, absolute cinema. But obviously today we have you on to give us some tips and tricks around shields. How are you feeling about helping the audience understand it a little better? Do you feel like you're going to give some good points?
Yeah, I think I will try.
You know what? That's all I can ask from you, because that's the important part. Obviously, kind of looking forward, I guess, to a little bit of a discussion around shields. Do you have any kind of, I guess, just straight off the bat, do you have an idea as to why they're so important for pro play at the moment? Because I think very, very rarely are we ever seeing a game where we don't have shields.
Sorry, you talk with me.
Yeah, Scatman. He was just asking, why do you think shields are so important?
Shield operator is very important for the attack, because like shield operator, you can take the map control easily without dying or get the opening kill by defender. So it is very important to play shield. If you play the other operator, so you can take the map control as well, but shield it's gonna be more easier for the attack side, you know.
So I can see, Scatman, that you've brought the Blackbeard. We've also got Pengu in there to help you. Pengu, you've gone with the Blitz. So, of course, Blackbeard, Blitz, and Montaigne tend to be the three main shields at the moment. Scatman, what do you think is the most important thing about playing Blackbeard? Is there something you want to show us here on Clubhouse about an important way to play Blackbeard?
Yeah, when you play Blackbeard, so you can push, and when you push, you have to like face down a little bit, so the enemy can be able to shoot your feet, something like that. When
maybe we can.
The enemy aim at the shield, so they're gonna aim for the feet, or somebody they're gonna aim at the head. When you pop up the shield, so he's gonna headshot you. So be careful about that, and try to face down like this, and then pushing them. And if you have your friend as a cover, so when you see some enemy hiding at the corner, so you're gonna use your name, like this, or like this, and then you aim, kill, like that.
Nice.
You win the round. You're so good.
He's so good. He's so good at the game.
Nice. I noticed that you were bringing the iron sights on the Blackbeard instead of a scope. What would you recommend between ACOG or hollow or iron sights?
That was it depends how you're gonna push the enemy. Like if you wanna push catwalk garage, there might be one trick. You can use ACOG. You can use ACOG and then like you use ACOG by bed and then you aim like from the respawn and then you're gonna aim at the catwalk so the enemy won't see your face, something like that.
Maybe
so
you can show us
that.
You're talking about taking garage rafters. Yeah, maybe you can show us that and we can have a look at that.
I was gonna say, we can show the garage angle. It's kind of nasty. It's something that I didn't see the catwalk angle being used very commonly until I watched, I think it was like G2 Doki doing it maybe earlier this year, where you can get like a one-way angle, for example. We can show it here in a second. We're just booting in. But it's the same aspect of when you're upside down window rappelling, you know how like you can see their feet before they see your head because like perspectives. We can do the same thing here in catwalk rafters. So Scabman, if you go outside the garage door, I will go on the catwalk rafters and we can kind of show what the difference is. Okay, so I'll be Asami. It's just I'm role playing right now. No Keybass. But I'm sitting here on the catwalk rafters, and Scatman will just like slowly walk forward. If you spectate Scatman, you get an idea of what he's seeing.
Oh, so he can actually already see me right now.
And I can only see his shield, so I can't shoot him.
Can we have a look at Pengu's
So
POV
I can't fight
again?
back if I'm
Let's
standing.
see. Yeah, so he can only see
in
the
this
shield.
case if I'm standing up. Yeah.
And you
now,
can actually,
if I crouch, I can just about see his head. But
he
sees
can
all of
fully
me.
see you and kill you right now.
Yeah. So right now, he can kill me, and I cannot kill him. Like if you play the perfect pixel angle. So it's very, very strong one way, essentially.
Wow. That's not fun.
That is, even against like an
good.
Azami, a Jaeger, or a Wamai, this is such a strong way of playing against the rafters set up here. Scatman, what's your favorite place to push on Clubhouse with the Blackbeard?
If I play Clubhouse, I have no idea about that, but I gonna take the map control for my teammate. So like, and when I see like a shield from defender, so I can destroy it by myself.
Yeah.
Like if there was no one in the corner, like I demonstrated before, like this, no one in the corner, and then I push, take the map control. My friend cover me, and this one, if our teammate have no more drone to clear this position, so I can nade and then shake, then P5.
Yeah.
Like that. he gonna die. And then pushing. And if like most of the team, they like to put place their shield on the bedroom so I can nade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Very interesting.
Okay.
So you've talked a little
obviously,
bit.
you're talking about. Oh, I was gonna say
You go, man.
you speak about like the entry and clearing the angles, using those shields, etc. We also see people, play the shields very passively as a plant operator. And a small trick that we started seeing people do is instead of, you have the shield, you walk in, you're covering yourself, you get to the plant position. Now you'll hold F, and you gotta. When I stop planting here, I gotta stop planting, and you gotta take the shield and equip it back. It is like a full second of waiting in the animation. So a lot of teams these days, they will walk in with the shield, they get the cover, they'll be like, okay, now I gotta plant, you weapon swap the shield on your back, then you start planting. This gets you faster in and out of the planting animation, so you don't gotta do like the weapon swap where like you put it in front of your face again. Very small trick that we see teams start doing as well.
What do you think, Scatman, for you and your team? How versatile are shields becoming? Like, are they such an instrumental part of the way that you play the game?
Yeah. Not that most like we not play shield that often. But when we need to push or take the map control, because sometimes when we push and then we need that map control and we try to take a gunfight against defenders, and most of the time we got opening kill by the enemies. So at that time, so we're gonna take the shield. Like yesterday, we played against Orchid, we cannot push into the challenge map, and we got opening kill a lot. So I decided to pick like Monty and Beast and Backbeard to take the map control for my teammate.
So that's actually the question I was going to ask there, Scatman. What is it that makes your mind up about which operator you're going to use between the 4 shields? Like what is it that makes your decision for you?
At first, I'm gonna use my Monty. I'm gonna pick Monty first because this is like a big shield, so you can walk easily like this. It's not that it gonna don't have nade or fast like this, but you can take map control easily, and then you're gonna push the enemy back to their side. Like if they don't go back, so they might dead, you know.
Yeah.
When we push them back, so they're gonna like watch where are they, and then I gonna order my team, okay, you watch this, you watch for Frank, something like that, and then okay, I'm ready to plant. They don't have C4 to D9 anymore, they don't have smoke, something like that, so I can plant. You guys cover me, and then that's it. So we're gonna take the round easily.
Yeah. So that's why you would be picking Monty. Why would you pick Blackbeard? What would be the reason you'd go for Blackbeard instead?
Because the Monty got banned.
Only because Monty's banned. You would never just pick Blackbeard, even if you had both Monty and Blackbeard available. You'd always pick Monty.
Yeah, if Monty and Blackbeard are available, so I gonna prefer Monty first.
Yeah.
But if Monty get done, so I go for Blackbeard. And if we wanna play like faster game, so I gonna go for Blitz.
Okay. So tell me, and maybe, I mean, Pengu, you're playing Blitz right now. Maybe you can show us, but maybe Scatman, what's the way that you would use Blitz? You've obviously talked to us about using the Blackbeard, taking the grenades, taking map control. What would you be using the Blitz for?
Like if I go for Blitz, I gonna like waiting for my friend to drone. If I can take time to kill, like if that was close. So I'm gonna push them and then flash. Like flash and then go for kill, something like that. But if the enemy have a crossfire, like they have a rotate over here, so we're gonna have to smoke over there first, and then we go on the right to push. But we have to know first where is the enemy, who we're gonna take the kill. Maybe we can smoke like the harder bomb, and then we rush to the team guys, and then when we got the team guys, so we can hand in gym, something like that.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's very interesting because obviously with Blackbeard, right, you kind of want to always keep your target ready for a gunfight because he has an AR and he's got the frag grenades. Like Scatman said, if you're in a corner, a grenade goes out, you gotta be sprinting away, Blackbeard kills you. With Blitz, it's almost the opposite. You don't really want to be looking too much towards the Blitz because if you're looking towards a flashbang, you're going to get blinded from a further distance. So about Blitz, it's not about faking him out, right? Oh, I'm turning my back, I'm trying to duke the flashbang. Because once that the flash goes on cooldown, you have like, what is it, like 6 to 8 seconds of you control the game now. But as long as Blitz has the flash available, if you get within like a 5-meter proximity, you should be winning as Blitz. So if I yellow ping around Scatman's feet, he's now 3 meters away. If you stand completely still here for a second. If I am here at about 6 meters and I blind, right? Nothing happens. The blind doesn't do anything. It's within 4 meters that you have to be before any blind effect occurs. So if Scatman is just kind of flicking back and forth a little bit and faking me out and he gets the timing, my blind will miss. And then you can beat the Blitz. Or is it BB? If you turn your back to him, he's gonna ADS you with a fully automatic weapon and you just lose.
Yeah, he's just gonna destroy your life. He's gonna ruin all the fun. Speaking about ruining all the fun, Scatman, we've had a lovely time talking to you about this, but unfortunately we are gonna have to wrap this and move on. Obviously, you know, you probably haven't finished the way you wanted to in stage 1, but I think there's a lot that you guys can take away from what we've seen so far, and you know, credit to you and the team for continuing to, I guess, stay at the top of Asia for such a long time. I want to give you the floor here. Is there anything you'd like to say, maybe moving into stage 2, or even just for anyone watching at home?
Yeah, so we thank you so much for you guys for the one guys or everyone who's sharing us. Like it's been a long time. It's been a while that we playing this game. Like it might be time for someone, might be time for me. So please enjoy Rainbow Six game. You can see the Six 8. Like so.
Scatman, are you saying you might be retiring? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, something like that. But
No,
and I don't want to say
really?
that because I so love this game. I love this game so much, you know.
So
Like,
is that just because you've been playing it for so long? Like, are you actually considering about retiring?
we considering.
Okay, please don't.
We love you too much.
You've been here the whole time. Please don't.
You guys gonna see me in ENZ, not EWC, but ENZ for sure.
Ah, yeah.
Yes, of course. We'll definitely see you at ENC.
But will we see you in
Stage
stage
2, I'm
2?
not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Oh.
I hope.
Okay.
I believe. Like my team can go through it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, we
I
hope.
really,
and we
I really
believe.
hope so too, Scat
Yeah.
man. I really hope. I mean, your team has been such an iconic part of Rainbow Six for a long time. Not just for Thailand, not just for APAC, but your appearances as well on the world stage. So it would be a very sad day if you ever decided to retire. I hope that you keep playing for as long as you possibly can.
Like, thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
man, thank you for joining us, my friend. We will speak to you very soon. I have no doubt about it. Don't you go anywhere.
Bye.
Bye, Scout, man. Holy crap.
Wow. I need
Man,
a
that took a
tissue.
turn.
Yeah, we like I guess for context, like for some of these players, we've been casting like our entire
Yeah,
careers with them.
for sure.
We've gone to events with them. We looked at each other when he said that, and I was like, did he just say what I think he just
Yeah,
said?
we
what
just
saying?
had wide
Yeah.
eyes. And
Yeah.
that's crazy. I mean,
Yeah.
hopefully he sticks around. I can understand, that Soul's Heart team. Those players have been playing together for a really long time. Especially that core three of Scatman, I9, DCH. So I really hope that they continue playing for a long time. But yeah, we'll see what happens with that team. But top 4 finish, maybe not quite as good as they'd hoped, but Asia is extremely competitive, especially with Weibo in their current form. Daystar getting better and better, and Orchid, just
Only
managing
one
to
spot.
beat Soul's Heart as well. Only
Yeah, one spot
That's-
is absolutely brutal. But speaking of that one spot, EWC obviously closing in around us as well as the end of stage 1. But this is how it kind of unfolds for everyone that doesn't fully understand. So we're talking about one slot for Asia, but that doesn't mean there's just one slot for the sub-regions. OCE does have 2 slots, and with APAC North being as competitive as it's ever been, Nick, that one slot is pretty brutal.
Yep. It's very, very brutal. And it's I think this goes to show that you need to actually support your sub-region a lot more, in APAC North, in Asia and Oceania, because you want your region teammates to do really well so that you will get 2 spots in the future, because that's the big talking point, right? Weibo have been so good at getting Asia at 2nd spot in the past. Then we have Enterprise cause the upset.
Yep.
And now every OCE player in the world are the biggest EP fan, essentially, because now you get 2 spots from your sub-region.
Yeah, and we need to recompose ourselves now because it is time for OCE, and this matchup, yes, the grand final has a lot to it, and we'll talk about that later. We obviously have a very big storyline for the grand final, but this lower bracket final is massive. The team that wins goes to EWC. It's as simple as that. It's not like they've got to then go and play a grand final to make that spot. And James, I can't help but feel like there is something in the water where Rival could do something unthinkable.
For sure. I mean, it's not just that the team that wins this game makes it to EWC. We already saw that with the upper bracket final, but it's also critically the team that loses this game does not make EWC.
Correct.
Whereas in that
Yeah.
upper final, EP, they lost it to Chiefs and they got a second chance. but this is their second and final chance to make EWC. The team from APAC that did what no team has done for such a long time and make it to a major stage in Salt Lake City, and therefore earned a second spot for their region, had now been overtaken by the Chiefs, and they have to fight in the lower bracket to make it to EWC. And you're absolutely right. Enterprise are the heavy favorites. It would be an unthinkable upset if EP doesn't make it, but Rival, they're on a bit of a revenge tour. Wettables, once upon a time, played with some of these Enterprise boys, particularly Brendo and that old Bliss core way back in the day.
Yep.
And he's hungry for it. He knows what it's like to play at an international event. He knows what it's like to be the best in this region for a very long time. Back-to-back events, even of course a top 8 finish at Sao Paulo in 2024 Six Invitational.
Yep.
And now he's going up against the new best team in the region, and he can play spoils.
He certainly can, and if you want to talk about playing spoils, I mean, a player that's been there time and time again is Chef Jeff as well. Chef Jeff has constantly been just the bridesmaid to nearly every league that we've had over the last 3 years. He's been close to denying and ruining people's days, but it's always in the last second where they just don't drag it across the line. But it does feel, Nick, as though this roster, this kind of group of players, whilst EP, yes, on paper, are the far superior team, there's no question about it, Rival Esports will be there toe-to-toe with them.
Well, that's the thing, right? Because when I think about EP, I wouldn't use the word they are the better team. I know exactly what you mean when you say it, but I'm thinking about EP, they have the better individual players. They got the stardom, they got the individual experience, but when it comes to teamwork, that's how Chiefs beat EP in the upper bracket semifinal. So to me, if you can have the better team here today in Rival, and you go into this thinking, we're the underdogs, we have no business being here, let's have a bit of fun. Because when they had their previous matchup, they played a best of 3, and every single map, they had a different player. They had Proxy, they had Fragger Frame, the coach, they had their sub and Killer Man, and they went into it, chat, just have fun. Enjoy it, and just try and see what we can do in the server. Don't try and ego challenge EP in individual gun skill. Don't try and feel the pressure in the server. That's an EP. They are in the lower bracket. Use that to your advantage.
Yeah, this is their territory, right? They're used to, I'm not going to be brutal to them, but they are used to being here. They've been here before. But if we just kind of had a lovely chat about Scatman and his retirement, well, we can't not bring up Wettables and the fact that he did retire and then came back to continue playing Siege, and is at a point where, you know, he could potentially play spoils and send him and the entire team to an international event. And as far as I'm concerned, this would be the first international event for all 4 players on the team that isn't Wettables, and that's a huge, it's a huge opportunity for them, Dev.
Even Wettables himself has had such a storied history. He was I remember way back in the day, he played for an LFO team just at the bottom of the standings in OCE. He grinded his way up. He used to say, I don't really care about being competitive, I just want to have a good time. And then he got a taste for it. And then he played on Bliss, and he went to the Six Invitational. He went to these international events. He knew what it was like to be the best team in Australia. And then that team fell apart. He was part of the villainous GG storyline. He was playing with those Europeans that flew out to Australia to compete with him on Gaming Gladiators. When that team eventually fell to pieces, it was after then that he retired. Notable that he didn't shout out his time on GG in his retirement tweet. He retired and then shouted out the heyday of Bliss. And he's now chasing his own legacy, right? Something new, something that isn't in the shadow of players like Oda, something that isn't tainted by what happened with GG. He's joined what was Team Anios, now Rivals, who were historically the Tier 2 upset kings. A year ago, Team Anios, a Tier 2 team, beat that old Chiefs roster with Oda on it. And then in kickoff, they managed to beat Chiefs again and make a date in the upper bracket with Enterprise. They even got a map off of EP, eventually got knocked out by Rock LFO. Now Rival are here to play, but it is going to be a gargantuan task up against the super team like OCE has never seen before in Enterprise.
I couldn't agree more with what you've said there. It is a super team. And to lean back into what Nick was saying, again, like we always talk about the sum of the parts of the individuals versus the sum of the part of the team. And for Enterprise, they just have an all-gunner, an all-star lineup. Nick, the fact that Tuhan is their worst-rated player at 100 EPS, and Tuhan was little less than like 6 months ago the best player in OCE, goes to speak volumes about where this roster's at.
I mean, it's ridiculous, the amount of firepower that this roster has on their side. And it's their biggest strength and their biggest weakness. Because you will have players be overconfident, overswing, and sometimes, on a rare occasion, they will lose in a crucial gunfight that can alter the entire course of the round because they're ego challenging.
Yep.
And the thing about Enterprise, when they lost up against Chiefs, a lot of it came down to the fact that Chiefs weren't surrendering easy kills. They're making it very challenging for EP to get a foothold in the map, to get a clean win condition, because Enterprise, they're not a team that likes to play for the plant and a 3-2-1 execute necessarily, so they can be challenged strategically. And I think that's mostly due to that ego. We spoke a lot about, doing kickoff and whatnot, that, Mac did join this roster as a former player, as a coach, training discipline, practicing the more core fundamentals of the game. I don't feel like we've seen that much of that kind of playstyle here in Stage 1. It almost feels like Enterprise has taken 2 steps forward, and they were like really, really looking solid during kickoff, and then 1 step backwards now, and some of those small details are missing a bit more.
And that's honestly, in a match like this, that is what will kill you, right? Like Rival, and
Yeah.
I think it's really important, again, to bring us back down to the level of storytelling we're trying to opt in for here. Whilst Rival are a very good team, this is Enterprise's game to lose, right?
Oh,
and they
EP
have
are the
is,
better
yeah.
team.
correct
Every day of the week.
They have already been shown that if you give a
due
team an
time.
inch, they'll take a mile. After Chiefs beat them, this is the tweet that Bappen decided to post. In due time. And that, I think, Nick, goes to reiterate the level of confidence that they have, but also the level of expectation that the entire region puts on their shoulders now.
That's incredible. I love these tweets from Bappen, because he's kind of trying to make his own story, right?
Yep.
We see that time and time again from him. I feel like it is like so on them to prove it though. And if, let's say they fall short today, that's gonna have huge consequences for the long term surely, because they go into this thinking, oh, this spot is ours, there's 2 spots for O's. Who was it that actually got this from sub-region, that second spot? That was EP themselves. They should be the ones guaranteed to qualify when they're the ones that made sure that this sub-region of O's were the ones to get the advantage.
Yeah, Bappen himself, not only does he talk a lot on Twitter, but he has been speaking volumes in the server as well. This is his stats from the stage so far. 120 EPS is insane. But what's more, in the match that EP lost in that upper bracket final to the Chiefs, Bappen was the only player going positive. Everybody else, even Jigsaw, going negative. Tuhan himself, minus 10 KD. Really struggling. Of course, Tuhan has much more responsibility in terms of the in-game leadership of the team compared to what used to be the case last year with the old EP when Fisho Guy was there. So things have changed a lot. But one thing that cannot change for EP is them going to an international event. If they
Correct.
let this slip, this would
Yeah.
be an utterly cataclysmic moment for this team.
It certainly would be. Just before we go to, damn it, I was going to get something to happen. But that's okay. I guess I'll throw my hands into the wind. It is time for us to get underway with the map picks. It was merely a point of, what do we owe wowing for, James? I love hearing this.
Is that bank ban? That is strange to me that EP banned bank. EP 7-2'd Rival on bank in the group stage. Of course, let's also remember that EP got smashed by Chiefs 7-0 on bank just a few days ago. So, wow, that's just, to me, that says, is EP a little bit rattled? You know, they were so good, especially against Rival on this map, but they themselves getting really humbled by Chiefs on it, them seeing Rival winning it against Man LFO, even playing with the sub. Yeah, that's an interesting one to me.
Nick, how do you think this has panned out?
I mean, I see it. I mean, I don't know the insides of both of these two rosters. I haven't been in their voice comm server, right? Figuring out their plans. But Bank is a map where you can force a lot of gunfights to be around utility, around the 3-2-1 executes in the crossfire. So I feel like, you know, EP going to border, no-brainer. If they could play Chalet, no-brainer. If they could play Fortress, I think that's also a no-brainer. And that's why Rival have gone around. They banned the Chalet, they banned the Fortress. EP was like, you know what? The one way we could get stopped is gonna be about the setups. So Rival go to Clubhouse, a setup heavy map. EP ban Bank, a setup heavy map. And now in the best of 3, you're gonna get Border and Nighthaven. And I would say both of those maps probably go in favor of EP, but Rival, of course, taking the favor of unknown map of Clubhouse.
Oh, well, I think it's really going to have a tempo set here on board. The most aggressive map in the pool. EP haven't played it all stage long. They bring it out here for one reason. they want to frag the hell out.
They certainly do, and if you are EP right now, this should be your stomping ground. Let's get underway with what will be Rival's most important matches of their careers, whilst Enterprise, I mean, the only context is lose this, and the entire story flips on its head. Let's get underway. Mr. Jason Oxendiddy, are you ready?
Yes, I am, Rob. This is a huge game, a qualification final win, and you're not only into the grand final later today, but you're also into the Esports World Cup, the only region across the next few days, James, that is going to get this opportunity. I say James, Michael is not here just yet. He's a little bit late running into some traffic, but good to have you on the broadcast, and I hope you're feeling a little bit better from yesterday.
I feel a little bit better, and I'm very excited to be back on OCE, particularly for a game with this level of stakes, a whole play day with this level of stakes. Of course, right here we're playing for that final spot from OCE through to EWC, but even later today, when the winner of this match plays against the Chiefs for our championship of OCE, there are huge amounts of stakes behind that match as well because of the way that seeding works. EWC has a very unique format. We've never had it before in Rainbow Six. We have a play-ins, and it's very risky for any team going into play-ins that they will make it to the group stage. Whoever loses our OCE Grand Final will be seeded into the play-ins, whereas the champions of this region will go all the way through to group stage. So there's a lot of stakes for that match later today, but right now, what really matters is just getting that spot in the first place, something that neither of these teams, even EP, can take for granted.
That seemed like a bit of a mouthful to get through, James. Honestly, commendable for even remembering all of that as well. I think that the main thing is, as you said, we just got to focus on one game at a time. Really, in this series, if you're Rival, it's one round at a time. You know, don't think too far into the future. You wouldn't worry about the vetoes. But the vetoes itself, actually, for us in our viewing, the border pick is interesting when you consider it feels on paper like a really good pick for Enterprise, and it probably will be. But it is a map they've had pretty much locked away because they keep banning it. It's been a hard ban for them, but I don't kind of view it as a hard ban that they're scared to play it or they don't want to play it. They probably just don't want to bring it out until it's absolutely necessary, and now they feel it's necessary. Let's try and get this win against a team like Rival, play to their strengths. You know, you think about Bappin, you think about Jigsaw. This is the kind of map that's literally designed for those two.
Yeah, for sure. It's such an aggressive map. It really sets the pace of how EP want to play here. And for Rival, it's one that they're not particularly familiar with, probably weren't expecting to come out here. We haven't seen Rival play border all stage. We didn't see them play it in kickoff either when they were known as Team Anios. But they do start things off, taking down Bappin. Looking for a little bit more now as the Blackbeard makes his way forward. Wedables wants to try and take the fight. He does! The shotgun! How has Chef come outside and jumped on two of them from EP? Unbelievable. What a kickstart from Rival. And Enterprise are already on the ropes.
Well, I mean, we had Chef Jeff give us a shotgun masterclass for a reason, and he brings in straight away a shotgun opening round border and gets a 3-kill round. No rush into the round. Rival no rush into the series. And Chef Jeff, these are his kind of games. He can get into the heads of Enterprise. In fact, I think he's probably the only player in the region that could do it.
Excellent round from you, Chef. Oh, man. Here we go. Surely the final one as well from him. Brendo downstairs just looking to bait a kill, one kill at a time. What a way to kickstart this game. Rival have really showed EP that they are not to be underestimated. They are a force to be reckoned with. And now it's just patience from Rival as Brendo looks to bait a little bit. He's just being toyed with. I think that's above him. Chef Jeff just swinging around in 360s. Is he even going to find one? Out comes the Nitro. Doesn't land on anything. I mean, it would be a statement here for Rival to flawless this. Indeed, they will.
And it's Wedables.
It is Wedables to find another one. Brendo and Jigsaw humbled a little bit at the start, and Chef got that big smile on his dial.
Yeah, and I think for Rival, they need to come into this to have fun. First and foremost, have fun. It's a lower bracket final, and there's a lot on the line. But that's why you play this game as a professional. You want to be in these big games, and you want to enjoy it. And I think for Rival, they know that there is zero pressure on them in this match. I think what was said when it was Rival and Man Esports, the winner will have negative pressure going into any match against Enterprise. And so for Rival, they know this is a free swing. They know that Enterprise have got all the pressure. They know that Enterprise will be the ones to look silly if they do not qualify for the Esports World Cup. But Enterprise are fortunate to even be in this position because of their early work at the Salt Lake City Major, providing for 2 slots. A great start, though. I mean, for Rival, it's all about the start. If EP come out of the gate and they just, slap 3-4 rounds on you immediately, they're dominating, Bap and Jigsaw running around the map, it's very easy to then get back into your shell, go defensive mode, feel as if, this might be too difficult. But if you can get the body of work on the table, first round defense, nice, flawless. Second round, can we make it 2-0? And then you start to realize and believe, hey, we can do this.
100%. I think Rival know full well that, in a way, it's even a bit of an upset that they're here, considering they had to play with 3 different fifths earlier in the week against Man LFO, knowing that they were the 4th seeded, not the 3rd seeded team. They actually lost to Man LFO in the group stage. And of course, while we do have Wedables with so much experience, and Chef Jeff, who's been around, kicking around the top of OCE for quite some time, Eraser, ACOG, and Proxy are very much newer players. They've been kicking around the mid to bottom pack of OCE for a relatively short amount of time.
Well, don't forget, Chef Jeff in kickoff, his team Anios beat Enterprise.
On one map.
On one map.
And they did beat Chiefs in a BO3, so that's, quite impressive.
I think the start to the stage as well for Rival wasn't kind after the whole Killer Man incident at the very beginning. Had to replace him last second. They got ACOG in. They also then had to start the stage playing both Chiefs and Enterprise. I mean, talk about a difficult start. But ever since then, I mean, if you were to have a momentum line, they're at the top of it heading into this match. They really have peaked at the right time. Oh, big wow. I mean, they're playing with the confidence to go for that sort of swing. Jigsaw usually would win that sort of fight. Long angle, a swinging defender. Jigsaw's in a good position. Chef Jeff just controls that nicely. He's got the confidence. He's swinging with purpose. He's not just swinging to get information. He wants to get the kill. And Rival have another opening kill.
Yeah, I mean, Chef is not just a shotgun merchant, it seems. He's found 2 kills, fighting with the inferior weaponry against Jigsaw and Brendo both. Bit of a pre-fire through the wall as he knows Kairo's kept up the main stairs. Rival look to try and peel back. Oh, Sheffy knows that he's got Diffuser outside. He's actually going to reposition. He's already found, 4 kills so far in this game from this exact position, and he's hungry for a little more.
Yeah, I just wouldn't over-invest in that as the round goes on. It's fine to defend it for now, have that information. That's the main thing, that, hey, they don't have kit. We can actually give up sight. We don't need to play the site directly. Broxy gets the kill onto Bampin. Good to see that he's back. He was very unfortunate with the power outage. And what's interesting is going into that series last week, as Proxy gets the 2nd kill, and they're going to finish this off. He was their highest rated player, was Proxy, up until the series that we had played out last week. And so it wasn't then until, unfortunately, the way the tracker works, his numbers got affected by games 2 and 3, and it wasn't him. So it wasn't until then that he's no longer #1, but he was up to that point. So him coming back into the team, despite Killerman having a pretty decent game by the end on map 3, he's going to be a big upgrade for Rival. They've got the stability. They've been already through the trenches, through a really bad night. For them, this is a breeze. This is 3 p.m. on a Friday. Beautiful day outside. They're loving this. 2-0 start. They're here to play. Rival are not here to just make up the numbers. I genuinely think they've come into today with the mindset we can do it, and so far in the server, it's showing.
For sure, and let this sink in, Jake. Rival have already found as many rounds against EP in this best of 3 as they found in the BO1 when these teams played each other in group stage.
Yeah. Well, I mean...
And this is EP's map pick, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, it's the way they're playing to start here on Border. On Border, you can't go into your shell. You can't just sit back. You can't give space. You can't give free entry.
And you need to win gunfights as well, critically, which is the thing that Enterprise are typically very good at. Like, there's no universe where Chef, with the MP5K on Lamai, wins 2 gunfights in relatively long range against Jigsaw and Brendo. What's going on there? EP, after losing an early advantage, ended up kind of just waltzing into the map and trying to cut corners, which is very unlike Enterprise. I'm surprised and disappointed that that's how the round ended up playing out for them. And now, really, I start to wonder, on the attacking side on Border, where they should be finding success on a reasonably attacker-heavy map, at what point do they decide that they need Mag in for a tactical timeout?
On our server stats, actually, we've got a really cool graphic which has that sort of pinwheel that shows what are your strengths, weaknesses. So for Enterprise, 81% on the opener. That's really high.
Yeah.
Rival's 89%, and
Wow.
it's showing in the opening 2 rounds. This is actually a strength of theirs. 89% round win rate on the opening kill. So far, 2 from 2. So if that does continue on Border, Enterprise has got some trouble. We've got a series. Brendo, opening kill. Let's get things really now underway. EP have probably now got the message that Rival are here to play.
Oh,
EP
wow.
are going to have to bring their A game. Chef Jeff goes for the heat check. That's maybe a little bit overzealous. Doesn't need to go that aggressive in that moment on the Solus as well and gets punished. EP will punish those sort of plays. If you try and go too aggressive, they will be ready for it. They're happy to sit back at times.
Yeah, this is good. Exactly what EP needed to just slow down and hope that Rival overextend. Now a 2-player advantage. This should be, in theory, unlosable here for Enterprise. Bomb side is Vents and Workshop, which means they have to either make the gamble of going for a plant without top floor control or clear the top floor. They go for the former. Plant going down now with the Solus dead. It's going to be much harder to find where this diffuser is going down. Almost gets denied. Got to be careful there. Razor did a lot of damage on Akaru, but the plant has been confirmed. And now it's up to Rival to retake directly into EP's waiting arms.
Yeah, I mean, you probably got to go for the quick hatch drop, but Brendo, really good reposition, really good read in terms of the way they're going to get back to the site. Proxy into server, 2v3. I like the fact that Blitz is up in the post plant, leaves Enterprise in a very solid position. We saw the shotgun shots from a Razor, close to maybe denying, not close enough. Enterprise strike back in the 3rd round. We go 2-1. They take Vent Workshop. As I said, this has all the hallmarks of following what's actually been a very competitive finals, James. I mentioned it yesterday on the broadcast. Since Wednesday last week, we've had nothing but 3 maps across every single series, across every single region. That's continued into today, which is the Friday. That's insane to think about how competitive this stage has been in finals. When you think about Enterprise versus Rival, a year ago we would have said 7-1, 7-1. Today, it's already 2-1. Into the bands, Kaid and the Blackbeard. The Blackbeard played back in the opening round. It does mean for Enterprise, I think they'll lean more into the Blitz if they do want to go shield play. And obviously the chat as well. I'm expecting to see the banter.
It's funny though, we haven't seen
but not much
a lot of smack talk out of EP so far. I did notice after they lost the 2nd round, I saw Kara in the all chat say sick. Looked like a bit of sarcasm. I don't know if that was him being tilted at the way he died or something, but I gotta say, if you're Enterprise, like very emotional team, you've got to make sure that you keep that mental in check. And if you are emotional, I hope the emotions are working in your favor, as we have seen do so in the past. They're a team that's
both
very...
ways, because I think the emotion can sometimes be a positive too.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. But like, you know, if they are getting emotional, I hope it's in a good way, because I've certainly seen them get emotional in maybe a less constructive way. And you don't need to get emotional. You guys are playing against Rival. I think that needs to be the attitude here. It's like, guys, look, this is a good team. If we play on our best, like, we will beat these guys every single day of the week. They won't even find a map. So let's just, you know, play the game. We know how to play. And if we make a mistake here or there, let's not bite each other's heads off. Let's just say, okay, guys, come on, lock in. And they did that. After 2 rounds lost in a pretty convincing fashion, they really lock in. They convert a 5v3 given to them early by some unnecessary aggression at a Rival. And I think that's bought EP a little bit more time. Otherwise, I would have said, you take the tactical timeout. You're down 0-3 at the start of this game. They would have needed to call the tac timeout. But no, instead they get straight into it with a round of their own. And of course, the operator bans come through, which will stick for the rest of the half as well.
I wonder if this will be a fast in towards CCTV. If you're playing this blitz, try and go for a clear out on the hold. A Razor there. And Tuhan does step into the Griswold mine. Razor has eaten the call. Chef Jeff, though, eats a bullet. Headshot by Jigsaw. Enterprise starting to do a little bit better now in the opening portion of these rounds. Back-to-back opening kills. We'll see if they can convert this. Chef Jeff started 6-0. Since then, 2 deaths. Not ideal for someone who's certainly an impact player, can make big plays, as we saw back in the opening 2 rounds. Razor, long shot, not going to hit. Tuhan can bring that blitz forward. Enterprise again with a slight advantage. Halfway through this 4th round, there is still 2 Nitro cells. Make it 1 now, because that one from Wettables, from Fountain, gets nothing. Tuhan, though, dealt with. Bappin gets a big headshot, though, onto Proxy. You would imagine there should still be Vulcan canisters near the site. And Razor's going to go for this, though. Bappin, ready. Quick, down to 1 HP, though. This could be a huge moment in the round.
Oh, but Bappin still finds one. And the C4 from ACO doesn't land. Bappin doubles down. Critical moment for him on the Lion. And now Weddable's the last one standing. Make it flawless. Bappen having a chuckle. He knows that his restabilization there just bought them the round for EP. And now we're back to 2-2 apiece. Rival getting a little bit of a taste of their own medicine. They have struggled in these past 2 rounds, and EP have found their feet and they found the momentum on border.
Yeah, I'm just looking back to the opening kill. That's, for me, I think what really sets this round. So there's a triple nitro stack from Rival, so they do have the ability to deal with the blitz. But Chef Jeff, he started top waiting, and then he's rotated into break. Jigsaw's playing the balcony outside with the air jabs on the Nomad. So I do wonder if Chef Jeff got caught maybe by one of those. He ended up shooting. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like our observer was, or one of our observers was on it. But yeah, so he just goes down. So he dives over towards Break. Now you think about the positionings though. You've got double stack archives, one office, one fountain. So Break's pretty isolated. Yeah. That's a pretty aggressive forward position for Chef Jeff to be. And there's 0 trade potential when Jigsaw's out in the balcony. So I think that kind of positioning, look, we're 4 rounds in, 2-2. They both kind of landed a blow. Clearly Rival just went with a sucker punch. They were like, instead of handshaking at the start, being like, oh, let's have a good fight, they were just like, bang, we're going to just start this off with a hot start. But Enterprise have now started fighting back. Rival need to chill. Rival need to just calm down a little bit. Let's not try and play these overly aggressive positions. Play together as a team. There's still 2 more rounds to go in the half as we will see Bathroom Tellers for the 2nd time.
Noticing the new patch really come into play a lot as well already, Jake. You know, we've seen the Zofia picked quite a few times now already. Bappen's jumping on that this round again. 3 explosives and 3 concussions. And I think people forget just how good Zofia was. On launch, Zofia had 2 explosions and 4 concussions, then was nerfed to 2-2. Now she's got 3-3. It's a ton of util, and also leans really well into countering the Wamai, who we're seeing more of now that he's been buffed. Not only to have the Nitro, but also to generate his discs a little bit faster. Especially in a meta where droning is a little bit more expensive, takes a lot more time, not as efficient. The Zofia can do the work of a drone with those concussions, because as soon as you use it, if it detonates early, you'll know that there's someone there. Oh, this is a big flank opportunity, though, from Eraser. He finds the blitz here. Tuhan goes down early. That could be very detrimental for EP.
Don't forget, Rival were the first team in the world to play this new patch.
True.
Pro League. Mid-series, and
that's very true.
Straight onto it. Haycock down early. Jigsaw starting to find that mojo. Back-to-back opening kills.
Oh, he spots the blitz. Blitz going to go for plan? Is he going to find an angle? I don't think he's going to find the angle here. He certainly won't get the kill with the gas.
No.
Oh, yes,
he
will. Chunk of damage.
Yes, the damage plus the gas combination indeed will get the kill with the gas. You went a little early, James, but it was the damage that we didn't see coming. That was the big reason. Gas alone wouldn't have done it. But the combination of both will see the blitz go down and the advantage for Rival now obtained.
And now Rival have to chill out, though this kill could be very troublesome. If Proxy goes down, as he just has, it does give EP a way back into it as they look to try and clear out the rest of top floor. Rival have to try and fall back. Good kill with the shoddy from Chef Jeff, his signature move. Bappen looks to push and refrag and does so.
Yeah, a swing there, though, with the shotgun from that distance. Bappen has the read. He's already in position to trade his fallen comrade. 40 seconds. But the good thing for Rival is they've still got Wedables inside Bathroom. Eraser plays, well, he was playing top floor. Now he drops custom, so they're split, but it means for Enterprise, with a low amount of time, both players very low in health, it's very difficult to isolate these defenders. Oh, Jigsaw does spot one. Oh, Eraser's just completely misplayed that. And then, yeah, wow. Okay, well, that's a misplay. Eraser should never be swinging down that hallway. There's no need. Yeah. And then Wedables, in his mind, thinking, I've got to trade. And then he goes for the swing, and Jigsaw's reaction is just insane. This is turning into Jigsaw, reminding everyone why he's the best player in the region.
And one of the best that the region has ever seen, if not the best player
he's in that
OCE has ever seen. Yeah, you're right. In that 2v2 on paper, Rival had the advantage, despite the 2 defenders being very separated. The thing that they needed to keep in mind, as we just have a look at this, I want to know what was the thing that took out a chunk of about a third of Tuhan's health, because
go back and find for you, mate.
He was, yeah, I know, Jake, you get onto the little cheeky Telestrator replay system, but it was a C4.
Yeah. I was about to find that.
I'm not sure who whispered that in my ear, but thank you to God or whoever that was. I didn't see the C4 land, but it must have been tossed out by Chef
Well,
Jeff.
Chef did throw one out, but geez, it took a while. Unless there was two. Yeah, there was two. So Wettables actually.
No,
gets one of his,
Wettables did just enough damage with his C4.
Yep.
That's a thing that people forget often. Like, smoke is great, but it's not a hard plant denial. You need to combine tick damage, especially when you're playing against a shield. You might do 10 to 30 damage by a shot to the feet, and then, you know, maybe a further 40 damage from your smoke, but you need something to just give that little extra oomph.
This still always annoys me when I see this.
No one at home can know what you're pointing at.
So I'm just pointing at, well, Proxy is actually, this is good because he's actually used all his Vulcan canisters this round, but in the previous round he still had one up when he was playing the top east stairs position.
He could have put that in the default plant position, and that would have then been detonated by that C4 and prevented the plant. Yeah. Oh well. In the end, EP won that because Jigsaw went big, and I think that was because Rival in that 2v2 maybe just let it slip a little bit, forgot the win condition.
Well, look at this. I mean, in terms of the Jigsaw is the difference maker with an 86% round win rate when he gets 2 or more kills. It's only 33% when he's got 0.
Yeah. I mean, that's classic Jigsaw, isn't it? It's been that way on pretty much every team he's ever played. When he has an impact, the team wins. If he is missing, the team rarely does. And he's already started well with the AK.
Can't even get caster cursed either.
No.
He just keeps going, doing his thing. He gets another opening pick. That's 3 straight, by the way. And for Enterprise, this is where they've really turned it around, is getting Jigsaw involved. This is his map. This is Jigsaw's bread and butter. Said at the start, Jigsaw, Bappin, they're designed for this map. What have they both got? 6 kills each.
Yeah. Yeah, and Jigsaw got 4 of his kills last round, by the way. Now he's looking for a little bit more proxy. Will finally get Brendo, but the big thing here for Rival is caution that is required.
Nitro.
Big Nitro cell onto Tuhan. The Blitz is down, and the main planter as well eliminated from EP. Now we really need Bappin and Jigsaw to step up, but Batten is completely obliterated by Wettables on the swing with a TCSG. Cairo and Jigsaw now. Otherwise, Rival will finish off this half with a 3rd round.
Calm it down if you're Rivals. 60 seconds, 4v2, Kit in a bad spot. This is where you just go back. It's Armory Archives. You can fall back, you can play sight. So this is where they've got to slow it down, stop swinging, don't need a peek for information. Yeah, Jigsaw's the scary boogeyman, we get it. But ultimately, with 50 seconds, he can only do so much. He's not superhuman.
Positions aren't perfect here, though, for Rival. Oh, I like that, though.
He has found a gap.
Retreat from Wettables. No, he had to retreat, and well played. They baited him into a pre-placed Nitro from ACOG. Now it comes down to Cairo, who does find the first. ACOG goes down. 1v3 as Proxy tries to peek him. Be careful here, Rival. Do not give him ones. They still claim the diffuser outside on the balcony. Cairo has to play this perfectly.
Why?
Proxy is unnecessarily swinging this position. Chef and Wettables now.
I mean, these two are smart. They're OGs. They've been around the block. And yeah, Chef plays the closer angle shotgun. I'm sure he has scoped in as well with that one. He started the half with the shotgun kill, ends it with the shotgun kill. At 3-3, tied. We've got a game here on board, and we've got 2 bold men on the couch.
That's filthy.
Balding!
Balding, thank you very much. I don't know if you can see, but I've slowly got a little bit more of a shadow back, Jake Xenox and Diddy. I don't appreciate that. But all things considered, Nick, I think that this has been a pretty outrageous first half in Border. I mean, Chef nearly took this game by the reins.
No, honestly, I'm going to say there should have been a 4-2 Rival half. I mean, the casters, thankfully, you know, Jake clocked it. You have no business swinging that in the 2 versus 2. You know, you have a race with SMG-11 from a far away distance. They lose a couple of bad gunfights, etc. Rival has been incredible so far. It really has been a big story about getting that opening kill. Naturally on board, it's a very small map. If you find a kill, you find a ton of map control with it. So I'm not surprised at seeing that the statistic is very much who gets opening pick will often also convert it. But this round right here, that's the throw. They deny the plan, they do such a good job. And then a couple of solo swings here where Jigsaw is just better. Same with Bappin.
That's the, I mean, we were talking about it coming into this series, Nick, which is the individual prowess of EP is just probably a little too superior to Rival Esports, and that's not, you know, having a dig at Rival. The fact that they're 3-3 goes to show, and I totally agree with your sentiment. They should be 4-2 right now. That 5th round, that should have been theirs locked in, but I think that there is that element that's really hard to it's really hard to juggle between being aggressive like Chef Jeff is with the shotgun, swinging and finding kills, but also not getting over aggressive. Especially, I find it's always in the mid to late round against EP that teams feel like they've got to swing, and that's typically where we see teams getting caught off.
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting conversation because, you know, before we saw the map video, the thing is, Rival need confidence. They gotta be able to take the fights, but take them smartly. They've done a great job at staying on the pace with EP and not letting them run over them. Because EP against most teams here knows they can't just run across the board with enemies.
Yeah.
But they're holding onto early map control. They're fighting for E stairs, break room, CC, etc. I think Rival, they gotta keep up the aggression early game as they have been, also here on the attack. And then once they get that kill, once they get into the advantageous position, slow it down, take a breather, figure out, okay, can we get 2 guns fighting 1 player from EP? Can we now on the attack inside leverage a shield operator or a Grim, Deimos, a Glass? Glass has been bent away now, actually. Something that's unfair, essentially. Because you said it, you don't want to give a 50-50 fair gunfight against EP because it's not actually fair.
And Rival have actually taken away probably the 2 operators that are least fair for the attackers, the Blackbeard and the Glass. So I think they know what to expect here. I think they know that Rival probably... I mean, I don't want to say this outright, Nick, but I feel...
You've said it too.
They already know. See, this is the thing, though. Like, this is... When you compete in a region so frequently with each other, you're always going to have this conversation. But regardless, look, I think Rival Esports have done tremendously well on Border, considering the kind of map that Border is and considering the kind of context that we have for EP's individual players. They've stood up so well. And moving into the second half, it's now time to lock in, because if they can take this map, God only knows what will happen on Clubhouse. Let's get back underway the second half.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? Although I think for Enterprise, getting it to 3-3 on their map pick, now go defense on Border, where Jigsaw, Bappin, Cairo, they have the license to just roam around, fight these entry battles, and interestingly, customs supply for the opening round.
Yeah, this is real ballsy. This is the least picked bomb site on the map by far, so much so that if you saw our stats come up just then, it says a 0% win rate for attack and defense. Well, that's because it hasn't been played at all so far in APL.
I mean, to be fair, Border's been played once before this stage.
Sure, sure. You know. I wouldn't be surprised if the play rate of this bomb site globally in stage 1 is very low. I would be surprised if it was played more than once or twice. But yeah, the reason why this bomb site is so hard to hold as a defender is because you really have to maintain control of CCTV up above the bomb site and break.
You've almost got to play the entire map.
Pretty much, yeah, because break and CC are very hard to hold, and if you can't hold them, then there's vert that basically kills any position on the bomb site. So it's a very loose bomb site. You have to hard hold positions, but then as soon as you're losing, you have to fall off and then retake and fight, and very chaotic. It can work well for EP's playstyle, especially with operators like the Solus and the Valkyrie. Info is king on a bomb site like this. Very unusual little jail cell created for Tsuhan in detention, though, with not just the electrical, but also Castle Barricade. That's a very unique way I haven't seen before of holding that position.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's actually really intriguing the way that they're playing this. Essentially, you can either look at it 2 ways. They can funnel Rival where they want them to be, or they can kind of lock themselves into a safe spot, really have that lockdown position. Most importantly as well for Cairo sitting bathroom, how much intel can he gain on that Solus? Rival also will probably be coming into this round a little bit unsure, hence the slowness, the slow nature of this 7th round. We're getting close to that minute mark, still 5v5. On a map like Border, that's quite rare. Oh, wow. So clearly Rival is trying to still figure things out, as Tsuhan has locked away detention. Get through to the shock drone.
But they gave up top floor control. I didn't even notice that. This is a very unusual way of holding this bomb site from EP. They've got a brand new strat, and they've actually managed to hold on to this external detention wall for a very long time, thanks to the way that Tsuhan was playing it. His C4 actually cleared off that Selma from Proxy, and now Chef Jeff has to come in using the Zephyr tin can openers to open up a breach. Still, time is ticking away, and still in a 5v5. This typically attacker-sided bomb site is looking to favor the defense.
Yeah, I mean, the time is the biggest concern, isn't it? Jigsaw then gets the opening kill onto Eraser. The Solid Snake ineffective. Eraser was so important for Rival last week, but just 1-6 in this lower bracket final. With that opening kill and with the time now expiring into the final 15 seconds, it is looking really difficult for Rival. Slipping in towards attention. Weatables does have the kit in hand. Tsuhan still holding a safe position, support supply. It's Bap and Brendo that do combine.
Oh, nice entry.
Good swing from Weatherballs to get that kill. Now can go for the plant 2v2. Chef will hold for the cover from supply. Goes for the spray. Doesn't matter. Cairo finds the angle. Weatherballs is dealt with while going for said plan. Rival almost bring it back, James, but the time indeed did elude them.
Yeah, I mean, that is the magic of a pocket strat like that from EP. They wasted so much of Rival's time with that detention wall that it meant that in the end, EP, even though they actually lost the gunfights and lost site control, they could play for retake, pivotally because that Solus was alive on Cairo to find out where that plant was going down and deny it. I believe he was upstairs in CCTV and denied it through the floor, which was, again, about the retake. I really like that from EP. It's little magical moments like that that make me love Siege so much, because you can pick a bomb site which is typically unplayable, do something unexpected, and then make it work. Now, the problem is you can't go back to that bomb site time and time again, because Rival will know the way that you're setting up and will have prepared ways to counter it and expedite the clock. And in the end, it was really the clock that was Rival's worst enemy in that round. But EP are bringing out more pocket strats. They're bringing Brendo on the blitz, on the Bandit, and they're actually hiding him throughout the entire prep phase. This is another obstacle that EP are going to bring to the defensive side that then Rival are going to have to deal with. I really like this because we think of EP as a very frag-heavy team. You know, these days they don't try and necessarily always outsmart their opponents. They try and outgun them. And instead they are looking to try and outsmart their opponents, especially on a map where the meta typically, like you look at Six Invitational, how Team Secret held Border, it was typically putting their best fraggers in Hell in a Cell position and trusting them to get 1 or 2 kills every round, right? That's the meta on Border. EP are saying, no, let's bring a different flavor to the table. Let's instead try and create obstacles for Rival to deal with. And it worked a charm last round. I think it might this one too.
I think also since Mag has joined the team as a coach, they have started to outsmart teams. They've added that as an element to their overall game rather than just outflanking.
And that's Cairo's playstyle as well, to his credit. Cairo's always been the kind of player that tries to outsmart his opponent.
Triple HSL for Enterprise in this 8th round. We go back to the primary bomb site in Armory and Archives. And quietly now, EP, though, have got 4 of the last 5 rounds. So they have the whole momentum. Rival need a little bit of a circuit breaker. 11 kills for Chef Jeff. He's doing as much as possible onto the Zofia in this round with some recent buffs.
Oh, is he going to go for the triple tap from below?
It's Proxy that gets an open kill and a rare one. It was a huge 5-round win streak for Enterprise in that department. Finally, Rival will get the first kill. Nitrocell ineffective. Looks so far a little better for Rival in this 8th round. But Pappen shuts down Proxy. Stays a little bit in a vulnerable position. They do have drones in towards Office.
It looks like Rival are trying to do a lot of different things at one time, which is very challenging, especially when Jigsaw finds an aggressive angle like that all the way towards Office, and Eraser goes down.
He's struggling. 1 and 7. And it's not good to see because he was so influential for them last week.
Eraser is such a gangster. Like, it's very unusual to see him 1 and 7.
But also, you're playing against Enterprise. It's going to be difficult to win a lot of your gunfights. 50 seconds. Brendo to play the bomb chassis. Enterprise are in a good position.
I'm disappointed that Chef has decided to come back upstairs now. He's the Zof. He still has 2 explosives in pocket. He could go for a vertical kill. Jigsaw has just swung again and taken down Wettables, and Brendo's found an angle. He does get snuck on through, but ACOG immediately traded back. That's 2 in a row on the defensive side for EP, and they are just swimming through this map.
But he gets that kill onto Chef Jeff because ACOG is sneaking on through, and Chef Jeff doesn't realize then that position is actually quite dangerous. This is looking very dangerous now for Rival. After starting so hot, winning the first 2 rounds, a 3-3 first half, it's just all Enterprise. 5-3 lead, Bathroom Teller's up next, and starting to think they're running away with this map. If we're being frank, it's just the full team effort, plus Jigsaw dominating. 4 opening kills straight for Jigsaw until that round just then. The problem with that round just then is Proxy, yes, he did get the opening kill. They couldn't convert it. Nothing's working right now for Rival, except for Chef Jeff.
Yeah, and the way that EP are winning these defenses, it's not because individual players are just monstrous. You know, despite, of course, Jigsaw getting 3 kills in that round from his position. It's not that EP are just fragging out. It's that EP are actually outsmarting Rival in all of these rounds so far. They've put very tough setups to break, and Rival have struggled to actually break through them with utility. And I think the Bandit last round was a big part of that from EP. I want to see Rival continue to do that problem solving, because you see the cogs whirring. You see Wettables at the start of last round with Azavir going downstairs. If you know that they're playing Bandit, one of the great things about Bandit and Mira as attackers is you know where they're going to be, right? In order to use their utility, they've got to be playing in position to put those gadgets down, or in Mira's case, to play off that gadget. That makes them very vulnerable to verticality from below. I want to see Wettables using that Soph like the good old 2022 up nades to try and get some kills onto these power positions. And I think the Lion from ACOG can pair perfectly with that. Even the Dockerby can too as well. If you manage to get 40 damage onto someone with the Dockerby, then they're going to take, they're going to have even lower HP and be extra vulnerable to the taps from below from Zoph.
Only Lions can from ACOG. The 2 above for Enterprise. Brendo does take a little bit of damage and immediately just drops. And so he goes back first floor. With that, leaving actually now Jigsaw by himself on this top floor. He's the only one still somewhat contesting around Armory and Archives.
Look at the drones.
He can, of course, drop.
But they've played into drone denial so well here with EP. They've brought that Mozzie, and they've taken down all but 2 drones here from Rival. And you're absolutely right. I mean, EP have to be cleared on this top floor, but it's Jigsaw, and supported from down below is Bappin with a pre-placed C4 ready for the audio call, perhaps even a call from a Valkyrie cam. Jigsaw takes a bit more damage, needs to make sure that he falls off before he dies, and he does so. Now top floor completely seceded here to Rival, but Enterprise want to be in a late round 5v5. That's what they're hoping for.
And it's late round again. This is where Rival's pacing, I think, in the clear has been quite slow. And then that means they're going into the execute part of the phase with not as much time on the clock. Wettables trying to play again through these floorboards, has the yellow ping intel, but Enterprise are pretty much aware of this and just basically wasting time.
Nice.
Rival is spending too long on these like little mini games and then forgetting the overall picture. With the DMR does at least get the kill onto Tuhan.
That's going to go down. Oh, but the fire is going to completely nullify that position. He's going to have to try and move, and he does get shot. Well played. Brendo trades himself out with that nitro cell. Cairo desperately looks to try and deny the plant, but it can't happen. Very messy, very chaotic, but Rival have a much-needed round.
Yeah, I mean, to the credit of Rival there in the late round, they actually did pick up the pace finally, because they spent up until 38 seconds left under the round not really doing much, because if you think about it, we noticed early on it was only Jigsaw on the top floor. So it's not as if it was really Enterprise playing a super aggressive top floor hold. It was more Jigsaw holding back, Armory Archive saying like, hey, come over here, waste some time. And then they didn't really bite. They didn't really like try and hunt him down. But then finally they went for the drop at around that 48-second mark. Actually, well, Eraser actually looks like he's just going to vault in from outside and then probably run around towers. So knowing he's, of course, got the support of players above. So you've got proxy over towards break, and in office is Wettables. So you're thinking about, well, where are the positions here for Enterprise? Brendo is playing main stairs. I wonder if he maybe thought about trying to go back up, but there wasn't really many up there anyway. They do leave the site vulnerable. You know, there's no one inside bathroom, for instance. And then the plant just goes down inside of Talus. Too much reliance, I think, in the end on the Tachanka from that workshop position of Cairo. Not enough bodies up close at the site to be able to swing, make contact with the planter, and from there the round is pretty much done. So really well played from Rival, I think, to identify the setup from Enterprise, playing a bit more of that workshop side, and left them vulnerable on the top floor and left them vulnerable in the side.
However, we've had an adaptation here from Rival. After the operator pans come out, they get rid of the Kaid. I think that is huge.
Hey, you can't be saying people are really bad, Tuhan, when you are 1-6.
Have been for years. Oh, man. Smack talk. Look, I think Rival are feeling unfazed by EP's smack talk because of how much expectation is on EP and how little is on Rival right now. But as I was saying, the operator bans that come through, I like both of these, particularly Rival getting rid of the Kaid. That is a huge one. They struggle to deal with the Electric Claws. But EP is going to flex onto the Bandit instead. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this. Tuhan is much more vulnerable playing the Bandit, and I don't think he's going to be able to hold on for detention as long. But EP getting rid of the Dockerby tells me they want to keep playing Valk, so I really like that from them. But yeah, going back to customs inspection is a real surprise for me for EP. I think that they might be a little bit overconfident. I do feel like that was a really nice strat, but it does feel a bit like a one and done to me.
Tuhan, by the way, 30th rated this stage out of 43 players.
Yeah.
He's obviously playing a different role these days, I think, from his Ultra Prime. But you consider...
a lot more pressure on his shoulders now.
Yeah, absolutely. But you consider what he once was as a fragger. It is insane to see. But I think it's that natural evolution as Wettables. Speaking of once a fragger,
very
into the support player. Good clear onto Cairo. That's much better from Rival. I mean, yeah, minute 35, so you're expecting midway through the round to create some space and bring the pressure. But the Blitz does net the opening kill onto the Solus. Oh, Chef Jeff caught by Bappin, asleep at the wheel.
Little bit there. He had a chance. Chef Jeff, top fragger from Rival, taken down. That said, this exchange definitely favors Rival. The most important operator to keep alive here for EP was that Solus, who's gone down early. Good info here from Jigsaw's Valkyrie cameras, though, will still enable a retake in the late round. And Tuhan is able to deny the plant here. We really need to see verticality. I don't know why Rival aren't upstairs. I mean, no one from EP is in CCTV. Eraser is literally above, and he dies to a Nitro Cell. Very well played from Tuhan here on the Bandit. I thought he was going to be extra vulnerable, but no. Now Jigsaw is able to retake as well. He's flanked back upstairs, and Wettables and Proxy together just walk straight into Brendo. A second successful defense of Customs.
Yeah, and that's Tuhan just saying to Brendo, hey, they're coming your way, because they're not coming from this way. They're locked out. It's pretty easy in the end for Enterprise. And again, this setup looks really, really nice. And unfortunately for Rival, just lacking any ability to actually deal with it. Tuhan didn't get kills in that round, James, but he did do what he needed to do in his job. And that, again, the beauty of Siege is sometimes it's not about the kills. You can be 1-6 and still being positive for your team in terms of what are you doing with your operator? Are you playing to the strategy? And he's been doing that, especially on custom supply. Tactical timeout for Rival. They're still close enough in this game. They're not out of it just yet, but starting to get the sense that clearly Enterprise are pulling away.
Yeah, and I'm starting to feel like the fact that EP are able to flex between both the Bandit and the Kaid with a lot of success, it makes me feel like Rival probably needed to go for a Maverick instead of banning out the Kaid and then trying to simplify things. As soon as your Verd player dies trying to kill the Bandit, then it's not a good look. You really need to be breaching the wall at the same time as that Vert is getting open, so that Tuhan has to make a choice between taking the fight with the player on the Vert or tricking the wall. He can't do both. But because Rival went one at a time, they weren't able to do either because Tuhan played his position perfectly. And look, it doesn't matter if he's 1-7 or 2-7. That play is massively impactful. To keep that wall closed as a Bandit and even to find a kill is huge. Wow, Sheffy is a bit triggered by that one. And
in fairness, that's a pretty big moment too, because if Chef Jeff does get that kill onto Bap, and that opens up his ability to kind of slip through Workshop, that also then weakens a little bit of that first floor hold. Tuhan can't just be entirely focused on the wall. It's an ancillary
part of the push, though. It's not like the main pivotal part, but you're right.
Not. But it's kind of then takes a little bit of focus away from others who are like, oh, I can just focus on wall, or I can just focus on this door position. Now it's like, oh, we haven't got anyone Workshop, and there's a Solid Snake roaming around. Now it's like, I'm watching different angles, and that just opens things up. Maybe that C4 then doesn't actually go up to security. And it's that snowball effect. So it's these little things, but the little things that Enterprise have been better at in that regard across this map.
Yeah. Look, if you told me to make a bingo sheet, one thing I wouldn't have put on it is Enterprise win the most frag-heavy map in the game by playing really structured and smart. I would not have put that on my bingo sheet, but that's what we're seeing so far on the EP defenses. They are creating absolute fortresses. They've won 3 rounds on this defensive side so far. The only they've lost was actually on Bathroom Tellers, and even then it got very close. Rival now have to go 2 in a row to push overtime, otherwise they'll fall on the first map.
Yeah, and unfortunately back to Armory and Archives. Not one yet by Rival on their attack. Only Bathroom Tellers in this second half.
Jigsaw on Smoke in the CCTV position is a big change as well. Like, he's no longer got as good of a weapon in the DMR that he used to have. He's going to be a much more close-range operator.
I wonder if it's a case of expecting the blitz, if it's a blitz counter. So the blitz shows at the break door, and instead of then just like firing a few shots and walking back, gas bait immediately.
Yeah, and Rival are poised to try and address this head-on. Bappen playing on the mezzanine, falling back now into break room. Wow, look at that. Interesting smoke all the way deep onto the long hallway. Flashbang comes out. Bappen does get blinded for a brief moment. Gets his facilities back again as he tries to retreat further and further back. Another flashbang. And it seems to be a bit of a retreat here. As I say that, Bappen looks to reposition. And look at the way that EP are allowed so much flexibility because there's no one on that balcony outside CCTV.
Spotted a few.
Jigsaw spotted 3 players, tries to take the gunfights one at a time. Eraser on the floor.
Yeah, he got the knockdown. Well done from Jigsaw. Good patience. Wettables just barely staying alive now on this blitz. He needs to focus on just being alive. Keep that shield up. Goes for the flash. Oh, never mind. He gets the kill with the pistol. Well played from Wettables to beat out Jigsaw. So low on health.
No!
Too hard. Good flank though from Lockers. They do get the revive into a Razor, so that does keep the numbers up with Rival. 40 seconds left, James.
Yeah, but that was a critical mistake from Wettables. They had the advantage, 5 versus 3, and he decides to pre-fire while aiming down sights towards Armory. It costs him his life, and it costs the team the blitz. Wow, very low HP on Eraser now. Brendo, what a shot with the SMG-11. Brendo goes massive. Cairo finally traded back. It's up to Chef Jeff.
1v1, still a Nitro available. But Chefy Jeffy is built for these moments. Vendetta out. Deathmark active. Chasing down Tuhan. He said it was bad, and he beats him in the 1v1. Oh, Tuhan's going to give it to him in the chat. You just know it. Huge round win. Huge map win. Enterprise now 1-up in this lower bracket final and 1 map away from the Esports World Cup.
Hi, my name's Chris, also known as Player. I play for Chiefs in the APL. When I was a kid, I was really goofy and I would run around trying to make everyone laugh. You know, the normal gamer life. I would never do any homework, skip school as much as possible and just goof around. I wouldn't say I was always a gamer as a kid, but I played a few games every now and then. The first game I would say I ever played was at my friend's house. We played Battlefront, the old Battlefront, and that's kind of, so I guess it started the FPS straight from there. Yeah, so I have a sister. I wouldn't say it's always been very competitive between us, but I feel like now it could be. And she's older than me, so she's definitely helped me across everything in terms of just growing as a person. Yeah, I think my competitive spirit definitely came from just me as a kid, trying new things for sure. And I think a lot of people have told me that when I put all my focus on something and when I really do enjoy it, I get really good at it. And I think that really drives my competitive spirit in terms of like gaming, and just anything, sports as well. I started off playing like soccer, and I was very competitive in it. I played for a lot of academies as a kid, so I really enjoyed it and definitely was like something that I tried to pursue. I definitely stopped because of gaming. I guess it kind of took over, and I drew all my focus from like just like sports and fitness just to gaming. Fitness is definitely something that I've drawn to because I kind of gaming took over, and now fitness is something that I look back on just for everyday life because that's something I kind of grew apart when I started gaming. My first game that I was obsessed about was TF2. I think just how fast paced it was and like how funny it can be, also the competitive factor of it as well. Obviously Siege came in and I started playing when I was like 13, 14 on my PlayStation, and my obsession just started from console days. Yeah, I think I was really obsessed with TF2 at that time. It was just like a funny game, there was aim in it, and it was just like, just beating everyone in the public lobbies was just really fun. But I would say when I was young, Siege definitely took over that obsession, committed into this game, playing it every day after school, and then I guess I eventually moved to PC. On console Siege, I didn't play that long. I think it was just about maybe like a year, and I was honestly like a complete noob. Like, first controller game, I got good kind of fast, and then when I kind of like peaked on console, that's when I wanted to move to PC. I hit Diamond in Skull Rain, so it was like around 6k elo. I don't think I was good still, but I hit the rank. I think I wanted to move to PC because I watched a lot of like content creators at the time, like Serenity17, Kickstar, and like the movement just seemed so like fun, and like obviously like the Pro League scene. I kind of wanted to move to PC as well as like other games as well. I think it was just like a lot more fast paced, mechanic based. It just looked a lot more fun. So that's why I kind of wanted to get PC.
Despite being a 7-4, that one definitely got a little close for comfort. I will say massive props to Rival Esports. They really kept EP going there, Dev, and really looked like that could have gone the distance.
Yeah, for sure. I think the first half told a very different story to the second. When Rival were on the defensive side, they started off 2 rounds in a row. EP found their footing a little bit, but for me, it changed drastically once we moved into the second half. EP winning 4 out of their 5 defenses. largely based on coming in with really good prep, really new strats, new ideas, going to customs bomb site, relying on the Kaid and the Bandit, which is not a typical way to play border in the current meta. It really gave Rival a lot of obstacles to deal with, a lot to think about, and they weren't quite fast enough when it came to the problem solving to actually get through all that before their executes.
Yeah, a lot of them felt like explosive rounds, the ones that were close for Rival at the very least, but that last round, that had everyone on the ropes, including Tuhan. Let's very quickly dive into the man that saved EP there from who knows what happens after that point. But Nick, Tuhan really up until the very last round was somewhat missing in the server.
Yeah.
Bro, that's so hard.
That's the big part of real tag is there for Tuhan. Yeah, he's not really had the performance that he's needed, and that's been a big question mark. You know, we used to say, how will the team with Jigsaw perform, you know, across any of the iterations of Jigsaw's teams? How will they perform when Jigsaw doesn't show up?
Yeah.
Well, right now the question is kind of like, EP, they're winning, yes, but they're barely scraping by, and the big question mark is, well, they're just missing Tui as that individual. He has a big presence in the server, he has a bit of a leadership figure as well, so it's important that he's there and also being vocal. When you're having a really tough game on the scoreboard, some players do shut down in the creative process and problem solving, and you're praising EP, James, and you know, good for them, good for you, but I want to go on towards the other side of Rival here, where I think there are things that they could do better.
Yeah.
Because
who won the map, sorry?
Right, the final couple of rounds.
Who won that map?
It's not about who won, it's about who should have won, okay? And there was
So can we interview Wedables if they don't make
gone to
Esports World
overtime
Cup?
at very
Because it
least.
doesn't matter that they didn't make it. It doesn't matter that they didn't win it.
I would love to speak to Wedables after this game, regardless if they win or not, because he's very insightful.
Alright.
And he also overswung there in some of those final moments, right? Because he's on a blitz, he gets a big kill into CCTV, and he goes, I'm gonna ADS swing Tui in
the
armory with
blitz.
1 HP to my name. Boop! And he dies with blitz. There are a couple of moments of Rival, they are overzealous and trying to get a little bit more than they should have aimed for. And there's two sides to it. On one side, I have so much respect for it. They're keeping the pace against Enterprise. On the flip side, it's not really working. But that's border. I think the fact that they almost got into OT, the fact that they could have won had a few details gone their way, is a great sign for Rival for this best of 3.
For sure. But that was EP's map pick after all, so them coming in with a lot of good prep for defense makes sense.
Yep.
Rival now take us to Clubhouse as the second map, and it's something that we haven't seen a lot of from Enterprise. They only played it once during the group stage. They won 7-4 over 7. Rival on the flip side, they played this a few times. They 7-3'd 7. They 7-1 Shy Academy, but they haven't played it yet in the playoffs. EP could get it done in 2, but Rival, like you said, there's plenty we've seen from them on map 1 that might suggest that they know what they're talking about.
Yeah, and when you really do deep dive into what they were doing, Nick, you and I were absolutely on board with what Rival were bringing to the table there. And like you were saying, you know, sometimes it's just a hot hand. Sometimes they get a little overzealous. Sometimes they get a little overconfident. But I think on Clubhouse, I mean, I'd love to hear your opinion on this, but I feel as though that's going to be reined in quite heavily for Rival.
Yeah. It is, and that's where I want to go back to James's previous point of how Enterprise are utilizing, you know, the Bandit, the Kaid on border, very uncharacteristic of that map, and that is going to bode well for EP. Yes, they haven't played this map a ton, it's not super high on the preference list perhaps, but I think the play style they showed on border has already shown a little bit of hope for them here in Clubhouse, playing more about the wall denial, the step 1, 2, 3, and setting up problems for all the attackers to solve, because that has been my critique of EP this stage. They have been a little bit linear, a little bit one-dimensional, forcing gunfights and not being super consistent. When you're playing Clubhouse, you gotta be more about the setup and the strategy. So this could be a wake-up call for EP when they lost against Chiefs to say, hey guys, we can't just win our fights and beat every team in those. We have to go back on paper and get some good strats going.
Well, Pengu, James, thank you for joining me here on the desk.
Pleasure.
Over to you, James and Jake.
10 seconds to insertion.
Thank you very much, Rob.
I tell you what, that desk, they know what they're talking
They
about.
really, that blonde fella in the middle, I really, he's pretty switched on.
The bomb and defuse it.
So I heard a lot of Rival. What's the opposite of slander? Praise. Rival praise on the desk from Pengu. How do you feel after first half of Border? I was in the rival camp. EP just absolutely walloped on their defense. What do you feel now that we're on Clubhouse?
I felt teased.
Yeah, me too.
I felt led on. I felt like they, were gonna make it even more. Like they probably didn't need to win, but to be fair, 7-4 is not bad. But I think they showed they had the capabilities of even pushing it to overtime.
Yeah.
But if you had said to me pre-series, Enterprise, map pick, Border, 7-4, it's not too bad. It's not a bad effort. Maybe going into Clubhouse, they'll have a chance. So I'm going to hold on to that mantra. I'm not going to give up on them just yet. We'll see if they can bounce back. We'll see if they've not given up on themselves. Although Enterprise do start defense. To put it pretty plain, it is for Enterprise now a map in which they can qualify for the Esports World Cup, but the grand final itself is going to be even bigger, even more important. Not just because it's Chiefs and they'll want that revenge and they'll want to be the best team in the region, but for seeding ramifications, extra money, SI points. Qualifying is one thing, but everything else that's on the line in that grand final, it might end up actually just being more overall. As we head into this opening round, no surprise basement to begin for Enterprise. They'll all 5-stack now down below for the final minute. Rival will have access to the Sens RAUs of a Razor, who had a very unfortunate time back on Border for someone who was so clinical last week, just 2-9 on the opening map.
Yeah, I would love to know how Rival are going to clear out a lot of this very powerful util EP have brought to the table on the defensive side. We've got Mira, we've got Azami, both to create incredible fortified power positions, plus 2 deployable shields, one from Smoke, one from Wamai. This is giving me flashbacks to the 22nd meta of 2020. And of course, Cairo as well on the Denari. He put most of those traps on the Moto hatch drop, which Rival are going to have to figure out a way to clear. I think potentially using the fuse through the hallway on the floor, you might be able to destroy some of them.
Not a lot of time left. There's only 25 seconds remaining in the round. It's just going to be a bot main push with the Blackbeard.
Oh, you can't do that.
And you can't even do that with the Gas Babe. And there's still 2 more from Brendo. They're going to need it to find a new route and find it pretty quickly. Curtain goes up from the ROUs. Still haven't really dealt with the likes of Jigsaw over at the back.
Wow, this is not enough.
And 5 seconds. I don't know how they think they're going to get this plant down. You're not getting inside a church. Brendo throws out another Gas Babe. Time's just going to expire.
Wow.
It expired just as the fighting begun. I don't think we see that all too often, James.
No.
It was still a 4v3 and they all just started shooting. Enterprise just sat around for 2.5 minutes.
Bappin says it very well. Bruh. 7 players still alive in the server and the round is over because Rival were just a little bit too slow. And I think EP have really clued in after their defensive half on Border. All you need to do is have a really strong setup that requires a lot of problem solving, and Rival will sit there twiddling their thumbs for way too long and then just make mistakes. So Rival really need to fix that in these next couple of rounds because they can't afford to lose this half. They can't afford to only find, say, 2 attack rounds in this half. They need to dig deep. Enterprise look a lot better on their attack than Rival do at the moment. So I really think that EP are going to continue throwing new challenges in Rival's face for the next 5 rounds of defense. And Rival have to show a little bit more inspiration when it comes to these attacks.
Well, I think also it's probably a case if this were a different team that Rival was playing, I think they would try and go for a little bit more strength play. I think they back their fragging capabilities in. But when you're going up against Enterprise, one thing when you're already struggling to break down what is clearly some pretty good strategic play, but it's not as if we can go, all right, let's just rush in and just go for frags. When you've got Bappin and Jigsaw and Cairo all on the other side. Brendo's been a fragger as well. Again, this stage, he's really stepped up. So you've got players for Enterprise defensively that are going to be very strong with gun in hand.
And they're all playing behind shields and mirror windows and Azami keeper barriers. Like, that's not a fair fight.
What Rival need to do is assess what's happening. Well, assess the setup earlier and deal with it earlier to give themselves enough space and time late round to actually then have a chance in the round.
100%.
Because what we just saw then in that round, that's very reminiscent of Border. That's a concern. You don't want to be bringing the problems they had on the opening map now to the second map.
Yeah, 100%. EP have got a lot of good setup even in this round. Notice the Goyo Vulcan canister is actually in that drone hole, which prevents Wettables from getting his Twitch drone into it.
They can go quick in this round, though. So the Blitz, the Glads, you can layer the smokes. The Blitz can push with the smokes. Obviously, the Glads can play off of that. And there's no ward on the board. But there goes a Razor. Lovely Nitrocell from Tuhan. But that also is, again, where Enterprise, with this mirror window, you get to kind of see firsthand when they go for this sort of setup. They still haven't. I love the double stack of the mirror windows, too. One on the breach, one on bathroom wall as well. So really doubling down and saying, if you're going to play that fast blitz that wants to push in from Jacuzzi, ain't happening. So Chef Jeff, they have to go the long way, cut off at the CC window. They need this kill. They cannot allow Brendo out through con. But this is good. Jigsaw then pushes up at the window and doesn't allow Wettables to get the swing kill. That is some wonderful team play from Jigsaw. They get the rotates out, they're out. They're gone, 4v2. And there's just nowhere for ACOG and Chef Jeff to go. They can't find anyone. They're like rats that have just scurried away.
They are. EP have played this to perfection. The way that they held on to ground as long as they could and then fell back with the Azami to assist. Complementing each other very well, and they've also continued to broad these cheeky little bits of spice of pre-prepared ideas like that. Paprika, it's a nice spice. Little bit spicy, a little bit too spicy for Rival right now. I mean, EP, even the double mirror setup, like you said, with a pre-placed or pre-ripped C4, perfect. And now ACOG is about to find Brendo. Rather the other way around.
Well, Brendo knows he's probably dead, but they're also dead.
It's fine, because Kairo's there to trade him back, and another convincing defense round for EP. Really, of the last, 7 rounds that we've seen, it's all been defenses for EP. Rival have only won a single attack in that time.
I mean, there are definitely some concerns here to begin with. I will say, though, it is Clubhouse. I'm expecting Rival, where they're going to find success, has to be cash and CCTV. Gym Bedroom needs to be the 50-50. Okay, they fail on the first one. Great start from Tuhan. And maybe the confidence gained by the clutch up in the final round. So I'm going to bring it back a little bit here on my own, my telestrator and really kind of have a look at this one. So again, you can pretty much tell that Rival, the initial setup actually was to bring that blitz and the glass over on the CCTV side. So they weren't actually ever really playing into this mirror setup anyway. So if they're not playing into the mirror setup and they're bringing the glass and the blitz, then Razor's over-focusing by trying to open that up straight away. And then he ends up dying to a Nitrocell that he didn't really even need to die to. Because they like let the Blitz and the Glass do their thing first. And with that, instead of having... I actually don't even know who this is. Is this... No, this is the Chef Jeff, sorry. So Chef Jeff rotates after death. Then have him instead CC window. The Blitz comes through CCTV. Have someone else push through, clear across. That's why you typically see that clear across on the cash top red holds. They kind of did half and half. They didn't commit to one or the other. Like, why is the Blitz CCTV by himself?
Yeah, Rival are trying to split up their attention to push multiple things at one time, but EP are always bringing something a little bit unexpected, like that Nitro Cell, to put a thorn in Rival's side, and as soon as they do that, EP just pounce on them. See that Michael Gosgari has rocked up. G'day, mate. How you doing?
Well, you're on his hoodie as well, by the way. He might need that.
Don't worry, everyone. I'm sure that you'll get to hear Guz's analysis before too long. He's going to have to take the mic out of my cold, dead hands there.
Well, I mean, he might not even get a chance if
this is a quick one. This is a 2-0, then yeah.
Maybe get him on the couch.
Well, you mentioned the Glaz and the Shields. We've seen a double up this round. Chef Jeff and Wettables on the Glaz and the Monty. Also Proxy on the Dockerby. This is the attempted way of clearing out Cairo, who's playing Rafters. Now this is a CCTV bomb site defense.
But Yokai Garage as well that can help.
That's a great way of punishing that Monty if Wettable starts to make his way forward. Oh, here comes the fire from the Capitao. ACOG is completely frying Cairo. He does manage to get away. No one able to peek and swing on that position, and now Cairo forced to answer his phone.
That's your flame bolts.
They've done a lot of damage, though. They can continue calling him, though there is a cooldown now with the change to how Dockerby works. There'll be a cooldown specifically onto Cairo. We're going to need to see... Oh, no. Eraser has fallen to Bappin. Eraser is having an absolute shocker of a series.
But I will say, I don't think Tuhan has that Garage Yokai anymore. I do think Rival got it. Oh, my God, the guard break is dead. Oh, that shouldn't be allowed. Well, Proxy does get the kill at least. Wettables, by the way, still alive. And not for much longer. Jigsaw made sure, hell and high water, that man was going to stay dead. Bappin, Underwood's lounge, double kill onto ACOG and Chef. Oh, this is getting nasty. That is a disgusting round from Enterprise. Rival starting to really trip up here on Clubhouse. Down 3 already. Is this timeout time to double down with the halftime roll, or the roll swap, or the bans? Yeah. I'm going early here on
the extra ban.
The extra ban. Do they double down?
Yeah, I think that Rival need a tactical timeout very dearly here. They've now attacked 3 different bomb sites, and everyone has looked really pitiful. Rival do take their tactical timeout. Good call from you. Of course, it's also going to give Mag a chance to talk to EP, and everything I've seen so far in these 2 maps leads me to believe that EP will have plenty of extra strats in the back pocket despite that mirror ban coming out.
I mean, this must be very demoralizing, though. Your Rival, you've had a pretty good stage after what's been a tough stage. You've made top 3, that's locked in. You get to this lower bracket final. You even start quite well on border. And then slowly but surely, you get that sinking feeling, James, of, yeah, these guys are just better than us. And there's not much we can do. And by the time you get to Clubhouse, that round there, now as this timeout is called, you go, oh shit, yeah, they're way better than us, and we are struggling. Mag would probably be just sitting back and saying, keep what you're doing what you're doing. They're probably going to look to adjust. They're going to look to try and do this. They're taking away the mirror, so they're going to try and do X and Y. So it's pretty calm, I would imagine, from his side of things. In terms of what Frame and Rival would be talking about, it's probably the urgency, because EP are now 4 rounds away. So you do have to be a little bit urgent. You can't just keep saying, oh, be calm. Be relaxed.
Yeah, I mean, you need
there needs to be a sense of urgency here.
You need to have someone calling the shots and someone reinforcing the timeline that's going to get done. Right here, as we look into the prep phase, EP are getting aggressive and hunting drones. Bappin is here getting hatches, but he's also making sure to run all the way towards Strip to shut down that info gathering in the prep phase from Rival, which is so pivotal because the step-by-step for this round for Rival, firstly, you're attacking basement. That's hard enough as is. Rival have to drone out the map, know that everything is clear, know they're set up on site, and start clearing it away piece by piece. And we have a shield from Bappin. We actually don't have a shield from Brendo this time around. Plus we have the Keeper barriers from Jigsaw. That's a lot of setup on the bomb site to create fortified positions. Not to mention that once EP actually start aggressing on those, Rival start taking those positions, they're going to be protected by Warden and Smoke and Wamai. There is a lot that has to be done on this attacking side. Rival have to make quick work of it.
A lot of barbed wire.
And Cairo is actually roaming at the moment all the way upstairs in Logi. I think he's got a... He's just
hiding.
This is very cheeky.
I mean...
But risky as well.
It's very risky because it is also a pretty common drone top-down. And if they don't do that, that's a mistake on Rival's part. And surely he gets caught. There you go. But in saying that, Cairo should get help going down main stairs. Yeah, Brendo is over at main. I don't think Cairo's going to linger around too much longer.
Is there anyone out Jacuzzi?
Does actually hold for now. Oh, he's still holding.
This is a good move. The Dockerby call is good. That's going to get a bunch of damage onto him.
Oh, he's just playing.
Good trade.
That's by himself.
That trade is so worth it for Wettables, by the way. That's Deer's army gone down.
I'm half expecting him to jump down now as well, to be honest.
I honestly feel like Rival can half ignore Cairo here.
Well, ignore, or maybe they've even just instinctively thought he's just eventually pushed back down main stairs and gone back to site. That's the usual play. So once that player logic gets droned out, it's back down main, back to site. He stays Jim, so he can flank. If Rival aren't careful, that he's got to be good for at least 1 kill. And he's also already eaten that Dockerby call. So they can't really go and call him out.
But because Rival killed Jigsaw, Chef Jeff has control of the defender cameras, which means they can start stripping away that really important info gathering that Cairo has his teammates been helping him out with. Eraser has to make sure not to die here. Cairo gets droned yet again. Player on the window outside. Wettables takes him down. Advantage for Rival.
Yeah, I mean, finally dealt with and did so at a pretty good time. I like the fact they put the work in to go back and deal with him, because if they don't, he's going to just cause too much damage. Brendo push up. I don't think they were expecting that one. Eraser again. He's just having an awful time today. How is he supposed to expect Brendo pushing up main?
How have they not made the vert for this position? Brendo should never be able to escape.
He shouldn't have been allowed back.
Eraser has a secondary shotgun. He should be making that vert before he pushes down the stairs.
3v3, 30 seconds out of the tactical timeout for Rival, and it's Wedables on the Maverick to just push
Good kill.
Church. Triple headshot onto Brendo. Should get the second onto Tuhan. Wedables with 4 in the round, looking for the ace now, knows that Bappin is in blue. He will find all 5. Not a lot of celebration because he knows there's a lot more work to be done, but he does keep hope alive for him and his team.
Much better round from Rival. Even though they didn't find the opening kill, they traded back Jigsaw straight after, and then they made sure to play that roam hunt very well. They needed to make a decision. Either they leave Cairo and look to hold their flanks, or they just hunt him and get it done with. And they did play that very well. Cairo couldn't have done a lot better, to be honest. There was a critical mistake there with trying to flush out Brendo from the main stairs. They didn't play that perfectly.
Well, you say that he could have probably gotten a kill.
Cairo, yeah, but I mean, like, you can't really fault him.
You say he couldn't have played that much better. He could have.
Sure, but you can't expect, like, he was never going to even get a 50-50 fight. So you could never expect him to get a kill if his opponent's
To be honest, I'll say I don't think Wedables could have played this much better because he was also the one that got that kill onto Cairo with the Vault Gym window. Playing off the drone, clearing him out of Logi. So Wedables did the full world tour across Clubhouse.
He did. He roam cleared. He executed. Very well played from Wedables, but Rival just got to be careful because we are still seeing little mistakes that could get Enterprise back into it. I don't know if I really think that Cairo roaming was the right call there. It makes me think that EP is starting to...
I think it was one at the start. I think he should have just come back down main stairs when he got droned out.
Problem is, you can't safely get back down main stairs.
Brendo was main stairs.
Yeah, but...
He was first floor main.
Yeah, typically you can't get back down main stairs once you've lost kitchen hallway control because they can actually cut you out from outside the building. But I don't know, it's always a hard call to make. Cairo backed himself in to waste more time than he did, I believe, or at least find a kill with it. But regardless, we now go to gym and bedroom. Now, Jake, the last time that Rival defended this, or attacked this bomb site, Eraser really was punished early by that Nitro Cell. Because Mira's banned, that's no longer possible.
Yeah, poor Razor. It's been a rough one. He's unfortunately just having an all-time stinker, but that's not what you usually see from him. I want to make that pretty clear how good he was last week. I keep saying that for a reason. And it's, again, not so much to highlight what's been a struggle today in the series, but more so what Rival are kind of missing out on at the moment. They're missing out on normal Razor. Razor's having an off day, 213, 0-4 entry. Yeah, 46 EPS. I mean,
shouldn't be involved in any entry fights, to be honest.
He can start to just get back to a little bit of the normal numbers. Rival have got themselves quite a bit of a power spike available. Wedables has made it 6 straight kills. Big kill, and it's onto the Clash. That's the most important part of that pick.
Well played to Wedables. He was in the very risky boost spot that we see some players try and get into when you're actually on the wrong side of the fence that's on the roof next to Logistic Office. A lot of players fall off the roof trying to get into that spot, but it was very pivotal that he managed to do that. Proxy now, because this Castle Barricade's muted, he can't detonate the X-Kairos pellets, but because the tin can openers don't get affected by the mute jammers, he can detonate it. Just so. Now Jigsaw's in a bit more of an awkward spot. He's lost 2 castle barricades protecting him, but Bappin lashes out and punishes Eraser again. 0 and 5 for the Thermite as Jigsaw tries to hunt for more. The Thorn Trap tossed outside, doesn't find a kill. Wedables needs to continue having an impact here for Rival.
They might be able to clear Jigsaw. There is a frag grenade available on Wedables. He needs to throw that and try and clear him out. Wedables actually does get the kill onto Bappin and did force Jigsaw away from the mattress over to the bomb chassis. He'll retake this position though.
Oh, he's going deep.
And he'll go for the push. And he does get the kill onto Chef Jeff. How's he meant to expect that push up? They deal with Wedables down to just ACOG in the 1 versus 3. It's Enterprise on the verge of a 4th round. They get it. Jigsaw with the vault. 4-1 lead for Enterprise. 3 rounds away from securing their place into the grand final. It's must-win territory now for Rival. They need to get this 6th round. They cannot have any other result. It has to be a win.
EP have been in lockstep on their defensive halves in this game. Rival have one last chance to break through and look to find an attack round win, but EP just continue extending deeper and deeper into their strat book. When the mirror gets banned out, they bring the Clash, Jake. When the Clash has been shown, they go and play the Echo instead. We go back to Cash and CCTV. The last time Enterprise won this very dominantly, despite losing Cairo up on the rafters, because they had Bappin down below in Lounge find 3 kills flanking with that Goyo. Rival have really let this game slip out of their hands every attack round, it seems to be just slightly too complicated for them to handle.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, I mean, it's disappointing for Rival in some of the way that they're losing these rounds. Cash and CCTV offers
Attackers are heading out to
to be their final solace. Last beacon of hope. Must win this site. 5-1 down on Clubhouse. It's a long way back. It's close to impossible for them, you think, against Enterprise. It's going to be a pretty similar looking lineup as well for Enterprise on this site to what we saw back in the third round. In fact, identical, James. No change at all. We're going to have again the Azami over towards Rafters. There will be probably a Yokai around Garage somewhere. The difference, though, is going to be no Monty this time. They actually go Fuse instead. Deimos as well instead of the Glaz.
Yeah, I don't know if I really vibe this setup with Rival. Wow, a Vulcan canister already placed on the external wall. This is good. EP like just slowing down Rival as much as possible in the early round. Wedables now having breached 2 of the walls. Now sets his sights on the main focus of the bomb site. You can see there's also a fully reinforced Rafters wall into the bomb site too. So even after Rival take control of Rafters, there'll be another layer of hard breach required.
Barrier deployed.
Tamos and Dockerby combination. As Kyra is feeling that pressure,
Got him.
Proxy shuts him down. Very
better.
well played here from Rival, but they've got to be careful for the reaggress here from EP.
Yeah, but if there is a regress from EP, there's got 3 players there. So I think they would be ready for it, or at least they had the 3 players there. By putting the extra bodies there, EP can't just immediately throw someone through Lounge to go and get a quick trade. This is going to give Rival the extra player advantage.
This is so aggro from Jigsaw.
Yeah.
I do not rate this position from him. He should be punished here.
Jigsaw
he
can do
tries
what he
to
wants, James. He has the license. It's Jigsaw. What he does, maybe mere mortals can't be doing.
Wow, he is so cocky to be contesting this with the C75.
He is the epitome of don't copy what he's doing. Only he can do it.
Yeah.
In this region.
Look, this is actually such a good position now from Rival. They are really well set up to go for an execute, but there's a lot of util here from EP and the smokes and the Yokais
Planting.
to deny it. Will they get into position to
Yeah, Yokai
deny
should get
quick
this.
enough? The Yokai does stall it out for a brief moment.
And
Eraser
he's
taking
dead.
a hell of a lot of damage to the smoke, and Bappin lashes out for 1 as well.
Yeah, they just tried to go for the replant immediately and lost 2 players. Chef Jeff lost on the cover fight. Wedables get through to Jigsaw. They do still have these Yokais available. Kit's in a bad spot, 20 seconds. It sits to the rack with 2 players low on health. It means, I think this is honestly up to Wedables.
Bappin.
He's going to need to get probably up to double-digit kills if they're going to win this round. Forget
Goes
about
deep.
the plan. Wedables has to go deep. CCTV, top red, clear onto Brendo. Successful. They can still play this, although if he pushes Cash, he can get rid of Tuhan. He does. Bappin, Lounge, 1v1. Have to push. You have no choice. The barbed wire doesn't matter. It slows him down. And so there is Bappin that gets away. Enterprise get 5th round. It's so unfortunate for Wedables. Time expired.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. How close could that have been? And Nick, I think we're going to look back at that round in particular and say how important that was that EP got that over the line. A 4-2 half doesn't look too bad, but a 5-1 looks way too dominant at this point.
Yeah, I mean, big praise for EP. They're playing super disciplined, not giving up anything for free. They're showing us again that there are indeed multiple layers and nuances to their playstyle, not just being a frag-heavy superstar team, which is amazing. But yeah, for Rival, shortcomings, right? We see them multiple times now on the attacking side where they might get the opening pick or they'll trade back in even numbers. If we go back to the round where Wedables got the ace, for example, right? They lose a player early, they get 2 kills right back. They're in a 4v3, big advantage. And then you're thinking to myself, now they gotta slow down, get the flank drones, do the breaching, and then go for a bomb site execute. But they practically sprint towards the main staircase. Brendo is still there. He gets a kill. Wedables becomes a clutch player, and they just find the picks. So the rounds that Rival they have been winning have been off clutch moments from Wedables of all players. Not supposed to happen, right?
No.
And also individually, Eraser is 2-15 across these 2 maps right now. They are playing in a 4v5 effectively.
That's really brutal. I had not actually looked at his entire series. Yeah, that unfortunately really flips a bit of that narrative that we were talking about, where Rival Esports might actually be able to do something here. I think that what you were talking about there with the Wettables kind of performance, it leans a little bit back into what we were saying on map 1, which is like, Wettables' nonchalantness now almost in the way that he plays is so dangerous, because now there isn't that care factor as much as what there was back in the day, right? If he died when he was playing on EP or any of those kind of teams, GG, there was a repercussion to it.
Yeah.
Now he's kind of playing with a bit more freedom. However, when you're playing with freedom, the rest of the players can't pick up these pieces, Nick. You look across the board, there's 5 kills between the next 4 players, and when you're going up against EP, that's not enough.
No, it's also a matter of, and this is hard to say without having the inside information, right? But when I'm looking at those attack inside rounds from Rival, it feels like no one is keeping track of the checklist, because that's how you often play Clubhouse. Oh, we gotta get this objective done, have a player watch this angle, now we gotta do the fire, then the flashbang, then the peek. There's all these small kind of order to things. And when I'm watching Rival attack, it feels like they're progressing in one area of the map and it's looking pretty good. But then if you look at any of the other areas, whether it's the heart breaching, the flank watching, or the execution, that's missing completely. So maybe this is Wettables being more free, more loose in the server, and individually he's doing fine, but no one's controlling the team and saying, hey guys, make sure this is taken care of. Hey, have you guys done this job? Okay, good, now we can keep going.
Yep.
So they're going forward, forward, forward. No one's looking behind them. They're losing people because of it. Now, side swap is a different story, but what we need to see from Rival now is everyone individually stepping up.
Yep.
We're looking at players like Chef Jeff, who was instrumental on border with the kill department, Eraser, who's crewing 2 and 15, and we're looking at that checklist now in defense, making sure that they're watching all the angles, leaving no gaps by the bomb site that EP can utilize.
Yeah, and it being such a process-driven map, like you were saying, you've got to hope that they can really find their footing here in this second half. They need, there's no question, they cannot let these first 2 rounds slip. If they want any footing in this game, if they want to remain stable, if they want to push this to Nighthaven Labs, they need these first 2 opening rounds. There is no question about it. Enterprise right now are but 2 rounds away from securing EWC. Let's head back into the matchup.
Well said, Rob. Yeah, it's troubling times for Rival facing elimination. They only have 1 round that they can effectively give over to Enterprise. That would then give EP overtime and a whole raft of match and series points. Jeff's not wrong. I'm not gonna lie.
1 in 5. Is that really the time to be talking smack?
Well, I mean, Chef Jeff is you know, the kind of player that the way he performed in the last map, he can probably say what he wants on this one. I think that's fine.
I don't know what happened there. I assume Wet really struggled to shoot Brendo's drone. But yeah, you're right. Tuhan has not been quite a fragger for EP, but that's fine because his entire team is fraggers. And now they're on the attacking side, and they've made a very quick work of clearing out the map here. They already start to breach the walls, or the floors I should say, with the Ram, as Rival keep tabs on their positions with the Valkyrie.
You know, the Valkyrie here is interesting, James. Where it would be most useful is anywhere you can play the Vert with these Nitro cells. A little unfortunate on the timing there from Eraser.
Also,
but in terms of getting information, say like secret, like you're always going to assume that someone's going to push blue. You always have to be heads up. What if they push dirt? What if they push blue? Moto drop, all of these positions, especially in 5v5, you've got to be mindful of all these. And so unfortunately, they kind of miss out on the Nitro cell play already. They got none left.
Yeah, unfortunately, no. The info that was in Kitchen just wasn't quite timed well enough with that pre-placed C4. Perhaps the C4 had to be pre-placed and then just on the call.
I think if he exploded it immediately, it might have hit him.
Maybe. Regardless, the info wasn't quite fresh enough.
This is aggressive, by the way.
Yeah,
I mean,
Jigsaw.
50 seconds, so there's a lot of time. They might not expect Jigsaw to already be deep moto.
Kara's
Playing going in Arsenal as well, so that's going to draw focus. All of these bodies are going to shift to Arsenal. That's why Jigsaw now can just slip into Church. He gets the kill onto ACOG. He'll find another one as well onto Weatherballs. It's an absolute slaughter into basement, but it's the old classic. Rush into Arsenal down, I think, was it down through main into the left side gap?
I didn't even see. I think he just dropped the hatch. I think Kari just dropped the hatch.
I'm going to watch it
Yeah,
back.
he did. He dropped hatch.
He just dropped hatch. There's no way that he's just allowed to drop hatch like that.
This is the problem with
But that's
leaving
also the problem
Monty
with
in
using
here.
all of your nitros to play off those Vault cams and you don't hit anything. You also then don't have any nitro cells for a quick drop
Monty.
hatch from
Yeah.
the Monty.
No smoke brought to the table either.
No,
and
there's
the
just
Vulcan,
nothing. There's literally nothing they could do.
Yeah, and the Goyo Vulcan canister that was in position to deny that default plant was actually detonated by the vertical C4 that Rival tossed out earlier. So that was gone. You got no smoke, no Goyo, no C4s, and you decided to ban the Ace instead of the Monty, by the way. It doesn't get much worse than this for Rival. EP are well and truly back in form, and they can even afford to send Jigsaw hunting for kills in Church at the same time as the execute's going down.
Oh, I mean, it's also a great heads up because they're just going to be doing this. So they're not worried about Jigsaw essentially from that position because their focus is obviously the plan.
Yeah.
And with that round now at 6-1, 5 rounds straight needed for Rival. Look, valiant effort, and there were some decent signs on border. I think this was always going to be a very difficult series for them, and top 3, nothing to you know, snark at, and you know, maybe in another year when we get 3 slots in the region.
Look, you can never have that attitude. You can never say, "Oh well, we did good enough. Maybe they'll give us a freebie next time." I think this, like, obviously Rival have done incredibly well to make it to top 3, up from what was a really
And in the most competitive OCE
for sure
region I
also,
think we've seen for a while.
Just as a reminder, you know, back when they were Team Anios, Rival was 6th place in kickoff. They actually got knocked out by ACOG's team at the time, Rock LFO. After losing to EP in the upper bracket, they lost to Rock in the lower bracket. Now Rival, you know, group stage, they were 4th here in through the stage finals.
And
3rd place.
And not as if like this core 5 has been together a long time either.
No, 2 roster changes after kickoff.
You know, Chef Jeff joined the core of Anios for kickoff, then they made the changes into Rival for this stage. So if they were to stick together going into stage 2, yeah, I mean, if they're 3rd, why not close the gap then to Chiefs and EP? Evidently, there's still a gap.
Of course, Enterprise, if they win this series, they will have another one to play shortly after against the Chiefs for the championship of OCE, and they will be burning for revenge after losing that first match in the upper bracket final just earlier this week. Jake.
Well, we used to have that graphic, James. I don't know if you remember the warm-up or the fatigue graphic.
Yeah.
Did you see that? And usually the warm-up actually ended up being better.
Yeah, look, EP were knocked off their perch by Chiefs already, and they will be very hungry to prove that they are the best team in this region.
Bring it on.
They've just found a 4v2, and Rival are dropping like flies.
Yeah, it's only ACOG left. He needs all 3 against Brendo and Jigsaw. Bappen, talk about big names, household names in this region. And unfortunately for ACOG, the GG called already from Tuhan. The Nitrocell hits nothing. The Vendetta from Bappen hits cold in the heart as Enterprise book their place at the Esports World Cup at Paris. And most importantly, into the grand final later today against Chiefs. They want their crown back.
I think they're going to get their chance at getting it. I'll tell you that much right now. A huge congratulations to Enterprise. Map 1, look, you've got to give it to Rival. They really did push the limits there, but ultimately, class is just something that can be unforgettable. It is pure and raw passion in the second map. You can see it in the cams. You can see what it means to the rest of EP there. I think, Pengu, ultimately, this is what we would have expected. This is what we would have hoped for EP. Ultimately, though, that second map was just absolute class.
This is what I would have predicted if you'd asked me before Stage 1 started, how well will EP perform for the entirety of the stage. However, due to the last previous matches and a bit of a struggle here for EP, it became a bit of a surprising factor instead. Can you stop this, Rock Button? No, I see you. I look over and I'm like, why? I'm like, why are you mouthing me, right? My point is, EP finally lived up to the expectations we had from them. This is why OCE have 2 spots at the EWC, because they played so well internationally at the Salt Lake City. But that version of EP has been missing in my mind for the majority of Stage 1.
I think that's a super fair and valid point. After their dominance that they showcased throughout the entirety of Salt Lake City, the storylines that were built up for them, they certainly went a little missing in terms of that category, Dev, but ultimately when push comes to shove, they do show that they've got that in them all along.
For sure. I mean, EP have so much belief in themselves that they're the best team in this region, and by that I don't just mean OCE, I mean all of APAC. I mean, that's been said by these EP players before, but I can't deny that every now and then when they drop games to Shy Academy or Chiefs in the BO1s or Chiefs in the upper bracket final, that I start to doubt that. It's games like these that make me remember the pedigree of this team and the fact that they're not just here to swing people. Like, they are here to actually commit to the prep work. They came into today with a ton of new strats, and they completely outclassed rival. Much more discipline as well. I think the real telling thing is going to be how EP do in that grand final, because if they come back and win that grand final, I think they can say, yeah, we are the best team in this region. Because the best teams are the ones that win when it matters. And
they certainly do. Speaking of someone that wins when it matters, I don't think anyone else could be put better closer to that than our good friend Brendo. Let's welcome him in for the first time in a hot minute. Brendo, my friend, how are you feeling after that one? You're going to be G'd up.
Yeah, feeling great, obviously, but you know, what we really want is to win OCE. So we're still locked, But yeah, obviously feeling great because making Paris EWC, it's a big thing. So really happy.
Yeah. How do you feel, just very quickly, just touching on kind of the conversations that we're having here about, I guess, the perception of EP coming off the back of Salt Lake City and into Stage 1, and yeah, there's been some frailty here and there, but how have you guys felt? Do you feel as though that's a warranted storyline, or do you feel like we're just talking smack because we're analysts?
No, you guys are definitely right. We're obviously working through things, and like, it's hard coming back into a region that we've just won. Like, everyone's hungry to beat us. And we've got struggles of our own, like mentally, and we're maybe diving into strategic stuff too much and not really focusing on the game in front of us. And that's basically been our problem this stage. So we're kind of just figuring it out still. So what you guys are saying is not right.
Dev?
Yeah, I wanted to ask, you said you've been focusing too much on strategic stuff and not playing the game in front of you. Today it really felt like you came in with a ton of new strats. You were playing customs bomb site on border. You were trying a lot of new things on both maps. A lot of like pre-lined up C4s on like outside jacuzzi balcony, on the double mirror setup. A lot of things that it seemed like you were like, okay, here's a preset idea we're gonna bring to the table. Was that the mentality coming in and saying against rival, okay, we're gonna try and play into their weaknesses, or we're trying to play new stuff?
To be honest, that game we kind of just focused on ourselves. Like, everyone's pretty well drilled. That's why you can see the lineups and whatnot coming out. But yeah, we literally just are wanting to keep it simple. And like, look at the players we have on our team. We just shoot. So
keeping it simple and playing customs bomb site on border, man. Your level of simple is next level, dude. I love that for you.
No, we practice every day, right, man? It's not that hard to get a custom strat.
I hope so.
Sorry, I didn't realize that was like step 1 for you guys.
Customs, yeah, no worries. Pengu?
So we didn't, talk between each other here on the desk who's going to ask what questions. You guys have stolen both of mine, by the way. So great job, guys. It's obviously going to be a rematch now in the grand final. You said that you're hungry to win O's. That's the primary goal. I love that for you guys. You're still staying hungry about the smaller things, because I think a lot of people would say, we'll qualify for EWC. Job is done. Obviously for you guys, it's not. You had the game against Chiefs. You said you're working through it. There was a couple of struggles. Now you get the rematch. What's going to be different today versus previously in that upper bracket game? How are you going to beat Chiefs now, and what things have you solved that's going to get you there?
Yeah, like I said, just bring it back to basics, to be honest. Obviously I can't say too much, but we literally have to burst him in 45 minutes. But just making sure everyone's comfortable in the server and not overthinking. Like, that bank game that we got 7-0'd, like, I've never seen all 5 of us play that bad. So clearly we've just got some things mentally to figure out, and I think we've done it, so I'm sure we'll be ready.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess for context for the viewers at home, the reason why we weren't able to talk about the questions is because you finished that map so quickly. Obviously, only 2 rounds were needed, but holy crap, I felt like I blinked and I was pushing our camera operator back in behind the camera to make sure we were ready to go.
Much easier than expected.
Yeah, I think it was. Look,
Yeah.
but I also think
Same.
that's on the back of kind of what you're talking about, which is the core fundamentals of your team are just so outrageously good. Like, I don't know how much you listen to us or warrant what we say, but a lot of the conversation for EP is just around like, look at all of your names. Like, it's as simple as that. Look at all the names you've got. Look at all the experience.
Don't be too nice. Come
No,
on.
well, you know, sometimes I like to talk. Hey, I like to talk shit on you guys sometimes, but I do really need to give props where props are due. You know, you guys continue to push the boundaries of what we can expect from an OCE team. So
I mean, you went ace them today. Come on.
yeah, well, actually,
Wait,
very
he was
true.
looking good.
Yeah.
He was looking
Come
good.
on,
I will
guys.
say that. Yeah.
What were you thinking about picking him up again?
Oh, absolutely not.
Oh God, I love you, mate. Thank you so much for joining us. Look, before you go and prepare for your match against Chiefs, which I'm sure you're already well and truly prepared, do you have any final words to leave us with?
Just shout out EP, shout out everyone watching us and supporting. Shout out my mum watching at work right now.
Oh.
She's like sneakily watching at work and stuff. And yeah, just thanks to you guys as well.
The goated parents of the region. I'll tell you what, we're lucky to have them. Brendo, we're lucky to have you, mate. Thank you very much for joining us, and I can't wait for this matchup. Go lock in, mate. We'll speak to you soon.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. See ya.
All right, well, it's time for us to start locking in on that one as well, because all the context, all the fun stuff is out of the way, right? Were EP going to make it to EWC? Ultimately, we all came into today, James, saying, yeah, of course they're going to make it.
Yeah.
But we were always like, is there a chance? Well, they've completely just washed that away.
For sure, and that's a real redemption now for EP, who had a bit of a fall from grace. We can't deny that, of course, losing the Chiefs in that upper bracket final, but the redemption arc continues not just by dismissing rival quite handily, but by going up against Chiefs again in our grand final, that rematch. That is for all the marbles. It's for the championship here in OCE within the APL, but it's also for preferential seeding to EWC. And just to put that into perspective, EWC has a new format we've never done before for a Rainbow Six event, where we actually have 2 phases to play in. So you'll play a double elimination within a group at the start of play-ins, and then after that you have to play a single qualification game. It's single elim. So like you lose that BO3 and you're out. You win and you're through to group stage. Or you can just win this grand final right now and you skip both phases of those play-ins at EWC, which is an extra $10,000 in prize pool minimum as well. So the stakes for this upcoming game really could not be higher. It's the revenge story, it's the player versus his old team arc, it's the stakes at EWC, and it's of course for the title of the region.
It certainly is, and Nick, I know that we'll have plenty to talk about when we come back from the break, but unfortunately I'm not going to let you speak before the break, because it is time for one. On the other side, though, this is one you cannot afford to miss. Chiefs and EP go head-to-head in the grand final.
In the early days of Siege, like on PC, during like my high school time, when I was still under 18, I was playing with pros like Dino, Rippy, and just like all those pros back in the day. And then it kind of started from 10-man, I would say. That's kind of like how most of the pros knew me, as well as ranked, obviously. But yeah, I was just getting into myself into like, I guess you could call it networking, but I would get myself into like good stacks, like playing with Stigs, Magnet, and just like dominating like the 10-man's lobbies. That's where all the pros knew me as like kind of like this young prodigy. I was always like this young person like in the scene, like always playing with older people. So I guess that's how I got my name out there. I was 16 and I was just able to play LPL Pro, and I was in my first proper team, and it was under Skyfire with like Jigsaw. In that stage, I think we came second to a Pro League team at the time where Oda was in it, Ferox. But it was like my first time basically competing properly, and like I came second in it, and it was against a Pro League team. People are very beatable, you know, like, you know, if you put the effort in, like you can definitely beat these teams. Obviously we fell short, but that's when kind of the esports, you know, ignited in me. Siege is honestly like such a different game from like any other game. The thinking behind Siege is so complex that new people playing the game would just never understand until they got to that level. The amount of thinking, the amount of processes you have to do, and like so many little intricate things that can like determine a round drew me towards the game. It's like you have to really think to really be the best. So when I turned 18, I got my first offer to join my first Pro League team, and I was with Juicy, Josh, Quiz, and OJ. I felt very like inexperienced at the time because I was with like proper Pro League players, obviously with Knights, with those three, and then OJ from Wildcard. I learned a lot from it. We obviously didn't do very well. I think we came around 4th. We lost to like our rivals at the time, which was Wildcard. That was honestly like a really bad feeling, as well as losing to Circular Spheres. That stage was honestly so shit. Definitely felt like a lot of nerves that stage, but I think I grew a lot as a player from that stage, 100%. So after that first stage of Pro League, I think I was still playing under like just because I was already good at the game and I already had this offer that I just wanted to keep playing for fun. It wasn't really like, you know, I want to commit my whole life to this right now. And I think after Homeless, I joined Circular Spheres, which turned into Aerial. And by my performance at stage, I definitely showed that I was a good player, but not in the right team yet. Because I think we came around 6th, and obviously it wasn't a good showing. I think I was still in that top 10 rated at the time. During the time when I was 18, just competing my second stage, I think I was doing my HSC. I'd recently just like got into like a fight with my like friend group and kind of split ways with them. So I was honestly like very over just like school. I kind of threw HSC out the window. I don't want to really go uni after this. Maybe take a gap year or whatever, and just kind of focus on Siege fully, because that was my passion. That's what I was good at. I wanted to keep pursuing it.
We're out of time. Let's put them in the ground. Fall back! Team 1. Report.
Alive and very safe. We lost comms with the other team.
They have their orders. We need to go for Nyx. Dokkaebi, be my eyes. Mute, cover her.
On it. Hostile. Sending a payload.
You're cornered, Nyx. Surrender. I see one old man. One old man about to die.
I see your runner 7. 3 rows down.
Hack my phone.
Huh? What if it...
Do it now.
Quick thinking there, Sig.
We trusted each other, and it paid off. Rendezvous for extraction, Team 1.
Well, we have a repeat of the OCE Grand Final, but before we get there, the greatest segment of all time. It's ramen ranking time, although I don't think you can call this ramen, Jake.
I only just saw what we've got today.
Well, it's fantastic, but it's not ramen.
It's fantastic. It is absolutely fantastic.
So, are these ones Aussie, I'm guessing? This is
yes,
this is a
and you pull that
classic.
mic a little bit further away. There we go. Try that again.
There's a bit in your mouth.
Yeah, that one was going a little deep.
Like
So
you're home from primary school, it's
Yeah.
4 p.m.
for the viewers at home, this is one of the greatest things of all time. This was like high school cafeteria. Hang on, let me bring it back. High school cafeteria food.
Many fights over this, though, because there was
yes.
either beef or chicken, which you preferred. And
What
so
would you
had,
prefer?
Well, you had chicken gang and beef gang.
Yeah, and which gang were you in?
I think I was chicken gang.
I'm chicken gang.
I'm
all
chicken
the way.
gang too.
I think beef gang
Can
is
you be
this.
a mix?
Actually, I don't think anyone ever tried that, Nick. I don't think anyone was smart enough back in the day. I think
Someone's got to be the first.
yeah, you've actually thrown me for a spin there. I wonder what it would taste like if we mixed them, but instead,
I was both. We had the exact same thing in Denmark. Also chicken gang or beef gang. And I did a bit of both there.
oh, a bit of both, a bit of this and a bit of that. Is that hang on. When we say both, are you saying you mix both in?
No, that's
Those grand final days of power outages just seem to be the thing, baby, but we roll on. It doesn't stop as we head into ramen ranking once again. Let's try that 2.0, shall we, gentlemen? I have absolutely no idea how much people didn't hear, so...
from the top.
It's ramen time.
Run it back, baby. Let's run it from the top, shall we? So, these are what I would not classify as ramen at all. Would you?
Beef
No,
noodles.
so as we were saying earlier, this is kind of the like, you know, your mum's given you like $2.50 to take to the school canteen to buy yourself some lunch, and this would be the go-to.
Yep.
Back in, you know, I grew up in
That's
Melbourne, in Australia.
$2.50.
$2.50 would not get you much these days.
No.
But back then it would certainly get you one of
Asian
these.
goes hard, man.
Turns out though, so I thought this was an Australian classic, but having a look at the packaging,
We've been lied to our whole
it
life.
says, where does it say it? Made in Australia from at least
Little bit.
75% Australian ingredients. Okay.
Well, that's not bad.
Well,
But
it
it
says
does
here,
say-
fantastic
That's not
snacks,
bad at
New
all.
Zealand.
It also says South Australia. You just read only the New Zealand half.
Oh yeah, sorry.
They have an
Thanks,
office in Australia and an office in New Zealand.
So it's
look, it's 75% Australian. That's
it's
pretty good.
ANZ, right?
That's better than the old Game and Gladiators roster.
That was a good one. I didn't mind that at all. So,
That's such a good meme.
Well, now got noodles everywhere.
as per usual, one of the greatest parts about this segment are our words of wisdom.
Words of what?
Words of wisdom from Pengu. Let's
Hit
try
us
that
with
one
it,
again.
Oh, is
Go
it time
on.
for this again?
It's your turn.
Hey, let's lock in. Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest. Have a look at the headlock here. See that chap over? Hey! Get your hand off my Manic Monday. This is the bloke who got me on the Jake and Gus podcast before. What is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal. Oh, that's a nice headlock, sir. Oh! Ah, yes. I see the Neo Judo very well. Good one. And you, sir, are you waiting to receive my limb, James Stewart? How dare you? Get your hands off me. Ta-ta and farewell. One cuff. Look, they even broke the cuff.
No, you forgot the last bit.
How did I do? That's the last bit. That's what I was sent by.
Nick,
so-
Nick. Namaste.
Namaste.
Oh, namaste. Sorry, it was not so zen. I feel like the namaste was a bit off vibe there for a second.
I don't. This one was particularly loose. What happened there, Nick?
Do you know what you just read
I was told
out?
to maybe go off the usual pace. I was told it's like something manifest. And it's a classic Australian thing that I've never seen before. But I was told that you guys would get it.
Yeah.
So
Did you watch the video?
I was only sent my title text, not the
Oh
video.
my
Oh
God,
my
Nick.
God, Nick.
I
Do
had
yourself a
I was
favor.
not influenced. He didn't want me to be influenced by how I was supposed to like read it out loud. I was supposed to just like go with it.
Nick, can I say, the fact that you've never watched that video before and yet you delivered it with such raw emotion.
Wait, hang on. So, Nick, when it says like fill in the blanks and it says get your hands off my James Stewart, what do you think he's actually talking about?
I don't know. I mean,
Cool, let's move away from that one
you're-
real quick.
one could interpret it in a couple of ways, you know.
All right, so we're going to have to speed run this bit. Nick, that was an incredible reading, by the way. This has got me super nostalgic. I'm just going to keep eating this as we finish up. But where are we? This one. I need your thoughts.
Hi. So my personal thought here is that there's too much yellow to go over a B. I had to be that guy, but that's a limiting factor for sure.
Sure.
So S, A, B. I'm gonna go high C or the
Okay.
lowest of Bs.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Now, if I was giving my honest ramen ranking, I would give that at a solid D.
D.
I was going to say
Oh.
D as well.
D.
Oh, is it awful?
Territory for me.
Well, it's not
The
even
mis-
ramen, so
Well, yeah, the nostalgia plays a little bit. Like when I saw it, I did have this little dopamine hit unlocked
Yep.
from 15 years ago.
It's S
but-
tier for nostalgia. It's
For
S tier.
sure, but to be honest, I had a whiff of mine. Mine's kind of dried up. I don't know if there's any sauce in there anymore, but I had a tiny bit, and I was like, no, I can't do it.
I
This
don't
is-
think
this
they
is
even
like
put
F
sauce in there.
territory. No, I mean like the liquid, like the hot water.
No,
Don't
you
even
don't
think
worry
I
about
got hot
that.
water.
You
in.
don't worry about that. Okay,
F
so
tier.
F tier. D. I think we go in the middle here and go E.
All right, let's do it.
I think we can't go F because F would be brutal.
Wait, hang on, that doesn't work because yesterday I said F for the mushroom. And
Jake,
still
you
ended on eight.
were
Just
you were
go
taken
along,
out
Jake,
of
just
this
go
because
along.
our good friend, say it really loud for me, Michael. Oh, mushroom friend. Oh, you missed the whole bit, James. But
Yeah, I
now
got no
you
idea
get
what
to
you guys
do
are
one
talking
better. We're putting it down in E, and we're gonna start moving forward with this bad boy. Because no, one more down.
Hey, E, not D.
We got there.
I will
We got
say,
there, everyone. Well done,
considering
James.
it's
I know
not
that one's
actually
tough.
ramen, I'll go
That
with
one
it.
seemed tough. Well, James, you know what you can do?
Yeah.
You can go and take your place.
I'm
You
gonna
can
go
make
take
like a
my
tree.
place.
You can go and take your
And
place
get outta here.
among the greats. Speaking of taking your place, how about you take your place at EWC alongside EP and the Chiefs? That's right. In a little less than 2 weeks away, we will kickstart EWC heading into the 3rd and 4th week where the finals will take place. R6S15 for 15% off in checkout. Great opportunity to see the world's best doing what the world's best do, which, ironically, Nick, is the world's best.
It is. It is. I got sidetracked there. I'm very sorry. I'm just gonna say, get your tickets now. Use the R6S15 code 15% off because I was distracted. I didn't hear a single word you said, but I want to see you guys there at the WC. Let's all have a great time together. Yeah, Rob?
Sorry, Nick, I didn't hear anything that you said. It's time for us to move on with the Chiefs roster, the team that are absolutely making a name for themselves here in the OCE finals. I mean, coming into it, we all had high hopes for them, but Jake, did we really expect them to beat EP in the upper bracket?
Yeah, I think we did. I think coming into that game, it was... I couldn't. I don't think you can say we expected it, no. But I think what you can say we expected was for it to be clearly a series that could go either way, as we like to say in the business, and it did. And, you know, I think the way that I
the
framed...
best team might win today?
I would say the best team will win today. Yes, Nick, thank you. But I think that series in particular, the upper bracket final, meant more to Chiefs.
Yeah, sure.
They just want to get to the Esports World Cup. Doesn't matter how they get there. Doesn't matter first, second. I think for them, just getting LAN, for Player, for Relays to get back to that international position, and then also for like the Lunchbox, Jay Kennard to get there.
Oh my God, he's gone again.
To get their international
He's always
flowers.
gone, this
Neptune
man.
as well, mind you, I think.
Yep.
So,
Neptune hasn't been either.
yeah, I think they had a little bit more to prove in that game, and now Enterprise have to prove in the grand final that they're still the top dogs and they're going to get revenge.
Yeah, it's a beautiful storyline, and the irony, Nick, that the Chiefs had to beat EP to make it to like Paris, obviously, but they had to do it to the team that gave them an opportunity to have 2 slots in the first place. The irony is not really lost on me there, you know what I mean?
No, poetry in motion. And I hate to say this, but I actually agree with Jake a lot here. I do believe that for Chiefs, you know, it doesn't matter if they qualify into like the play-ins or the group stage. I actually think, as a matter of fact, maybe it's better for the Chiefs to qualify in the 2nd seed and lose in the grand final, because going to play-ins gets you a bit more experience, a bit more games on international ground. You also arguably against weaker teams, because that is why you're in play-ins. You're the lowest seeded from all the regions. So where for EP and, you know, teams like CAG, for Weibo, you're looking for top 8, you're looking for top 4. For Chiefs, you're just looking at make it land, like Jake said.
Let's lock in here as player is EP, the team that they're about to go toe-to-toe with again for a 3rd time in Stage 1. And this roster is as dangerous as ever. You see what happens when you allow them to get comfortable, when you allow them to bite. They bite back pretty hard, Jake.
I mean, they certainly do. Jigsaw got off the leash in that last series, and he was a huge reason why they were very dominant against Rival. And if he can play to that same level again in this grand final, he's going to be tough to stop. And, you know, they also just played to their strength. You think about Border as a map. Yes, they bend it away. And then they say, let's go to it, and let's enable the likes of Jigsaw and Bappin, who both almost combined for 20 kills and what ended up being a pretty dominating Border. Yep. And I think that's what Enterprise need to do as well against Chiefs, and play to that same level of strength, which is, can we get Jigsaw, Bappin roaming around the map, taking fights, and most importantly, the entry battle fights, We know you're going to have a pretty strong end of round with the likes of Brendo, Cairo, Juhan as well. Actually had a pretty decent clubhouse. That was probably one of the better games we've seen from him. And he was actually pretty important too when he was playing the Bandit back on border, playing his role. So I think for Enterprise, this is actually the graphic that we had earlier many times over, I think, kickoff, the warm-up versus the fatigue. I'm bringing this one back, a little bit of a snapshot here. For Enterprise, yes, it may be back-to-back best of threes, but what we've seen is the warm-up typically overrides the fatigue.
Yeah, it's something like a crazy 80% stat. And I mean, when you look back at the matchup that was literally less than 3 days ago now, the Chiefs and Enterprise upper bracket final truly did deliver on all fronts. Expectations blown out of the water, great individual performances. But Nick, ultimately, it did take a final map where we had to go to the very edge. We really had to see EP pushed to their limits for Chiefs to bring this out, and I think that that's the most important part about this story is there's no easy win for either team.
Yeah, exactly. That's the real story here, is that it could be anybody's game, and I think the maps will come down to it a lot. You know, James and I were both praising EP earlier today when they had their victory just like half an hour ago. They're playing more structured, more strategy, playing more fundamentals, and I think that's going to be crucial against Chiefs because they have been the better strategy masters in the server. And EP needs to be both the fraggers and the strat masters, I think, to win this final BF3 for them.
Yeah, you can see what it means to them, but leaning into this one, this is a massively important matchup. We were talking about it before with Dev.
I need my glasses for this.
Yeah, please grab your glasses. Take your time.
Lay in phase 1.
Yeah, correct. So there is an entire phase that you miss if you win this grand final. This is massive. First place will go through to groups. Second place has to play through phase 1.
Who's El Ua Club?
Saudi League team.
MENA qualifier, that's what that was.
Do we know who's on that roster?
Yeah.
Valentino? Oh, okay.
There you go.
So
P9 and
Valentino was on it. Yeah, that's the... No, I don't think P9. So, yeah, but... So, Valentino's on there. That's the only name that I personally recognize. Nobody else that I've seen from international play before.
Sure.
Well, it goes back to what Nick was saying. I agree with him. I mean, as much as Chiefs, I'm sure would still love to win, Nick, and finish first and all the extra money and going deeper into the tournament. In terms of actually like improvement and playing more games internationally, maybe second might be better for them in that regard. So they kind of just get a free swing here. Like
I do think so.
They can't lose.
Yeah, and I think the important point here, which we were touching on before, Nick, and this was a conversation that flared up off camera actually at the very start of the day, is the prize pool difference between what happens if you make it first here versus, you know, you kind of limp through. It's a whole $10,000 difference, Jake. What are you doing?
I just got lost in his eyes. We were just looking at each other. He was looking at me, I was looking at him.
It's like a love story.
Come on now.
It's a modern day love story. Speaking of a modern day love story, Chiefs and EP, you could kind of say is a modern day love story. It's a Romeo and Juliet kind of story with hopefully not the ending. Let's go ahead and have a look at the VODs to determine where we're going for this one. Ultimately, like we said, the VODs might actually make a bit of what we're talking about right now either incomplete or, wow, there we go, we're going back to Bank. Holy crap. Cafe, Bank, and Chalet. Nick, what are your thoughts on this one, mate?
Yeah, this one's very exciting. So obviously we got a bit of a rematch. When they played in all bracket, they played Chalet, Bank, Fortress. And it's one of those weird games where, you know, 7-5 victory in Chalet for EP, then a 7-0 over Chiefs on Bank. I do feel like if you're Enterprise right now, you're thinking that was a bit of a fluke. Brent also said it during the player interview about, again, half an hour ago, that they have never played as poorly as individuals as they did on Bank, and that's why they got 7-0'd. So I like that EP are kind of ego challenging, saying, hey, we're actually the better team. We actually have the better players. We can run it back and get a different result that favors us in this grand final.
Well, they're definitely going to get a different result, Nick, because they get to start defense now. So you think back to that last time they played Bank, Chiefs were defense. They got that 6-0 start on defense. So now Enterprise will go defense, even though it's Chiefs map big. So I wonder if it's them not only backing themselves in saying, no, what you guys did was a fluke. We are that good, and we get to start defense. We're going to prove it to you. And I like that. I think that's just a team that clearly understands we're bloody good at this.
Yep.
We slipped up, and it's not going to happen again, and we're going to allow you to take us back there, and we're going to prove you wrong. Cafe's the intriguing one. Looking at the statistics for it, it's an intriguing pick for Enterprise because they've only got a 3-3 record, but it's the kind of map they play internationally. So whenever you have that sort of map in your pool, you're not going to have the greatest record on it. So they lost to Shopify Rebellion, they lost to Oxygen, they lost to Space Station. These are teams, Nick, that are not, say, oceanic teams. So I think for Enterprise, clearly this is a map they know how to play it at a high level. Obviously for Chiefs 2-0, but against Arcade and Rival, very different teams, Rob.
This is such a huge grudge match. Do not get this twisted. Brendo said it before. They're gunning for championship. Chiefs are looking to solidify their own storyline as potentially overtaking their predecessors. They want to knock Enterprise completely off that perch and keep themselves as the absolute champions of OCE. Let's get underway with this one. Jamesy boy, are you ready?
I'm ready, man. I'm so damn ready for a grand final here in OCE and a rematch of the biggest moment from stage one so far, which was Chiefs booking their spot at EWC, taking down the kings of the region in Enterprise. Now we get to find out who will sit on that throne heading into Paris. Which of these two teams will seed straight into the group stage and which will have to battle it out through the play-ins. Guz, I'm very glad that you could make it, and it's fun to be casting with you again, and for a grand final, no less.
Yep, another one in the books. Excited to jump into this one. It's the Grim Ying band out alongside Azami Wamai. I imagine that probably means Wamai is close to, if not already surpassing double digits in terms of bans after only being buffed 48-72 hours ago. All teams seemingly here locally already jumping on that bandwagon. Yeah, keen for this matchup. I think Bank for me is the most tantalizing, of course. A 7-0 for Chiefs last time out.
Makes you feel like Enterprise really have to dig deep here on Cafe, their map pick. Of course, Enterprise haven't played Cafe all of stage one. The last time they played it was at the Salt Lake City Major, where they took down Twisted Minds on the main stage, by the way, in that major quarterfinal, eventually losing the series, but starting so strong on Cafe. EP look resurgent after a win earlier today against Rival. A little bit sketchy there for a brief moment from Jigsaw with the Boss G, but the second slug will land. And he takes down player who has been so fired up for Chiefs as of late.
Yeah, the Deimos and the Dokkaebi combo here can be quite potent for EP in gaining information, but equally info gathering available for the defense with both the Echo and the Solace in combination. Lunchbox though, while he's not below the side, in fact above it at the moment, and before peeling back, will catch Jigsaw seemingly off guard. Certainly didn't expect that to take place. Here is the Deimos now on display, one of Bappen's favorite operators, and he's so proficient. Tucked away currently though is Relays, and he's timing this Deimos well. Fight elsewhere, but Chiefs retain advantage.
Yeah, wow, this is very back and forth. However, as you say, Chiefs have weathered the storm, and Jukena has managed to reposition his Yokais to try and prevent the execute into the site from being easy. Brendo takes down one of those Yokais, but does inch closer to the bomb site. If he can take the 1v1 with Jukena here, maybe there's a chance for EP, but never mind. Jukena finds it. Bappen tries to go deep on Relays, takes down his old teammate, and now it's a 1v2 on the Deimos for the man who has talked so much on Twitter. Let's see if he can let actions speak louder than words. No, he can't. Lunchbox shuts him down in the kitchen. And with that, Chiefs starting very solidly on Cafe.
Yeah, to be fair, it wouldn't have been the worst of calls to have backed Bappen in to give that a real shot, but unfortunately not really put in the greatest of positions to be able to pull that particular attempt off.
Well, last time these teams met in the upper bracket final, it actually wasn't Enterprise who were clutching. Not a single clutch from any EP players in the series, while we had 3 from Neptune, 1 from Jukena and Lunchbox each. It's Chiefs who, as of late, have had more heroic moments than the star players of EP.
I'm actually a little surprised. I thought the rate would be higher for Bappen and his ability to clutch. Out of 20 attempts, he's converted 2. Now, in terms of a percentage, it puts him kind of middle of the road. It's not like he's...
Well, what's the standout play if you have clutch percentage stats in front of you? What's a very outstanding clutch percentage look like?
Well, Bappin sits at 10% in terms of a percentage. Oddly enough, Supremacist is actually top for percentage.
Yeah,
1 out of 2.
Obviously.
But in terms of a player that had a large subset, Karma 3 out of 7, Eraser 6 out of 14. That probably stands out as being...
That's very good. It's a shame for Eraser that he had such a pitiful day today.
Yeah, he was being really good over the course of the rest of the stage, so unfortunate.
That's a thing. For a lot of these less experienced players, they can't perform when the stakes are very high, and of course for those rival players, the stakes were higher than they've ever found before. Now that story does come into play a little bit here between Chiefs and EP, because while Chiefs have now qualified for EWC and they've shown that they can battle with EP, players like Neptune, Chikena and Lunchbox have never actually played at an international event before. They lack that experience that EP have now gained for themselves by consecutive appearances at international events.
Yeah, I don't know how much I subscribe to the theory of Chiefs are better served finishing second in this matchup. I think you'd rather finish first.
Absolutely.
EP, though, I think have a little more pressure on them to finish first. They'll have a little more expectation when it comes to the long-term run at that event. And no doubt starting later will naturally, I think, give you an advantage, or at least it does for most teams, generally speaking. Yeah. Jigsaw finds the opener in the second.
Relays. Never mind. It's actually Neptune who finds that opening kill. Job shutting down Cairo. Neptune has been such a standout for the Chiefs, a player who's been in the scene for such a long time here in OCE, but failed to really dig deep on a top team before. Until now, it was his first time qualifying for an international event. He is being watched from down below by Jigsaw, just waiting for Neptune to try and retreat. Jigsaw has snuck in very early, but I believe his position may be revealed. Neptune seems suspicious of it, and Tui's gone down. Nice nade. But Neptune doesn't overextend. He's just biding his time. It's up to EP to make the first move.
Yeah, it doesn't have immediate support. Neptune finds a window to drop. Does seemingly have a read on the White Stairs side of the map currently. EP now with full top control.
Yeah,
susceptible though to the triple nitro. Still triple nitro in play. 3 available here for Chiefs.
And info as well from Chikena and Neptune with these info operators. I believe Chiefs are saving those nitro cells for the plant as much as possible. Oh, okay. I don't know what Brendo was caught with his pants down inside of pillars. Neptune finds 2. Jigsaw quick to trade. However, now he finds himself in a 1v3. And with the pulse alive and well down below the bomb site with a nitro cell in hand, well, not that that will matter in the end. Player pushes deep for a 3rd kill. Big moment for him. Chiefs 2 in a row, and Lunchbox is up.
I think I saw a message before from a chatter asking what's the over-under on Lunchbox
on
today.
How many times Lunchbox will get over from his seat? What do you think if you had to guess?
Ultimately, I think the question you're asking is how many rounds gets played.
It'll be 1 per round, won't it?
In this best of 3, so...
I would love to ask Lunchbox why he stands up.
Could just... He might not even really, like, consciously know he's doing it. It's just a habit that's developed, and... It could also be sort of like what tennis players do, where they have tendencies, and it's just like...
Yeah.
They feel like it puts them in a good mind.
Yeah, the Rafa Nadal, where he has this really specific way of like adjusting his shorts and then like wiping his brow and
how many times they bounce the ball and like all kinds of crazy stuff. If it works, it works. But again, I'm still kind of afraid that he's going to make a live stage.
Well, you can't do that after every single round.
Yeah.
You can't, because your headset will fall off every if you go to LAN and every single time you finish a round, you stand up. It's does not. Yeah, it's not something that you can replicate all the time. I am very curious to see how Chiefs perform at an international event under that extra pressure, especially for Neptune Relays and Neptune, Jake, and Lunchbox. Do you feel like they'll be able to play to the best of their ability on the international stage? New play styles, let's say they're going up against a real unknown quantity, a team that they haven't necessarily studied as much, or a team that they haven't played before, a non-APAC team, for example.
It's difficult to predict that they will do well, and that's honestly really not just on Chiefs as individuals or as a team, a lot of that is based on what we've seen historically, which is that Oceanic teams, or even APL by extension, their first international event, sometimes two, maybe even their third, can be really quite challenging and difficult.
That's been the case for EP. I mean, even Six Invitational, they didn't win a single map.
Yeah, it takes a lot of time.
Wow, good Nitro Cell from Lunchbox. Brendo goes down. It's been a real tough slog on the attacking side here for EP. I like the active defenses we're seeing out of Chiefs. They're doing a lot of information denial with that Mozzie pick. They've got a lot of information gathering, and they've got some pretty damn hunkered down setups that Enterprise are going to have to clear. Just look at positions like this one right here from Lunchbox on the mirror. His phone rings and he falls back. That's fine. Where are his mirror windows?
I'm hearing them. Sounds like they're being taken out of play successfully by EP. Still one standing lounge side as Tuhan equalizes.
Nice.
He'll be eager to get to work on the vert with the Ram and the auto breaches. The gridlock available here for EP to establish flank watch.
Oh, bit of damage on the Jigsaw, thanks to the boogie from Ram, but there's no one I'd rather see on the entry here from EP than Jigsaw. He makes his way up, clears the top floor, and now Chiefs start to fall back. Nitro Cell, without information, doesn't find its target. Into the 4v4, EP having full top floor control, and plenty of verticality available.
Yeah, no Nitro Cells remain for the defense. So that puts them in a tricky position, and not even a Razor Bloom for player to potentially lob towards a default. So that's likely to be the game plan here for EP.
Relays is actually tucked away just near the entrance to the bomb site. Tuhan finds him. That was a little bit too risky there from Relays. And now EP, 20 seconds to play, have the numbers to make the execute work. Player, his phone ringing, tries to rotate as the plant's going down from Cairo. Lunchbox able to deny. Are EP able to get back into position? No, they can't hunt him down. They can't look to reattempt the plant. The cover was not there. And now Bappin in a 1v3, dodging the thorn traps. He'll find one. Jekena to trade. And Chiefs make it another round on the board. EP so close, yet they could not cover that plant.
Yeah, the coverage up above, unfortunately. I think we just kind of captured it on the top right of screen. Was not set in a position to cover that directly, and well, it opened up the window of opportunity. The seas parted, and Chiefs were able to simply walk up and deny that diffuser from being successfully planted. Credit to Lunchbox. It's somebody had to step up and take the risk, and it was rewarded.
And now it's time for Mag to get in the ears of these EP players. This is Enterprise's map pick. They cannot afford to go down on their attacking side such a deficit. They've 0-3'd at the moment on their attack. Now it is a tough map to attack, but they should be able to conjure 2, hopefully 3 rounds if they can capitalize on this tactical timeout. Now we have seen the operator bans come through, Chiefs getting rid of the Solid Snake, which we only saw the one time from EP, and Enterprise getting rid of the Valkyrie. To me, that feels like a very powerful pick. However, also only picks that one time. The Echo, the Solus, the Pulse, and the Mozzie have also been very deadly for Chiefs. What has Mag said to the EP boys? Try and get them back on the board. We go into a kitchen attack now. A lot of map control required. Chiefs looking at Skopos pick.
Yeah, look, I think that's a great selection. If I had to guess what some of the key problems are for EP at the moment, it's really just fundamental checks and maybe clearing the airwaves a little bit with comms, because as we saw in that last round, a good example where plant's going down and the coverage wasn't really as well set as it probably should have been in that position, and maybe just a bit of a follow-on from the rounds we've seen prior as well, where for the most part, Chiefs have very much had the number of their opponents. And look, say what you may about the bank result in the last best of 3. Of course, the expectation isn't for that to be replicated in any way, shape or form, but Chiefs are still pretty firm favorites on that second map. So it would be pretty astounding to enter the second with Chiefs 1-0 up in the series. So it's critical now that EP respond accordingly to that tactical timeout, which we have seen since the introduction of Mag has been a big boost and a big positive aspect for this roster. So I'm expecting them to get very close to that 2-round benchmark.
Anything's possible. So it looks like the Skopos inactive shell has been placed actually down in dishes in one of the default plan spots on the bomb site. I thought it might be Coffee, just in the other corner of that bomb site. Relays himself is all the way on that top floor. Oh, the Rotero drone has actually just destroyed the Skopos very early in the round, which means Relay has no way to teleport back to the bomb site. He's expecting a rush from outside of Bakery, but there's no one there.
Yeah, I wonder if that's going to change his process much now in this round. But it can't be as ultra aggressive. Talking of aggressive, Lunchbox jumps out, tries to contest past window. Well, he was unsuccessful. Relays was able to net one, and player doubles down. Chiefs, again, in an advantageous position.
That was really well played. The fact that even though Lunchbox died, Relays doubled down, thinking Enterprise won't expect a second. And when Relays went aggressive, player did as well, pushing through the same Sens wall. That's why Chiefs are so in sync. Now players found Bappen as well. The rivalry continues, and EP are struggling to convert this tactical timeout.
Bit of chatter from player, who, especially if he goes on to win back-to-back series against his former team, I think has every right in the world to be lippy.
Bappen's awfully quiet right now in the server. And I don't just mean in terms of his kills. EP, it's Brendo and Jigsaw, two of the greatest players that this region has ever seen. But can they spring into form when it matters? 0-3 down. Neptune on the bomb site, one gas babe in pocket. He can buy a lot of time. EP are just hoping that they're going to be given a chance to get kills, that they're going to be given gunfights. It doesn't look like Chiefs are willing to oblige.
And they'll be going into potentially a double Razor Bloom late here from Jay Kenner, but Brendo does find a pick. 40 seconds now remain. Brendo probably not wanting to go for plant. Maybe if they can cut this cross, they could attempt and then bait these defenders in.
Ooh. Just sneaking on through, Jigsaw gets caught off guard by Jekena, and player finds a third on the round. Bit of energy from the Chiefs as they start their cafe defense with 4 locked up.
A little bit concerning, EP failing to convert after that tuck timeout. Not that I think that round was really majorly lost by them. I'd say that was a big Chiefs win, their ability to aggress. And maybe in anticipation for EP having a set straight off the back of the tack, just looking to disrupt it. And
that's the scary part though, EP. It feels like they very rarely lose the rounds immediately following their tactical timeout.
Exactly, yeah.
That is a bit of a scary one. Tac timeout burned, doesn't get them around, doesn't stop that momentum here from the Chiefs, which has now started to really run up massively. I mean, all of these players have been playing for such a long time. A lot of them have been grinding from the very, very start. I remember all the way back when Brendo was in Challenger League, fighting through Tier 2. You guys can fight through Tier 2 to get to where these players are today. Of course, our Challenger circuit sign-ups are live. You should scan that QR code, register your team. We have so much going on at the moment for Grassroots and for Tier 2. And you never know where the start of your CG Esports career will take you. For a lot of these players, it started just like you guys playing those Tier 2 leagues and competitions.
So round 5 we go. And if EP are to lock in, it needs to start right now. Difficult to envision that a 5-1 and certainly a 6-0 is going to be a salvageable position, whereas 4-2 would be far more manageable. It's a tricky prospect, though, to envision Chiefs slowing down because they are looking switched on and ready to go. The warm-up bonus for EP seemingly is not applying right now.
Not at all.
And that has been a very constant trend, not just domestically, but internationally as well. But for whatever reason today, it's not quite worked for EP.
Yeah, and if the warm-up from playing that lower bracket final earlier today isn't helping you here in the grand final, then I don't think that getting a warm-up at EWC by having to play through the play-ins will be an advantage either. EP went deeper in Salt Lake City than any APAC team has gone for a hell of a long time at a major, but they need to keep up that momentum for subsequent international events to actually earn their stripes on the world stage. Wow, bit of a spray. Player is exposed, but look at the confidence from him to just reposition and continue fighting in pillars. Chiefs have locked up again with this pulse, trying to go for a lot of early information, trying to disrupt the EP attack. But EP, guys, they've leaned on what a lot of teams lean on when they're struggling. It's that Montaigne from Tuhan.
Yeah, first appearance of a primary shield over the course of this half, and Relays is looking to disrupt. Great sandwich with Neptune, who does eventually fall, courtesy of Jigsaw, but still a massive win by taking the Monty out of play.
Oh, that is a worthwhile trade every day of the week. You lose your mute, but you kill that Montaigne. Great active defense here from Chiefs. They're looking to play spoils on EP. Jigsaw about to take the fight onto Relays, and he seems to always win those. A second kill for the round for him as EP take the numbers advantage.
40 seconds now on the board, and arguably the best opportunity, or maybe second best, for EP to finally get around.
Shot.
Play with good work, Pillar. Now up to 6-1. Jay Kenner still up with Nitro, and Lunchbox has proven to be a big threat this stage.
Now player is getting targeted by Bappin. Again, the rivalry continues. Lunchbox is the one that's exposed, however, and then targeted. Through that vert, Cairo finishes him off. EP have gotten themselves the closest they've been so far, but Jakenna is on the pulse down below, looking to try and deny the plant in the late rounds. Player has to try and buy as much time for him as he possibly can as the plant starts to go down from Cairo. Does he know where that plant is? Up goes the Nitro cell, but it gets shot out of midair by Bappin. And that might have just saved the round for Enterprise. Jakenna now looks for the retake, 1v3, but they are watching his position, and Bappin will shut him down. A moment of heroism from Bappin was required for EP to get themselves on the scoreboard.
Yeah, not the most comfortable of rounds for EP, but a round win is a round win, as the wise Jake Xenox Venditti loves to say. I don't know if shooting at the Nitro there ultimately made a huge difference. I'd love to see a replay, but I think it would have just been confirmed. But it may have been able to net a kill, maybe even two, if it had actually exploded.
100%. That Nitro cell definitely would have won the round had it detonated. I all but guarantee.
At least at minimum made a retake very, very possible as opposed to a 1v3. So
here it is. It was...
Oh, it was very close. It was... We're talking a couple ticks either way, I think. But credit to EP. Would have heard and seen the shotgun shots, and it was pretty indicative that the Nitro was coming their way, so doing a good job to shoot it in time.
Not easy to do with that Vendetta pistol as well from Bappin. You only have 6 shots in that Vendetta. It's not an automatic weapon, makes it harder to shoot those C4s. EP have a first round on the board. As we go into the final round of the half, it feels like they need a second here. One round is not enough.
Difficult to disagree with that assessment. Chiefs have played well in this opening half. Enterprise, are they maybe just taking a little bit of time to reboot after that devastating first series against Rival? All eyes on this 6th round and the final of the half. The Monty back in play, and
nice.
Jigsaw has just made great work of that. Straight up red, and Relays got completely caught off guard.
The finger pick is a personal favorite of Jigsaw's. I wonder what the idea is. Is it so that he can push quicker through things like barbed wire? Is it for the tiny little boost to the HP? Or is it to help Tuhan ADS faster? He's playing Monty, not Blackbeard or Blitz, so typically I wouldn't expect it to be for the ADS.
He just wants to relive the good old days of the LMG meta.
I mean, he's pretty damn good with this LMG.
Yep.
It still does a lot of damage. The recoil is just not quite as good as it used to be. And you are a lot slower as well running those LMGs and have a slower aim down sights time as well. But here we go. I mean, Tuhan takes a little bit of damage. Immediately, the finger boost comes in, and it also cleanses the limping effect that is otherwise triggered by that Thorn Trap.
Yeah, now Tuhan can apply pressure, but player again nets a big, impactful kill in the round now. Flashed out, potentially forced to drop, but will hold his ground. Actually, no, he did go pillar, but long angle's still in play, courtesy of the mirror.
It's fine for Chiefs to give up a little bit of ground here. They can always fall back to the ground floor, which is close to the bomb site. Oh, but here comes Bappin. Big swing onto Neptune. Cairo as well wins his. Necessity now for Jakena, but he doesn't have enough shots to go for the second. And Cairo trades him on out. Bappin can be picked up as well. And now it's a 1v4 for player.
Yeah, very tricky prospect. Bappin now back on his feet.
He's being targeted by Deimos. This is unwinnable.
And players in a lot of strife.
If Bappin had been finished off, maybe there was a world, a universe where player can clutch this. But up against a Monty and a Deimos, with two other players who can focus up on planting, I don't think this is winnable at all. Cairo shuts him down. Great close to the half from Cairo. Big three from him on the gridlock. And with that, Enterprise have found a second round on the attacking half.
And a critical 2 rounds that will prove to be. There's no doubt about it. The Chiefs were off and running with that series, Nick. We thought that was going to be a very quick 6-0. But honestly, credit where credit's due. They did their job.
Yeah, and obviously big praise to Tuan here. We speak a lot about his individualism. He's getting kills and getting map space. They lose 4 rounds in a row, and they pull the plug that is emergency. Get out the Monty, right? Getting that stable, consistent intel operator. In the very first round that they tried, in round number 5, he gets shot down by Chiefs. They make a mini play. They peek the pixel door in Piano. They impact the soft on the freezer, and they 2 on the Monty. They get the kill. But they still clutched on the end, thankfully, there for EP. Then they run back one more time. Tuan stays alive throughout the entirety of the round. It's a much more solid attack of that, and they get that 2-4 split that they so desperately needed.
Jakey, bit interesting.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think, boy, did EP need those last 2 rounds. I think anything that was going to be 5-1, 6-0.
Yep.
Call it. And from there, going into bank, it would have been very intriguing. But the 2 attacking rounds switch over to their defense. And suddenly, I think there's that sign of life now for Enterprise. I think they've just awoken a little bit.
Yeah.
Which is surprising because I would have figured, Nick, EP actually looked like the team that didn't play the last series. Chiefs looked like the team that played the last series, and they're warmed up. So I wasn't maybe expecting the start, but I guess maybe the fact that Chiefs started on the defense probably had something to do with it. But ultimately for Enterprise, Jigsaw 7 kills, Bappin the 4, maybe expected a bit more. And the fatigue or the warm-up factor is something that I spoke about actually from the previous series when we were talking about Enterprise versus Rival, having to play back-to-back best-of-3s. And what we've seen historically, Nick, is the team that does play the back-to-back ends up doing pretty good.
But you have people that wake up and they get their morning coffee and they slowly they get better and better, and eventually they're at 100%. Then you have people who wake up, grind set enabled, the hunger to seize the day, to seize the moment. That's Chiefs right now. Mind you, they are still having that underdog story. They came into this grand final from upper bracket, already beating EP before. That was the first step of their journey. Now they want the whole damn stage themselves to say, we are the kings of O's. And I think that hunger is driving them into those first 2 rounds.
Look, I think that now that they go defense, probably a little bit settled. 4-2 on the scoreboard looks a lot nicer. Mirror and my ban, so they won't have access to that. I do like the Monty ban. And also even the Nomad too, the removal there, no air jabs, maybe gives a bit of freedom for the defense. I wouldn't be surprised if we see quite a bit of gridlock in this first half as well from Chiefs. I know we saw quite a bit of it from Enterprise, so expect them to maybe play it as well. 4-2 lead, obviously, when you kind of look at for Chiefs, player again having another really good series at 7-3. Jay Kenner, a big game from him, but they do still have one room for improvement, Rob. It's relays. 2-4 quiet. Feel like he got beaten up by Jigsaw a couple of times in that first half. Let's see if he can activate now on the attack for Chiefs.
Well, I mean, this is a great opportunity for them. A 4-2 first half, and it very easily could have been a 5-1, even a 6-0 for Chiefs. They could be absolutely running away with this series right now, but Enterprise do what they do best, and they keep it close. They keep it competitive. Let's get underway with the second half.
Yeah, thank you very much, gents. It feels a little bit like what Jake and I were discussing the other day. In a best-of-3, sometimes it can be a tale of the tortoise and the hare. And I can't help but feel that in this first map, Chiefs have been that hare, and EP have just done enough to crawl themselves into a pretty decent and comfortable position now. Defensively on Cafe, this should be their forte, and they now have the advantage of a little bit of a buffer.
Yeah, EP have looked really mad good on defense today, guys. Against Rival, across Border and Clubhouse, EP only lost a single round of defense compared to the 6 that they won.
Ouch.
So now that EP have weathered the storm, found their 2 rounds, got into the second half, they might be able to make a comeback here. It is their map pick after all, and we know what happened last time these teams met on Bank with Chiefs winning 7-0. It just seems to mount more and more pressure on EP to come back, like we know they can.
Deploying heartbeat sensor.
Ooh.
Oh, hello.
Where did that come from?
Great question, but where did the round go? Is probably a better question. It's Lunchbox in a 1v5, only a minute and 10 seconds into the round. Bappen's having a laugh. And, I mean, surely Lunchbox is going to die shortly as well. Taking damage from every which way possible, up in close range, and Jigsaw confirms a flawless start for EP on their defensive half.
Well, it was an ambitious attempt there from Chiefs with the direct route sight on the rappel with the diffuser. And sometimes with high risk comes little reward. Attacking in Siege, it can be completely brutal if that particular strategy falls apart, it seems early, and that's, well, exactly what happened. Great denial there from EP, clean up the rest of the attack, and maybe there will be smooth sailing ahead for them in this half.
Especially a round like that gives them a lot of confidence. They're probably thinking, look, guys, we might have screwed up at the start of our attacks, but we're on defense now. We've only trailed by 1 round after that first defense win. I mean, 1 more, and we're even with Chiefs. I think they'll have a lot of confidence to finish off Cafe. Now, Chiefs, though, we've seen a lot of very well thought out executes from them in the past. It's something that I think has really lended itself to their success, is their ability to focus up on a plant-focused win condition, brute force in there with util. That said, the Nomad is banned. The Monty is banned. Both of those operators protect you. The Nomad protects you from re-aggression. The Monty protects you from, well, everything as you get information. So Chiefs are not going to have as many safe ways. EP are trying to rattle them as much as possible so they're not walking on solid ground. I think it's the right move to go up against a Chiefs that likes to come in with a step 1, 2, 3, have a pre-planned execute, force Chiefs to think on their feet a little bit more.
Yeah, I think that's a good read. Try and unsettle this Chiefs attack, unnerve them in the second half. Very difficult after previous round to assess the situation, as it was direct from Chiefs and immediately denied. On a more classic map sweep, we'll probably see the effect of that, in particularly how aggressive EP wish to play off-site and how long they want to hold these positions.
How? Just peeking the hatch. That is ballsy from Jigsaw, and Lunchbox, his utility is going to go begging. That gridlock is very powerful these days, especially with that Nomad band.
And assuming Jigsaw saw that it was the gridlock dismissed, he'll relay that to the rest of the team and they can go hunting around the map as they please.
I feel like we need to see Chiefs bait out some runouts here, but no, instead, player just repels and doesn't realize he himself is the bait.
No Nomad.
No Nomad. No one watching the flanks here. EP are running rings around them. Now Bappen's found one onto Jakenna. The information was not good enough. As he just tried to sprint on through, Bappen can solo hold this position with the Azami. Chiefs look completely lost at the swap of the sides.
Has not been a convincing start for Chiefs.
Tuhan's giving all the information for his teammate as well, down below with the cardiac sensor.
They have a live read on Neptune's position. Might even be a good opportunity to sit on the roof here as is customary on Cafe and have a think over things for the next 60 seconds.
That lead from Chiefs 4 in a row has evaporated. It's about to be 4-4, and Bappen's decided to get lippy in the chat again.
I do wonder here, does Nate take the attack now and extend this discussion, or will he wait until the next round with the operator ban to extend that chat?
Good question. I mean, on the one hand, obviously Chiefs are now taking an unofficial tactical timeout. by just allowing Neptune to stand on the roof and have a chat about this.
Well, we're getting a
coming
lunchbox
round.
mid-round stand-up. That might be a new one.
So the thing is here for EP, right? Reading is locked. Mining Fireplace is going to be locked. Next round, they have to either go top floor or down onto kitchen. Chiefs don't know which one it's going to be yet.
I've released the boogie.
Yeah, it'll be intriguing.
Is it going to be a tuck timeout now, or are they going to wait one round? I feel like you wait one more round. But the problem is, if you lose this next round, it's 5-4 down. I feel like that might be too late to come back. Doesn't look like the tactical timeout's going to come through. They're going to commit to this round. One more round before the bans come through. Honestly, if I'm Chiefs, I'm thinking a pulse ban, but they wouldn't be aware that the pulse has been as impactful as it has been.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many
Like
bombs
Pulse,
as they can.
Solus. Funnily enough, EP brought the exact same defenders 2 rounds in a row and are not that different this round. They've still got the Azami, they've still got the Thorn and the Solus. The only thing that's changed for this round is instead of Malusi and Pulse, we've got the Oryx and the Azami. They've also gone top floor, guys. I almost called you
Attackers
Pink.
have located a bomb.
They've gone top floor instead of kitchen, which a lot of teams seem to prefer these days.
That would have been the highest of compliments, both in appearance and ability to play the game.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, the castle's an intriguing introduction, not atypical for the top floor, and it may prompt a bit of a switch around here in terms of the op selection from Chiefs, and it seems to have been the case. Look how many frag grenades will be available for the attack this round. That's going to be critical in dealing with a large portion of that, plus the Kiba barriers as well. They can be a little bit
finicky
iffy,
with
though.
Castle. I'd honestly consider running the Zafir.
Yeah,
instead.
Zafir feels like a
Because you get
bit of a
3
no-brainer.
explosives, plus the 3 concussions are really good for getting information that you can't get with drones.
Very fair point. Makes me question the striker in this round. Maybe the
they
addition
really
of the
want
claymores for the cocktail side jump out, which
Yeah.
is fair enough. When you don't have the Nomad, having that backup option is a nice safety net.
I think the Sledge has been a good read here, though, for taking down those castle barricades on the external. However, there's still a lot of fortified positions here from EP, and the Azami is a big part of that here from Bappin. Oh, Jigsaw is all the way down below, ready for an impact jump out. He goes for it, and he spots 2 players, goes for one, tries to get the second one. The Lion locks him in place. Is he going to run out again? I feel like he might. He's so tempted to do so. He almost gets an angle onto relays as well. He's so tempted to continue running out.
One of the more frustrating run-outs in the game to die to, I feel, especially mid-round when you feel like you're starting to lay a utility and make a play and bang, you just dead.
You can't fight it, but player does punish him. Jigsaw just waits a little bit too long downstairs.
Maybe a little bit of gluttony in that round for Jigsaw.
That's Jigsaw for you, though. I can't blame him. He's had a feast so far, 14 kills. The player is hot on his heels, about to break double digits. He does not want to let Enterprise overtake them 5 in a row.
Well, I expect Bappin will make a final stand here. Over towards Cigar Lounge, won't want to forfeit this ground for free. Fight taken, need to dislodge, forced forward.
Oh, good job.
Gets caught.
Well played from Relays. The team together, linked up with the fire, the grenades, and then the well-timed peaks. EP now just relying on Brendo and Tuhan as they fall back on their defense. A mid-round reinforcement as well from Tuhan, but he's feeling the pressure from down below. Nice shot, lashing out is Brendo. Taking a lot of damage though from standing in the flames. Now Chiefs have to figure out how do they recompose. Tuhan has just punished Chikena. Player has to have a big impact here. As Brendo looks to hunt down Lunchbox, who gets the better of him, and Player pushes deep onto Tuhan as well. Chiefs finally stop the game from running away from them. They find a 5th.
Massive pick there onto Brendo from Shop. A 50-50 fight, which if it goes the other way, could have opened up a 1v1 opportunity and a good chance for EP to extend that streak of rounds to 5, but it gets halted at 4. So Chiefs win the first 4, EP respond with the next 4. Seems like it's a pretty aggressive seesaw at the moment, as we have the additional ban phase played out. Solus as opposed to maybe that Pulse and Gridlock, interestingly, from EP. So the double commit with the Nomad and the Gridlock, that may prompt more striker play from Chiefs, sensing they need Claymores, and just in general, they're going to be a little more fearful of these runouts and these mid-round aggressors that EP look to try and inject into their playstyle.
I do feel like this is a case of diminishing returns. This is something that Pengu always says. Let's say you ban Thermite and Ace and Hibana. All of your bans are going towards hard breach. Let's say you ban Monty, Blackbeard, and Blitz. All your bans going towards shields. Here, EP banned the Monty, and then 2 operators that are about flanking. If their flanks aren't successful, then that's a huge waste. Right? There are so many other tools they could have been getting rid of here. And the other power operator here that I'm going to be worried about if I'm on the Chiefs side, aside from the Solos, which they have banned out, is going to be the Azami, which Bappin has jumped on again. Of course, there's also the Pulse, which I think is very impactful. But that Azami, it really comes down to Chiefs making sure they have enough nades and util and coordination to clear it. Because some of these rounds, yes, have been won by Jigsaw on the Solos. Some of them have been won by Bappin on the Azami. And as we go down to Reading and Fireplace, once again here for EP. This was the bomb site, if you remember, that Chiefs essentially threw at the start of the round, going for a rush that didn't work out.
Where's that Nitro cell? Jigsaw, show me Jigsaw. He's got in the last 4 opening kills.
Oh, he's prepped for a pre-rip.
The moment that hatch opens, he'll throw that forward, but an opportunity not presenting from Chiefs.
Oh, perfect!
There we go!
That's so clever from Jigsaw. He waits for the sound cue of the sledge opening up one of the hatches, and then he puts the C4 not to go through the hatch, but to go on the other hatch. Genius. Free kill on a relays.
5 in a row. Opening kills. What a metric.
Ban out that Solus. All you're doing is giving him a C4. Jigsaw's had 3 3Ks this game as well, by the way. Guys, on 15 kills.
How many kills did he get again in Series 1 of the day? Admittedly, a short series, but...
Against Rival, Jigsaw had 18 kills.
Oh my.
So he's had almost as many kills in this one map against Chiefs as he did in 2 maps against Rival. Finally traded on back. Cairo also, I don't know how he died, but apparently it was to luck. And with that, a little bit of aggression there from Jigsaw falling into the Claymore. It means that Chiefs are now in the numbers advantage.
Another good example of the striker and those Claymores having impact in the round is Jay Kenner. Is he under threat now above both Brendo and Bappin looming on the top floor?
Traded back. Critical moment now. Bappin will fall. Tuhan now left with it all to do. Downstairs, no C4 with the Reaper in hand. Chiefs look to try and claim map point on EP's map pick, unless if Tuhan can be a miracle worker.
No Nitro. Might be able to get a little bit of info, but into the Blackbeard, 1v3.
No good luck. No Nomad means that the drone is the only thing on flank watch, and now he sees that Blackbeard. Chiefs have to play this perfectly, and now Jakenna is affected by the Thorn. There is a world, a universe where Tuhan wins this, and it starts with a moment like that, taking down the top fragger from the Chiefs. Lunchbox and Jakenna have to play this well. Shotgun in close range. Jakenna has to be so careful. Where does Lunchbox go? He looks to rotate down the stairs. No nades on either player, but Jakenna takes the gamble, takes the gunfight, and takes map point here for the Chiefs.
Chiefs able to lock back in. Credit to them. It felt like that EP wave of rounds was going to be very challenging to stop, and it certainly wasn't easy, but now that they've been able to achieve it, it's impressive, and that is off the back of 5 opening kills straight for EP, but the last 2, a failure to convert. Some of that mid-round aggression, even with the Nomad and the Gridlock banned out, probably hasn't netted as much success that EP have been looking for. And if anything, I think Chiefs have done a really good job in anticipating it, which is obviously pretty easy when you see the bans, but they're actually being able to convert that into meaningful moments.
This is one of the reasons why people say best of 3s are a truer test of who's a better team than a best of 1. In a best of 1 or even ranked, right? The reason why aggression works so well in ranked and jumping out of windows is because people aren't expecting it in the first round. Maybe the second round, they're still not expecting it. After you know, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Chiefs have read into the playstyle from EP. EP are peeking everything, flying out windows, looking for aggression. And they've not just banned the Nomad, they've also banned the Gridlock. They have given Chiefs 1,000 reasons to expect aggression. And guess what? Chiefs are starting to shut it down. It's on EP now to adapt. You can't just continue playing aggressive. If Chiefs are putting a Claymore underneath every window, you're probably going to have to stop jumping out of them.
We've also seen very similar lineups from EP. They've exchanged out the Solace for the Mozzie, generally speaking, the overwhelming majority of rounds. Other than that, it's been the Pulse, the Malusi, the Thorn, the Bappin on the Azami. It has been super consistent, and I wonder as well, is that aiding Chiefs in just having a better read, knowing what to expect, a little more comfortability, a little more familiarity? Sure, Cafe isn't the map where you have to, you know, change things up massively as the defense, don't get me wrong, but maybe that's another factor that Chiefs are thriving in this environment as a result.
Wow, that was a very interesting choice there from Kari. He thought he could stick in his position and tank the nade. In the end, he was shot from the rappel angle from player. EP, one man down to kick off map point, I should say, on their own map pick. I cannot emphasize this enough.
And the last time they played Bank, they lost 0-7 EP.
Against Chiefs.
What the heck?
This is a real scary moment for EP.
This is a huge opportunity for Chiefs. Consider as well the 6 invitational implications. They will get an extra 120 points as opposed to finishing second, and that can have massive implications at the end of the year as well.
C4 misses from Jigsaw. And the desperation starts to set in here for EP. They feel the need to get aggressive now. 2 players in deficit with over a minute on the clock. But Chikena doesn't want to overextend. He needs to check his corners.
Is that a half clear?
I think that was a half clear. It gives a gap here to Brendo to push deep and finish off the Blackbeard. He's now low on HP and they know where he is. He has to retreat, but Jigsaw's found one too. With that, Enterprise have a lifeline.
Yeah, Bappin was being deathmarked, but realized it to Jigsaw, who nets the kill on a 3 versus 3.
Oh, no.
50 seconds on the clock for Chiefs, now trailing.
This is how you fumble a 5v3, Chiefs. Do not let it slip between your fingers. Do not let EP back into this game. Relays and Lunchbox now look to try and finish what their team started. With Brendo and Jigsaw both low on HP, Brendo goes down, but Jigsaw finds kill number 18. Relays must 1 versus 2 clutch, and they know exactly where he is, but Jigsaw will go down. It's Relays versus his old teammate of Bappin. 20 seconds to play. Diffuser recollected. And another Banshee shot out. Time to plant this defuse. Bappin has 2 impacts and 2 Keebers in pocket. Does he use them? He bides his time, allows the plant to go down, looks to take the gunfight, but Bappin up against Relays, makes a statement, makes his presence known, and keeps EP in the game.
Huge moment for Bappin. Doesn't worry about the utility, just backs himself in with gun up, wins the duel, and EP stay alive for at least a little while longer. All 12 rounds of regulation needed. EP now looking to go across to Reading and Fireplace up next. Chiefs still seemingly with a pretty good read as to the overall play from EP.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
This is turning out now to be a bit of an oddity in terms of the lack of opening kill conversion. Chiefs successful in that last round with player onto Kyra, who got caught. Great nade and flush out. And a 3 versus 5, but it was a half clear from Jay Kenner. Didn't quite look towards the trolley. Brendo saw that then as an opportunity to get his team back into the round. We saw Jigsaw support Bappin, who was deathmarked on top. And ultimately, it was Bappin to then go on and clutch up the round.
And now it only takes 1 more to send us to OT here, Guz. Remember the last time these teams met in a best of 3, it came down to the final map, 8-7 on Fortress. Chiefs only just barely won the series and claimed their spot at EWC as a result. EP hungry for revenge. And look at this Denari they've brought. You talked about how they haven't changed many operators. Well, for what feels like the first time, they've got the Mute and they've got the Denari, and they're doing some Mission Impossible type stuff here.
I saw this with Nick the other day. I feel like we've casted so much seeds that it's all molded into one, so I can't remember the exact matchup, but that setup looked eerily similar, and it was actually really, really effective at keeping the attack at bay. Made the default push tricky, Skylight drop a challenge.
Yeah, well, how do you clear it?
Utility.
Right? The hard thing is, a lot of the time you think, oh, this Denari lasers, I want to throw a nade at it, but the problem is if the nade actually hits a laser, it will destroy the nade and it won't detonate.
I think one of the key ones was under that trolley position Brendo was playing last round, so it can be cleared by some explosives from the Skylight, for instance, but
just have to make sure you land it and don't actually hit your nade into the laser. Otherwise, a Twitch for Flores also very good for clearing that.
They don't have either of those, though, unfortunately.
No, they don't. And I see 3 C4s brought by EP, ready to try and take down a player on rappel.
They do have 10 frag grenades, though, James, so they've got plenty of explosives.
I hear a couple going out. Explosives on both sides. Jigsaw is just waiting for the sound cue of the upside down rappel. Oh, he misses his chance though as he falls on back.
Midpoint of the round. And Cairo is lurking below, feeding good information live to the rest of the defense. Good drone work from Chiefs, bit of info deep. And it is Cairo on that pulse now to be targeted on death mark. We'll be able to relay that it is the white stairs rappel.
There it is.
And immediately Jigsaw jumps into action off that call. And that's back-to-back rounds where the Deimos has actually aided Jigsaw in finding a kill.
Yeah, and another round where Jigsaw finds the opening kill. That is his 6th opening kill in this game. He has been opening the gates. 7th opening kill in
had
this
one
game.
back in round 2.
Oh my god.
But it's only been about a 50-50 conversion off that, so not the most telling metric.
As he hopes to try and land double digits here, takes a little bit of damage, or rather gives a little bit of damage to Jackenna on the Blackbeard and then falls back. Hasn't seemingly slowed down since losing that Solus and picking up the Mozzie instead, as the Aussie starts to make his way back up the stairs, keen for a fight, eager. But look at Chiefs, 20 seconds to play, and they are not in position to plant as of yet. Enterprise are on the verge of pushing us deeper and deeper as Jigsaw hits 20. Lunchbox is down, Jackenna finds a gap, but is immediately shut down afterwards as well. Relays is not long for this world, but EP are logging for an overtime.
Yeah, fair play to EP, locking in. OT needed. I wasn't quite sure EP were going to be able to recover. It was a devastating start, trailing by 4. Able to lock in, though, after the mag timeout, eventually. Took one round additional for it to be forfeited, but
it's been back and forth. It was 4 in a row for Chiefs, 4 in a row for EP. 2 in a row for Chiefs, 2 in a row for EP.
Yeah.
If any team finds 2 in a row now, it's over.
EP to defend. It's been their stronger side. It's been the stronger side for both teams with a 2-4 split respectively. Lining up first.
It's up to Chiefs to figure out how do they deal with this early aggression from Jigsaw. 20 kills in just 12 rounds. Constantly fed information by Tuhan on that pulse. And even sometimes, as you said, by his teammates who are getting Deimos tracked, as they can tell where that Deimos is. Wow, look at that sight strength. This is very much a defender-sided sight in this game so far, especially when teams find the opening kill. And yeah, just looking at the opening kill, we've said it a few times, but Jigsaw in their defensive half got the opening kill every single round except for 1 when player got it onto Cairo. And then in their attack half, Jigsaw also got 2 opening kills, 7 so far in just 12 rounds. And keen for more as well.
Well, he's looked ever dangerous in the early round, especially. What does Jigsaw have up his sleeve for round 13? Doesn't seem like he's really had an opportunity presented to him, so the Chiefs have done well to be cautious here. The Lion and the Deimos in play for info. And a player trapped Pixel.
Don't know if Relays is aware, but Bappin is down. Almost going to be finished off. The nade will finish him off. However, Tuhan takes the chance to Nitro Relays. More or less an even trade, but for Chiefs, that does give them some ground. Uh-oh. Oh, wow. Jacana almost dies to that second Thorn Trap. Had to turn to face it just to try and tank extra damage and expose his back to Brendo.
Jigsaw with a pre-placed Nitro there as well from the shop door. So keep that in mind as Chiefs look to progress forward here. He could blow that off Brendo's info. And if it lands, that could be a defining moment in the round. Tuhan as well will rotate to first floor, so still feeding info on the pulse. 3 targets available here for Lunchbox.
Oh, this is going to be good info here for Tuhan. He might even be able to get a wallbang here. Jigsaw's C4 actually misses in the end as he tries to fight that player upstairs and now rotates back towards the mining bomb site. The big thing is Tuhan can continue getting info here for the flank from Brendo as he makes his way up the stairs. Here comes the flank from Tuhan. He misses his fights. That's a critical mistake there for Tui, and one that Enterprise may well have to eat. Jacana makes his way into the bomb site as Neptune supports him as well. Brendo needs to try and win this fight upstairs. The Lunchbox is keeping him at bay. Jigsaw has no Nitro Cell left to try and deny this plant, and as such it will go down. Brendo able to kill Jacana, but not before that diffuser is confirmed on the ground. It's now a retake for Brendo and Jigsaw up against their former organization. As Chiefs look to try and claim a third match point, Brendo stands in their way. 20 seconds and ticking away on that defuse as Jigsaw hunts deeper. Lunchbox and Neptune fall back. Jigsaw covers. Brendo is forcing that plant. Neptune can't find the angle. And Jigsaw has clutched up with Brendo. Enterprise with a match point of their own on Cafe.
Uh-oh. Some cheeky grins on the side of EP.
Oh no, oh no.
Yep, they know that they got away with one there. To be fair, originally, before the final push, you could probably say fairly that EP were in the better of the 2 positions. Tried to aggress, off-site, Chiefs right into it, which they've done really well over the course of the map so far.
Now they take their tactical timeout.
Leaving it to the 11th hour. And so no doubt probably a seed of frustration planted after the last round, but it's up to Nate to rally the troops and get them to refresh.
Look, we never expected Chiefs to be able to win more attacks than defenses here in overtime. EP only just barely winning that off of a clutch. But that's the thing about having these incredibly talented individual players and this level of experience. They are so capable. In these dire moments, they never count themselves out. Doesn't matter the score, doesn't matter the numbers deficit in the round. They will dig deeper and deeper until the game is theirs. Enterprise were down 0-4, and then they were down 6-4. And then they were down 2v4. And now they are so close to taking Cafe.
Right here. Oh, when Tuhan lost that fight, it felt like Chiefs were on for a big attacking round win. They just got the plant down, and then in the post, Neptune fell down the hatch, but was unable to successfully deny the counter defuse. An awkward one ultimately there for Chiefs. Now trailing. They elect to go kitchen for their sole defensive round here in OT.
5 seconds remaining.
An interesting decision.
Yeah,
We'll see if it pays
they did
off.
only play this once on their... they played this twice on their defensive half. They won it both times. Whereas the other 2 bomb sites, they won once and lost once.
So they'll play the Goyo Coffee side set up here, and in response, Bappin brings the Twitch. VIP cross also in play.
It's good damage.
As expected.
Tuhan's got to be careful. Good damage already from Jacana, and plenty more tick damage available for Chiefs with 2 impacts, a C4, Smoke, and Goyo, plus the Thorn. Bappen needs to get active with that Twitch, as you say, and clear out not just the Goyos, but also ideally some Thorn traps as well. Thankfully for Tuhan, he's got the Finker there to continue healing him, boosting him up. Doesn't matter as much about that tick damage. Never underestimate what Jigsaw can do with that Finker LMG. He's already hit 22 kills.
Jigsaw in a position over towards red stairs that could be pretty influential. Barbed wire at the bottom of the stairs will impede his progress a little bit for now, but elsewhere bot white full control. VIP probably next on the checklist here for EP, or at least opening a reasonable route in towards that site if they are to opt for the freezer drop into that coffee plant. This position here, though, looks a little precarious, and
he knows.
A clear queue given across to Lunchbox, who's still sitting inside of Kochak.
EP are just biding their time. I like this from Cairo with the Zoe. He's now using his tin can openers to make some vert. Bappen's fallen. Jackenna has actually snuck back upstairs. He's into pillars now. The big thing here for Jackenna is not to overextend. His team has the numbers advantage. He doesn't need to force an early death here. Just sit and hold this position. Force EP to do the heavy lifting. Oh, wow. Goyo fire completely obliterates Tuhan as the Blitz tries to make his way into Bakery. And now Cairo trying to hunt down that pesky little roamer eventually. Jackenna will fall, but not without Cairo going down to just 1 HP. Brendo now, the last full HP player for Enterprise, as Jigsaw has fallen. And Chiefs sit back on the bomb site holding their crossfires. They do not need to make the next move. 20 seconds to play. Brendo caught in a crossfire. Cairo left all alone up above with no diffuser and no teammates. Just about no hope in the round either. Chiefs will dig again deeper on their defensive side and continue pushing this game, pushing Enterprise to their limits. Cairo looking for an exit frag or two. It doesn't matter, my friend. The round is over. We're going to a 15th. Chiefs have one final chance to lock this in.
Well, this map so far has been a tale of 2 teams not wanting to give up and giving it their all here in the opener, setting the stage for an interesting best of 3 and, well, hopefully from an EP perspective, a little more resilience to be expected on Bank as well. So the roles swap once more for the final time. Defense has reigned supreme through regulation. 2-4 split in the favor of that role. Here in OT, it has also been successful. Over to Reading for the 15th and final. Do we maybe see an ace up the sleeve of Chiefs? I'm looking across at that sense pick early and maybe the Snake to facilitate a quick entry in this round. It would be a bold decision to make to go for a direct hit in this round, but it could actually work out pretty well given we haven't seen it outside of the very, very first attack.
Yeah, and how did that one go?
From Chiefs, that one was a failure, but EP may have forgotten that one by now. I mean, I'm looking at a tree side hit, not the rappel dining as a potential avenue.
So you think, what, going for a balcony?
Side, just straight through the door.
Oh man, snow balcony.
2 doors and you're in.
Rush.
It's a ranked classic.
It is a ranked classic. It's very scary if the defense has top floor control.
Yeah, that's the threat.
Jigsaw is actually likely going to be running out this snow door.
And they dropped the sense anyway, so I imagine it is going to be pretty standard here with the map suite.
Oh, look, Deimos and Dockerby together, as well as the Sens plus the Blackbeard. This is going to be a tear for anyone getting targeted on that defensive side. However, Jigsaw is continuing to fight in the early round. Prep to C4 at the snow door, ready to go for a run out if required.
Swapping mag.
Yeah, part of the reason as well I thought we could see something direct is in response to the Nomad gridlock ban, which has clearly allowed EP to be more aggressive and proactive around the map. To be fair though, Chiefs generally speaking have actually done quite a good job in enticing that aggression and punishing it.
Yeah, it tends to be hit and miss for both teams. Who wins that aggressive exchange? Chicane's got to be extra wary of C4s. 4 C4s here for Enterprise. And once again, Tuhan.
Well, he's freezer at the moment, Tuhan, so he'll be calling
all the way
that white stairs
downstairs.
side is completely clear. So AP should have a pretty good read that it is Cigar side.
Bappin burns his C4 very early. Brendo's actually detected by the solid snake. Otherwise, I thought he could have dealt some damage hidden away in that position at bar. But Enterprise give up a lot of ground. Everyone falling off that top floor. And Lunchbox now targeting Bappin on that Deimos. And then immediately dismissing it, looking for another player instead.
70 seconds now remains. Chiefs with full control above, but there's the threat of the pulse on first floor for EP. And still 3 nitros that could wreak havoc in the round for Chiefs. And so it's still volatile for both. Jay Kenner takes a chunk of damage. Oh, he's down. It's another opening kill for Jigsaw.
Wow, another Nitro Cell kill as well. EP turning up the heat as Tuhan continues to gain information for his team to reposition, to prepare for where Chiefs are coming for them. The Chiefs are looking for a plant. Player is forcing it down. Jigsaw's found a second. It'll need to be a retake now for Enterprise. Cairo gets aggressive, takes down player, but not before the diffuser has been locked in. Neptune and Lunchbox now into the post plant 2v5. But do they have the info? Do they have the verticality? Cairo baits off the plant, and Jigsaw's now made it a 1v5 for Neptune. Enterprise are on the verge of yet another retake. Lunchbox finds the first, gunning for a second, needs to try and take down Cairo. But Bappin says if you take a shot at the king, you better not miss. EP steal that map in the series, and we go deeper to rematch on Bank.
I think my family always knew that. They knew I was like smart in what I would focus in, and they obviously knew that I did not like school. I was like intelligent, but I just hated school. So I think they kind of understood that it wouldn't always end like what they would have imagined in terms of like a destined career in like uni. I would send them like streams and they would kind of understand like, this is cool, this is fun, like people are watching, there's people that actually like enjoy the game. They didn't understand that it can definitely be a career at the time. It was just like, he's playing games, so they're definitely worried about the future, 100%. After EWC, that was when it fully changed. They obviously saw me fly to a different country and compete against all the other teams and see like the view count and the broadcast. That's kind of when it started, not really started, but their full support in terms of like, they love what I'm doing. They support like the career path in that time. Now they love it. I think my dad's support, I couldn't wish for more. I don't want to cry on fucking camera. I don't want to be a cry merchant like Cairo, bro. Bro, I can't. I'm like tearing up. I'm like thinking about it. He's a very hardworking person because I don't really see him much because he's like always working in terms of like his business, whatever. So to see him like just like wake up at like 4 AM to watch my games is like crazy. Like, cause obviously I'm in Saudi across the world, and he's always texting me like, "You're doing crazy." Like he's like tapped in. Like he's like, Furia, like the world champs. Just like insane to me. Like people like this like exist or like help, like support me, because it's obviously not like the traditional in an Asian family, obviously, right? So it's just incredible like how much he supported me. Bro, there's times I've wanted to quit. He like fucking stays up like every night, comes to like all my events that he can come to. So it's like incredible. So I love him a lot. Family support means like insane. Yeah.
windmilling like an Englishman looking for a scrap. But talking of a scrap, Pino!
If he goes uncontested and the kick goes cold, that will be devastating. The grenade goes through, there's the swing! Cyber and Bullet are able to get one apiece with the kit so far away, and Canadian down upstairs.
Wow, that was special.
It's a 1 versus 3 to hold, and they're pushing him from behind. He's found one. He's got to get the vertical as well. They get pulled off him. We're down to the last 3 or 4 seconds. Ryder's got another. He's held on. He's going to do it. And PSG take the 2-1 win.
Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Information from the bees. He goes in. W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
He's starting to get cooked alive, Ollie, but he's using the stem pistols. Look at this from the dock. Surely not. Brilliant! That's play of the year in my book. Plays the game, hits the old body, doesn't quite catch it. There's the impact.
He gets it!
There's the dash! He doesn't have the concentration! He's going back, he's not quite sure. He totally has a few seconds. Stick it, Ness! Stick it!
This is an angle that he might be able to contest. No, unfortunately, he takes just a bit of damage there. A walk, I guess, the second one. Eclipse, though, will get one, turning it into a 2v2. Now they push it on the side. The Bandit will lose out on this. Eclipse, the last alive on the Ella. He spots the head and takes him down. The ace for Waka.
He will down BC. Canadian positioning to pick up, but that's going to result in a double nade from Vertical. That's 4 for him in the round. Necrox, the final defender against Vertical. The ace, absolute domination.
You believe in magic, Michael. Team 1 does as they win the Mexico Major.
In through the nose, out through the mouth. One more time. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Deeply this time. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Is anyone else? Is anyone else?
Robert, this is not working.
I don't think this is working.
This is not working.
You know what?
No,
I'm so sick
this
of
is
shit.
Rubbish.
That.
You know what we need? We need a jigsaw puzzle.
We do need a jigsaw puzzle. You know what? Next time, we'll try to find the pieces. Hopefully not miss the ones around the edges, because I'll tell you what, Nick, Jigsaw did not miss a single piece of that puzzle.
No, it was honestly ridiculous. It's a classic tale for EP, really, where Jigsaw drops a 20 bomb and they still just barely scrape by with a single around. He had 8 opening kills, dropped about 25 kills to end it, almost broke the record in a best of 1 map. And yet, Chiefs, they hold on for as long as humanly possible. Ridiculous.
It was crazy, wasn't it, Jake? I mean, individual performances aside, one of the more entertaining matches I've watched in a long while.
Yeah, really, really good game. I think that clearly for Chiefs, they were up to the challenge in the first 4 rounds, 4-0 straight, and I wasn't surprised. I think when they win an upper bracket final against Enterprise, that we shouldn't be surprised in the opening map that they're looking ultra competitive. We probably expected, obviously, Enterprise to bring it back. They win it 2. We speak at halftime thinking, okay, game on, and then we see the 2 from Enterprise, and then we're all tied up.
Yeah.
Where we then get to is Chiefs, match point, and then they get a 5 versus 3 advantage. At that point, I'm thinking, wow, they've actually navigated this situation. They've pulled through. They've been able to respond to that comeback from Enterprise. This is actually very mature of a performance. And they squandered a missed opportunity, Nick, because at 5 versus 3 in that 11th round, Bappin goes on, clutches it, and from that moment on, 4 of the next 5 to Enterprise, they're just like, oh, we almost lost it. We're going to make sure we close this out now.
Yeah. And even in the very final round, right? Like, yes, they lose an opening kill to a C4 from Jigsaw downstairs, but they get the plant off. They get, like, I think 3 attackers alive. Player who planted dies shortly after. It's a 2v5 at that point. It looks so winnable until the very final few moments of the round. But this right here, it's so hard to beat. Again, world record pace, 25 kills, 8 opening kills. That is absurd. And again, just to reiterate it, this is an individual performance of a lifetime, and it still is only a victory by 1.
Yeah, it's kind of absurd, and how close that one was, like you were alluding to there. Just to give some context for everyone at home to understand what Jigsaw's actually achieved there. 25 kills and 8 opening engagements won, right? In his last series against the Chiefs, 24 kills and only 6 opening engagements across 3 maps.
You know what I'd love to see, Rob, across the course of his career? An overall tally of kills in the Oceanic region.
Yeah.
Because he'd be surely number 1.
Would have to be.
And so I posed the question to you, Nick, because you've now been a part of our APL family for a decent amount of time. Have you seen dominance from one individually in a particular region, so within their region, to this sort of level where they're so much better than everyone else in their own region?
I mean, the name that immediately comes to mind is going to be Shaiko and EML. Obviously, when you play in OCE League, there are going to be some bottom teams that you can kind of farm if you Jigsaw, because he's that good.
Whoa, I won't have that
I have to make the comment here. I will have it here. But the thing is, Jigsaw is doing this also against Chiefs in the grand final to play for the better seed at a LAN event. It's not like he's only farming the bad teams and choking against the better teams. But when you go to EML, where their level is a little bit higher, we have to say it, you have Shaiko doing the same thing. Over many, many years, insane performances. He's also leading the kill record, the plus minus, the KDRs in various different events in the last couple of years. Like,
And he still gets
what these
dropped.
kinds of players can do. And he still gets dropped. Yeah, it's possible, right? And that's the thing, right? We speak about Jigsaw, great individual player, but bit of a toxic guy at times, right? He also has had a bit of drama following him along, but you gotta have that ego, you gotta have that confidence, but then you also need a teammate that can control you a little bit, right? A little bit of a leash around your neck, say, hey, Jigsaw, go over here, be a good boy, don't go too far.
Come on, Jigsaw.
I want to. I
come
kind
on.
of.
Yeah, drop 30. Come on here. Come on. Oh, good boy.
He's got that dog in him, I'll tell you that much. Obviously,
He does.
moving into map 2, Bank. We saw what happened last time these two teams played on Bank. Now, I think, Nick, it's fair to say that's a pretty large anomaly. I don't think that we can expect anywhere near that kind of dominance. We heard from Brendo before, and he just said, I'll be honest with you, we played like shit. But Bank, last time they played, for those that didn't watch the upper bracket final, it was a 7-0 against Enterprise. That is the very first time they have ever been 7-0, Nick, and it was by the Chiefs on this exact map at the exact same point in the series.
Yeah, I think right now, you know, the simple thing with Chiefs is the mental game. We all think here that they probably should have won it on Cafe. The players too could also get kind of caught up in it, saying, oh, we should have won that, and that was this round, and that plant, and that clutch opportunity, and if only those small things went our way, we could win the first map. Forget about it. It's a best of 3. The big story here is Chiefs, they are super capable, also here for the second time, at beating Enterprise in a best of 3 environment. So you fully reset, you go back to Bank, and you should have the confidence. Yeah, Brendo's gonna say that they played the worst game of all time. That's their story. But for Chiefs, they're thinking, we are the better team. We'll just simply win again.
Probably a bit of both.
Yeah.
Somewhere in the neutral observation of it. I think we can all agree it wasn't Enterprise's best game. But also at the same time, that doesn't take anything away from what Chiefs did.
That's fair.
So you've got to be able to find bits of both.
Yeah.
But there are already striking similarities. You know, back in that upper bracket final, we played Chalet, 7-5 win for EP, so all rounds of regulation. I know this time we went to overtime on Cafe, and then Bank in the middle. So, I mean, it's hard to argue. The biggest difference I'll say, and I brought this up before, This time around, Enterprise is starting on defense. Last time, they were on the attack. That's where they struggled. So I'm not expecting 7-0 here. In fact, I'm going to go on a limb and say I think EP now win this 2-0.
Wow. I mean, look, to be fair, I mean, it's not...
It's time to get jiggy with it.
It's time.
Can't you see? Just the way he hypnotizes me.
Jiggy's good for one. He's not good for 2 maps. He's not going to go 25 this time. Come on now.
Nick,
Hey,
so we're going to a third one?
He's not Shaiko. Settle down.
I am. Is it? I say third map is required, and I hope that's going to be the case as well.
I mean, look, so do I. At this point, the last 2 maps, and for us as well, the last 2 maps in this series have already been played in their previous timeout just 3 days ago. Chiefs came out on top of that one. Will the script flip? Will it change? Only one way to find out. Let's get in to Bank.
It is very much time to get this grand final one step further along for EP. After overcoming what was a very scary start to Cafe, they now return to a very scary place. Chiefs destroyed them on Bank last time these teams met, the first time and only time EP has ever lost a match, 7-0. But Chiefs, they don't need to win it 7-0, guys, but they certainly need to win it. Otherwise, this grand final will be finished in 2.
Yeah, this is a very, very difficult game to, or maps, I suppose, to predict and assess going in because it is so rare, 1, to see a 7-0, 2, to see a 7-0 with 2 teams that are considered close or on even footing. And then you factor in the fact that it wasn't really that long ago. Like, this is a weird situation. This is an oddity, a rarity. I'm a little surprised we even saw Bank make it through this veto. An opportunity for EP to prove to themselves that they can, in fact, play this map. And play it well. Chiefs, I'm sure, will be motivated, though, for the 14-0.
Oh, yeah. And as the analysts mentioned, last time these teams met on Bank, Enterprise, yes, they lost 7 rounds in a row, but they started on the attacking side. Now they start defense. Guz, EP's defense rate today in the 2 matches they played against Rival and against Chiefs, they've won 15 rounds of defense and only lost 4. 15-4. That is an unbelievable defense rate. And now they start on the defense here and look to continue that form. They have a very deadly operator lineup as well. They've extended their roam with the ability to fall off. It's Jigsaw all alone in open area. The ability to fall down the hatch at a moment's notice.
Jigsaw elects to drop, makes the correct decision. Makes the calculated call to fall back and can play Nitro for the late round. Gonna really trick from below just to stall out a little bit of the progression here for Chiefs. Second gate, bot square. At the moment, Chiefs posturing for a default. Testing the waters here on this opening attack. Hatches opened as visible. And Jay Kenner will be the courier of the kit. Bot blue currently. And the inverse mirror trick from EP, an odd classic rearing its head in this round just to make that default a little more challenging to open up.
How are they to clear this mirror window, I wonder? We see the Hibana get to work, trying to breach open and execute onto the side, position the plant. I don't believe there is enough of a breach to try and get inside and plant there. Lunchbox has been tasked with a very ambitious amount of hard destruction to achieve, and he hasn't been able to do so. However, he has found a kill onto Jigsaw. Ooh, almost a kill for Cairo there, peeking up through the hatch. Here comes the plant. Will Neptune drop and try and go for kills? Cairo has actually managed to C4 onto Jekena. Plant denied. Now, Lunchbox tries to reattempt with Neptune to cover from up above. Plant successful, but a 4v2 retake looks very possible here for Enterprise.
And they're just going to run straight up above James, and they need to clear Neptune.
Wow, one going all the way to the very top floor. Neptune shotgun in close quarters. He's not going to be in position to take down Bappin, and well played from EP to make this a 4v1. Now they know exactly where Lunchbox is, and he's shut down from above the hatch. Too perfect from EP on the retake. They weathered the storm, allowed that plant to go down, and then pounced on it afterwards. Beautiful from Enterprise.
Yeah, well,
we got one. Yeah, well, it's more rounds than they had last time they played Bank.
Yeah, cheeky Jamie took me a moment for that to clock. Solid work from EP. Did a good job in denying the first plant attempt, and they didn't panic when they couldn't deny the second or failed to deny the second. They sprung into action immediately, took top floor control. I love the Talus side hit as well. It's very typical for the player on that hatch above being tucked in the corner in that fashion. And being into the shotgun, whether they knew it or not, just filtering through open probably would have been very risky. So a really good read, well executed. Left Lunchbox on an island, and can't fault him for failing to win the 1vx. Over to open area for round number 2. Bands as well to note, the kite and clashed into the glass in the sense, so that the sense being taken away does limit some of the options for more hatch drop centric plays on that basement site. So Chase unable to commit to it in that last round. The Kaid as well, we saw exchange for some Aruni tricking in that round, which is not particularly prevalent right now.
No, we've seen a couple of teams do it. Chiefs and EP are the few teams that will do the Goyo trick or the Aruni trick. Obviously, EP could later decide to ban Hibana and go for the Goyo trick as well. But probably not necessary in a round like this, in a game like this. I think they're better off banning some of the power-ups for Chiefs. Honestly, the Capital wouldn't be a bad shout. Chiefs do seem to love their Cappy, as they brought him in this round as well. How are Chiefs... Oh, wow, what is that position from Tuhan? I've never seen someone put a shield and literally just tuck in the corner. That's a nice one. I like that idea. Often we see his armies play in positions like that in Staff Room, but no, the Warden get the job done for sure, especially up against a Ying. Nice shot. Well played from Chiefs to find the opening, and Neptune helps out as Chiefs look to take control of the top floor. Lunchbox makes his way forward. He knows that Bappin is still inside stock. EP, how much longer will they hold on to this position for? Chiefs don't have anyone outside the balcony, which would otherwise completely obliterate his position. Someone now rotating over, and Bappin decides it's time to get out of dodge. He falls back down the stairs. 4v3 for the Chiefs as they flush most of the players back to the bomb site.
Yeah, it's not a particularly pleasant experience at the moment for EP in this second round. Tuhan goes searching lobby, maybe to play contact with player. Barricade, though, will force him to reveal position. And a stalemate between the two. Tuhan will be forced back, though.
Oh, that was...
Main stairs, the flash misses from Lunchbox, and Brendo able to scamper away.
Yeah, EP still have a lot of mobility and freedom despite having a numbers disadvantage. They also have information. I saw pings going out onto players' position, which shouldn't be possible thanks to his gadget. Re-aggro now from Brendo as he looks to try and take above. Enterprise still holding on. Chiefs waiting for that flank. Here comes Lunchbox. The flash comes out and Jakena will swing, confirm that kill. Now a 4v2. Seems all but one for Chiefs, unless if Tuhan directly underneath the hatch can have a big impact, takes down the blitz, looks for a little more, but player stabs him in the back, and Neptune finishes the round for the Chiefs. An attack round on the board, and these teams are meeting each other for the battle right in the middle.
Yeah, close contest so far, and a good response there from Chiefs in the previous round. They found the 2 opening kills thus far. That one, though, in the second for the open hit was at about that minute mark. It then gave them quite a bit of maneuverability. I love the lurk option they had lobby. And the inclusion of the blitz as well was maybe not as super effective as they maybe would have liked, with Brendo getting away main early, but still a good amount of pressure that was able to translate into a round win. They'll trade out the blitz for this round, though. It's range hard breach alongside the Monty. So you think about the impact that can have Kanto's side. And then on the side of defense, the kind of objective where I think the bans are going to favor them pretty significantly. You have the Castle, the Mirror, and the Azami. Even just one of those on this side, James, in isolation could be super impactful. So it's a bit of a triple threat on the top floor. And it's going to mean that Neptune here on the Flores has a big role in dealing with a lot of that utility. They bring some frag grenades as well. And instead of Jay Kennett actually committing to the shield, and instead of Chiefs committing to the range hard bridge, they switch it up. Blackbeard now in the hands of Relays, and they bring the Rayora as well. So testing the strat book perhaps here in round 3 are Chiefs.
How aggro will EP look to try and play here? They're starting to fall back. They're not using early nitros to kill these repelling players. The Roteros here from Neptune able to clear out a lot of util that would otherwise impede Chiefs' execute onto the site. No hard breach whatsoever, by the way, so they're not going to look to try and clear stock with hard breach. Though Brendo exposes himself to that long rappel all the way over from the car garage. Tuhan's also taking a bit of damage. Look at the information. These pre-placed drones from the Chiefs. They are just whittling away at these layers EP have brought. And a first flash very early on. Perhaps trying to bait out some util. It succeeds.
Tuhan's looking for the nitro. Doesn't quite commit. It may have landed there onto Lunchbox. Either way, Chiefs now with a good foothold lobby side. They can send the Blackbeard in the front line. They have a great drone main stairs. That looks like one you'd use in ranks, James.
Maybe years ago. They have converted this advantage with 2 further kills now. Cairo and Jigsaw tossing up what is their best way to play this out. Jigsaw decides to vault in, getting aggressive. He plays deeper and closer to the bomb site, but now he's left all alone. Look, Jigsaw may be the greatest player to ever touch the game in this region, but he certainly isn't going to win this 1v5. I can tell you that right now. No rappel inside. A flawless has player. Spider-Man rappels down main stairs, and Chiefs take the lead.
I have casted this game now for way too long, and I don't think I have ever seen someone rappel main stairs bank and get a kill. Sure, you see the drop, don't get me wrong, but the rappel kill, that was...
Jigsaw's just said in chat, what is that? Hop off. Neptune says, you like that tech?
That's the new way to clear util top square.
Yeah, Chiefs know their bank. Oh, hey, look at this. Bit of a smoke ban. I really like that Ying ban here. I mean, Chiefs have brought it every single round so far. And now with the Ying and Glaz banned, Chiefs have far fewer options for playing very disruptive when they force plants down. But on the flip side of that, EP have far fewer ways of keeping these executes at bay now that the smoke is gone. It's going to force Cairo instead onto the Tachanka. Between Tachanka, Goyo, and a couple of C4s, EP have plenty of ways to deny this plant on the basement.
Interesting that they still commit the Warden into this round despite taking the Ying out of play. Of course, shotgun, nitro, and a comfort pick generally for a lot of players, so it's really not too unusual. Make sure to sign up for Challenger Circuit in the meantime if you are an aspiring pro. As we were saying before, many of these players did their grind through the ranks to get themselves into the position they are in today.
Of course. Yeah. I think Brendo's just the one that always comes to mind. Do you remember when he played in Challenger League? Ground Zero days. Good old days. A lot of these players came through that Challenger League.
He was on the team with... Was that the Milo Prez? Or was that maybe another iteration?
Good question. It would have been Prez, yeah. I don't know if Milo was on that team, but Prez definitely was. It's funny, though. If you look back a few years ago and you look at some of the...
Was Twent on that team?
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
If you look back in time at some of those like OG Challenger League, like Tier 2 rosters, you realize that like every GOAT of the region has come from one of these once upon a time nobody teams. A lot of history for all the players in the server right now. I remember when Jigsaw first got picked up for the old Chiefs roster, or old Bliss, I should say, roster, after getting 20 kills against that old Chiefs 2022 roster that was a 2021 team that was, at the time, the greatest team that we had seen in the region for a very long time. Jigsaw made a name for himself by fragging the hell out against the best in the region, and now he is fragging the hell out as the best in the region. Unless the Chiefs were able to win this today and take the crown away from them. Yeah, so notice how the Goyo placed in the middle of the hatch. That prevents you from putting an exothermic or a tin can opener. It doesn't prevent you from opening it with Hibana. So a little bit wasteful for EP to be putting those Goyos there when the Hibana is not banned.
Oh, Lunchbox, careful now.
Jesus.
That would have been
maybe it's not wasteful.
Caster curse if Lunchbox somehow dies to the flames after that call.
I don't know how you would die to that flame, but yeah, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, Lunchbox finding new ways to take damage. Minute to go in the round. Chiefs though still 5 up.
Maybe he was on drone next to it when it detonated. I don't know. Scary for Lunchbox. I really like the way that they're planning on using this Thatcher though. It's up to...
never saw it.
Oh, okay. It's up to Relays here.
Nah, the Vault did. It was a little bit buggy.
Right. It's up to Relays here on the Thatcher to try and prevent these exothermic charges from coming on through. Problem is the Thatcher will not counter Tachanka, so we need something from Chiefs to prevent Cairo from just firing out the entire bomb site for the rest of this round.
They may have to end up opting for a drop plant here, but without the sands, it could be a challenge. Neptune falls on the long angle. And there's no lurk threat to dislodge Tuhan from this position.
Yeah, this is very scary. Chiefs are typically very good at these fast executes. However, EP hold all the cards. Down into the bomb site they go, looking for a plant. Nitro Cell comes out. EMP out of the air. Thank you to the Thatcher, but Chikenna's taking a hell of a lot of damage. Manages to confirm the plant regardless. And Cairo on the Tachanka has been dealt with. EP now look for a retake that is far more challenging than the last time they did so on this bomb site. Chiefs, still most of their players alive. Player trades himself back onto Jigsaw. And Relays is covering the plant. Jake on the bomb site takes down Brendo, who got a little bit too over-egregious looking for that retake. Now it's all the way up to Tuhan. Finds the first of 3 required, but cannot find the second. Chiefs, 3 attacks in a row. Build their momentum in this first half of Bank.
Yeah, that was some really nice resilience. I think if you screenshot pre-execute there and try to make an assessment as to which team was ahead, it's probably fair to say that EP with the plant denial they had, the Tachanka, the Nitro, even the Warden into the smoke, which I doubted as being impactful, nearly was influential. It looked pretty good for defense, but
attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs.
Good work from Chiefs in salvaging that round. And big credit has to go to Relays in denying the Nitro. At the toes of his companion, getting that plant down. And then was structured in the post as well. Certainly helped that there were more players up for Chiefs, but positionally they were absolutely spot on. Jake, are you alright?
Just saw Jake struggling a little bit.
I hope he's okay.
He's laughing now, thank goodness. Looked like he was... Did he try and eat more of the ramen and started choking?
I don't know what's going on with him over there. Maybe he just saw that round and was just completely amazed.
Started choking? Well, hopefully EP don't choke now. Down 3-1 on map 2. Look, they've got one round more than they did last time they played this map.
I thought for a second I wouldn't have a co-caster for the rest of the stage. Maybe just lay off the Coke Zeros, mate, for the rest of the week.
All right, well, deep into the 5th round now, and EP need to get back on the board. Their defensive record has been so good today. Coming into this map, they had won 15 of the last 19 defensive rounds that they've played today. And Bank is really starting to prove to be their curse. Chiefs found their number in these last 3 rounds. And now we go to Kitchen open area again. EP not really changing that much, to be honest. Relays very early in the round, got into an aggressive position, and player has just been waiting patiently for somebody to overswing.
But Jigsaw 1-5.
I would love to know the last time that Jigsaw has gone 1-5 after getting 20+ kills on the first map as well.
It's also now his 3rd entry death, and we think back to Cafe. It was a
7 entry
huge
kills.
string. He had 7 entry kills. He walked away from that opening map 8-0. Actually, it was 8.
So he got opening kills more than half the rounds of the entire 15-round game. That's insane.
And he now sits 0-3 on Bank.
Maybe it's not that Bank isn't an Enterprise map. Maybe Bank isn't a Jigsaw map. This is a good position from Cairo, but he does get spotted out. If only he'd been staying on a mute jammer, but here it comes. Deep into the bomb site, Chiefs will go, and Relays from the fire and the flame will find his kill. Brendo forced into a 1v5, but Chiefs gunning for a 4th. There's no two ways about it. They're going to continue this streak, and that has got to be time for EP to call a tactical. Going for another one. Lunchbox with the blitz. EP has one final chance on their defensive side before they swap onto the attack.
Chiefs look really, really good on Bank. It's fun to watch. It's way too early to say, but could you imagine that it's just a 7-1 after a 7-0? Like, seriously, they look really switched on.
Curious as to see how Chiefs will do on the international stage. Of course, Enterprise managed top 8 at Salt Lake City Major, and you know, we're only a few rounds away from getting to the semi-finals when they took a map off of Twisted Minds. And Chiefs potentially looking like the better team out of the two at the moment. Will they have enough experience to dig deep at an international event against much more experienced and unpredictable competition?
Don't you start dying on me too, James.
Mate, I've been dying for a week. But I look at the difference between starting in phase 1 versus starting in phase 2. Look, guys, to start in phase 1 with the play-ins, it's not easy, right? Through the EWC, you've got to play against teams like, well, Alula Club, who are, of course, through the MENA qualifier. They're likely to be one of the weaker teams in phase 1, but never to be underestimated, as we know. Then you've got Fnatic, who are in peak form right now. Shopify Rebellion, finalists from Salt Lake City.
Best of 3 teams.
Yeah, and then you've got the 4th seed out of South America League, seeds 3 and 4 out of CNL, and then the APAC North seed 1 team. That's who you'll be fighting for. Just 2 spots from those 8 teams will make it through to the group stage, right? Whereas if you win this game, you go straight to the group stage. You do not want to leave it to chance, because I think even Chiefs or EP, whichever one ends up having to fight through phase 1, their chances of getting out are very slim.
And you get the 120 SI points, so if EP fail to potentially make Osaka, that could make things very interesting.
Well, EP are struggling on Bank. It gets worse now with Brendo getting picked early. Jigsaw looking to try and refrag, but he is too late. And Player has evaporated. 7 kills so far for Player. As finally Cairo puts him down, they look to lash out. Jigsaw's on for a big flank. This is a very unusual way to play it, but Jigsaw managed to trade himself. Him and the Blitz of Jekena both die after that exchange. We have a very strange round from EP starting to play out. 3 versus 3 it will be for the majority of this round as Chiefs prepare for the execute. But there is no Tachenka, and with smoke banned, the only reasonable plant denial here from Enterprise is Cairo's Mira with that C4. Perhaps some impact from Bappen, perhaps some aggression from Tuhan.
Yeah, you don't often see a 3v3 bank basement midpoint of the round. This is a little bit of a tricky one for both teams to digest and try and problem solve. Chiefs have tried to gain a little info. They'll work some util. Do they end up posturing for default? It'll also be into the inverse mirror setup. Lost that Nitro. It feels a little dangerous for Chiefs, but they can flush out some positions, namely red with the Capitao. Don't have the Thatcher, though, to rely upon for that also critical plant denial counter. 40 seconds remains, and Cairo proactively finds one.
Yeah, Lunchbox not able to trade as well. This mirror window is going to be deadly. As Neptune tries to sneak on through, he prones underneath the angle, but he is now caught in a crossfire. Cairo shuts him down. Well played from Enterprise. They conjured up just enough energy to find a second round at the end of the half.
Once again, another strong first half from the Chiefs, backed up with a critical round by EP. 4-2 on Bank. I mean, we said going into this that it should look a lot more comfortable, but I'll be honest, I did expect a bit more on their defense, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, I expected a little bit more as well. I mean, at the end of the day, though, Nick, 2 defensive rounds is better than getting 7-0, so they're in the game. But ultimately, I think, as Rob's alluding to, I think 3-3 is probably what I was expecting. 5 out of 6 opening kills for Chiefs. They were able to get the plant down 3 times. Interestingly, no multi-kills, but obviously 2 rounds where they did get flawless. So I think when you kind of look at the half in isolation, a very good half for Chiefs. Like, they get the rounds they did. And I think it's fine that they weren't able to win basement. If there's going to be a site they struggle to win, it probably is going to be Locker CCTV in this region. So overall, it's a big tick for Chiefs, and it's looking more likely, I think, we'll get to Chalet.
Yeah, no, I think so as well. And to be honest, how many plans the Chiefs are playing for is actually quite incredible. So right now, technically this isn't on paper, I'll explain that after, but half the attacker rounds they've played, combining both Bank and Cafe, they've planted. Now, it's not a true stat because they have had like a 5 attack versus 1 defender, like on top floor CO and Bank, but it's like they would have planted if they hadn't found the final kill, right? It was Jigsaw hiding in a corner. So they've planted half or been in a plant position half of the attacking times. That is how much they're playing on that objective and how much of a struggle EB are having at denying that kind of performance. And we don't have Jigsaw dropping 25 kills yet, so
that's
very
very
true.
true.
In the server this time around.
Stop touching that TV. Stop touching that TV. Stop it.
It's not a TV. That's my Pookie.
That is your Pookie. That is your Pookie bear.
Whoa,
you don't have a
my
Pookie
kitten.
bear anywhere else at the moment, and that's okay. James, he's not yours, not anymore. He's now part of the desk crew. But
part of the
part of the furniture.
Part of the furniture.
Part of the furniture.
That's what I
I've
was
never
going
heard a truer statement. That's all right. We got there in the end. Actually, Nick, funnily enough, I don't know, I might have missed your comment there, but I actually think yesterday as well, over half of their attacking rounds 1 were on the back of plants. So it's kind of like there is a very real trend here where the Chiefs are backing themselves into these mid to late round plays, which is something that's, I want to say it's really rare in OCE, even rarer in APAC.
Yeah, to be fair, it's also very challenging to get into a plant position against Enterprise, who love to lash out early and try and go for that disruptive sort of playstyle. So again, very, very big praise to Chiefs here, both in this series and last time they matched in the upper bracket. The thing is, when they go on sides up here for defense, your playstyle is going to change quite a lot. You can no longer play for a plant, you're a defender. And you can play for plant denial. You play Tashangas, Smoke, Goyo, Maestro, Echo, whatever. But the issue is, if Enterprise as an attacking team now aren't trying to plant, what exactly are you denying? So it's no longer up to Chiefs to control the playstyle now. They have to go for the adaptive play. If EP are playing for plants, you can play the denial. If they play for early kill map control, either you contest it with a roam of your own, or you play safely by the bomb site and try and play down the layers and play down the time. So now it's time for Chiefs' adaptation game on the fly to come into action.
And I think that if we were to look at the Chiefs kind of in isolation over the last 2 play days that they've had, they've definitely looked like a team that can do that. Bank has turned into a map that is far less pushy on the individual performances, especially for this series, which means that this could be well and truly up in the air. Chiefs, they do have the lead for now, but we've seen what Enterprise can do in a second half. Speaking of, let's get back underway.
I do wonder what Nick's looking at when he pretends to lock eyes with Jake on the desk. Is it just a plain white wall next to him?
He said that there's a window that looks outside, and I told him I'm going to make a little scarecrow.
Oh, he's taking a photo of it. Yeah, that's great. Very astute observation there.
He'll sort that for you.
Thank you. I'm sure he's got his beautiful beach view from his mansion that he was able to buy with all his SI winnings.
That's right. That's right, yeah, of course. On the on the shores of Ibiza.
He's on the top of the mountain looking down the rest of the town.
King
of the village.
That is a mountain in Denmark. Alright, EP now on the attacking side, and while they don't have the Monty to utilize, Kara can jump on that Blackbeard. Nice little pre-fire through the smoke from Jigsaw, hoping to catch a Chiefs player trying to rotate underneath that cover. The big thing here for Chiefs is we got Relays with the Clash. What is he going to be able to do when the execute comes through? Feeding information for a potential plant denial, I hope. But that plant denial will be made somewhat more troublesome by the fact that the Echo's been banned, and now the fact that Player has lost his head to Jigsaw. He's finally woken up. He was 1 in 5. Since then, he's got 2 kills. Only died a single time. Oh, great angle, though, from Jekena. All the way into lobby. Typically, attacking teams will have a drone in this position, but they weren't able to warn Brendo. It feels like it might be a desperate time to attack, though. Jigsaw makes his way inside Jana Closet, finds a kill. But he's the only one from EP that's been able to deal damage so far.
Yeah, I think Jigsaw's had enough. He said, let me just push in, lads. I'll find the opening. Unfortunately, though, for him, a little bit stalled out now. Over towards Conference. Tuhan to contest the clash as Relays falls.
Wow.
Jekena looks good here on Bank, but now needs to find a 1v3.
Finds the first one. But guess who's watching his position? It's Jigsaw. On for the reload. Fake rip of the C4. Jigsaw gets exposed for a brief moment, but Cairo with the Blackbeard will dash him down. EP dominant in the first round on their attacking side.
That's solid from EP and a great positive way to kick off this second half on attack. They showed pretty good initiative. And if that is a sign of things to come in terms of Jigsaw and attack and the role that he may be able to play, be it on entry and perhaps through the mid-round as well, that could be a little bit scary. Down to basement for the follow-up. Can EP cook here on Bank? It would be an interesting tale if they were to respond in a 2-0 fashion in the grand final. You have the additional 120 points towards the 6 Invitational Global standings.
Yeah, I mean,
and as you were theorizing when we were, I believe, at the halftime break earlier, it's tough to envision these teams making it out of the first phase of EWC. So you really do want that favorable seeding.
For sure. I mean, you look at who's currently qualified for play-ins of Phase 1. Alula Club, Fnatic, Shopify Rebellion, and then the South America League Seed 4 is likely to be NIP or LOS. That's both very strong teams. So you got CNL Seed 3 and 4, APL North Seed 1, probably going to be CAG. That's at least 3 to 4 teams that I think could potentially better than both of these teams.
So few that make it through.
And only 2 from those 8 will make it through to the group stage. Or you just win this game right here and you go straight to group stage. You don't have to worry about that. Immediately 10,000 US higher prize money. Also, you mentioned the SI points. I mean, yeah, it's just, it's so much. There's so much value out of winning this game.
EP, let's be real, probably should be safe on points, right? If they finish first or second here, which they will, minimum of 300, then presuming they qualify for Osaka, probably a pretty safe bet. That
yeah, you would have thought that making top 8 at
Chiefs are the ones that
Salt Lake
really
City.
need every point they can get.
Yeah, that said, I mean, you know, you can never count on making the next major. What if these OCE teams really struggle at EWC and we get a slot adjustment for stage 2 and Asia gets 2 spots again?
That's also true, yeah.
Then you might not make it to Osaka, and your chances of making it to SI next year will be dwindling. Tuhan, big kill onto Neptune with the blitz. The Vigil dispatched with this roam for the basement bomb site. Not successful thus far for Chiefs, as Jigsaw on the Solid Snake reveals 3 of the players.
Relays go searching for a bit of space. Oh, and he's well rewarded. Brendo, no idea.
Oh. Ironic, though, that Jekena then aggresses a little bit too much and loses his life to Jigsaw. Now, Chiefs do have a crossfire onto the position. Attempted flank there from Player, but he decides to fall on back, goes all the way down. Relays finds another one, this time onto Bap, and surely Enterprise will be able to take him down now. This roam has been incessant, and now Lunchbox drops all the way down, but Jigsaw's there ready to catch him, dropping through the vault hatch. EP have numbers advantage though, and Jigsaw is getting so much information knowing where both of these remaining players are thanks to the solid snake. Player must 1v3 against his old team. Takes down one, a lot of damage on the Tuhan. And now Cairo comes up against him in the 1v1. It's Blackbeard versus Tubarao. Bit of damage, but Cairo with the ADS. And EP find yet another round on this attacking side. They are fighting tooth and nail, and they are back in even stead with the Chiefs.
Fair play to Cairo. He was able to march forward, ensured that he didn't die to the leg shots, the foot shots, close that gap to potentially open up the opportunity for the melee. And I think that maybe that then planted the seed of doubt in the mind of player, not expecting Cairo to actually go gun up. And then he was kind of blindsided by the chassis, so never saw the shield drop. Certainly fine margins at the tail end of that round, but what can't be denied is the scoreline 4-4. A clean draw currently between these two. It's open area to break that draw at least momentarily. Could this be another case of a similar tale to Cafe with some of these violent swings? It was 4 straight for Chiefs. Could it be 4 straight for EP?
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds to go.
What can Chiefs do in trying to stall this out and disrupt? Can they find a way to deal with the double shield lineup? The Monty's banned, but EP will bring both the Blitz and the Blackbeard into the round. I also love the Twitch selection. Looking at the util of the Goyo and the Thorn. This lineup is a little scary. Don't discount Jigsaw as well on the Zofia. He can also have big influence against his army and just general util dump in the particular setup here for the attacks. So yeah, it's unnerving for Chiefs at the moment.
EP are cooking something, you can feel it. Double shield. Zoth very close to that bomb site. And the Rayora. Chiefs are struggling to read what is this plan from EP. Where are they gathering their forces before they go for an execute? Cairo tempted to make his way inside. Could rush very close to that bomb site. Bot square now is Jigsaw, rather top square. Concussion to go out. That'll feed some info. Here come the smokes as well. It'll be an aggressive play into the breach. Where are you looking, Neptune? Cairo stabs him in the back. And now the Rayora gates create a safe haven for a plant from EP. Cairo not safe as he thought though, as player obliterates him with the impact grenade. And now, as the round restabilizes, Enterprise might have taken half of the bomb site. They haven't got that plant down, and now the diffuser is cold on the ground.
Well, the wall was soft. That was super high risk from Cairo when you think about maybe would have been better placed for planning it where Brendo was positioned. The more traditional chassis spot, but it might not matter. As EP able to bleed these picks in their favor, player will look to hold on alongside relays.
No util though, and Jigsaw sneaks on through. Amongst the smoke, he finds his kill. Tuhan forcing that plant down. A relays clutch needs to happen here. Tuhan takes a lot of damage, but no kill as of yet from the Goyo fire. And who but Jigsaw to claim the final kill. 4 rounds in a row for Enterprise as they take the lead.
Really good recovery. I love that setup. So Via clear from top square, made entry then through bot. It was Neptune right up close. It just got completely caught off guard, and difficult to blame him because there was a lot going on. Rayora gates also dispersed. Cairo's plant position was particularly vulnerable and aggressive from EP, so credit to Chiefs in denying that, but then that follow-up in the second wave of that push, they weren't able to withstand. And this bank, far more competitive than the last encounter.
We're getting 7-0 just 3 days ago to now taking the lead and being 2 rounds from taking the championship. EP have had a reprisal that is nothing short of extraordinary. Chiefs take their tactical timeout. They're the ones on that defensive side. They have not found a round on defense as of yet on Bank. Nate needs to cook something up right now. They've tried going top floor, they've tried basement, and they've tried open area. Nothing sticks. EP continue having more responses. Whether these strats, these executes are improvised, or whether there's something that's been prepared, Enterprise have been so diligent with them. They're not leaving any gaps in these attacks. And even when they do, even when the planter of Cairo dies early, they're able to quickly reposition and redeem the round. And Jigsaw is on a tear today.
Sure is. Was only a handful of kills away from the BO1 record back on map 1. And whilst he did have a slow start here on Bank,
from 1-5 to 9-7 is insane.
He has
8 kills to only 2 deaths.
Yeah. Was able to make up for whatever wasn't working in that first half, and maybe just the nature of his role here, attacking into Bank. It's putting him in strong playmaking positions, and as a result of being such a sharp player and being informed tonight, he is capturing them nicely. Chiefs have looked sound tactically over the course of this stage, and after that timeout, courtesy of Nate, we'll see if that will continue here on Bank. A talented team and did a great job to beat EP last time out to qualify themselves into EWC, but EP now, after securing that spot themselves, are on a march towards a much more favorable seeding.
Yeah, they are much more favorable. Now, we've had the operator bans come on through the final ones of the game. Chiefs got rid of the Blackbeard. Good move, though we've seen EP happy to run this blitz, and we got EP getting rid of the Izami, which is so powerful on so many of these bomb sites, especially this top floor. Wait, is this potential for a
triple spam? Bang? Triple spam. Oh, he only has the one though. Oh, sorry, it's I thought it was the same.
No, it's Jigsaw. Brendo's on the windows. That's all right, but still, I mean, he had a chance at just getting it with the gun. Yeah. Unfortunately for Jigsaw, the timing was just off. He wasn't quite in position.
Yes, Nick, you don't have to add me in the Discord, mate. I did see it. Brendo countering the castles in the meantime, by the way. That's where his impacts were being used.
Well, I'd like to see Brendo try and counter Relays on the Clash, because at the moment, Relays is aggressively playing outside of Janitor's Hallway. Speaking of aggression, here comes a creep from Jackenna all the way down in blue stairs. If he can get on for a flank, he might be able to take down Jigsaw. Nice use of the Rayora here. One goes out, but Cairo on the blitz is the first to fall. Diffuser on the ground, not planted. Jackenna is biding his time as Tuhan decides it's about his time to get inside, but cut down as he sprints to a plant spot. Jackenna with his C4 puts a stop to Jigsaw on this push, and Enterprise have had the wind sucked from their execute.
They sure have. Credit to Chiefs. They will convert off the back of that tactical timeout. Telling metric of a team that can respond to the instruction given by their coach, and I use it as a mark of resilience as well and being able to hold momentum. It was a hot streak for EP. And Chiefs probably the only other team in this league that could have put it to an end.
Yeah, and look, you're talking about it in the past tense. I never want to count it out. Maybe now. But look, we saw a lot of 2v4s and a lot of clutches. Unwinnable situations being stolen by Enterprise on Cafe. It's always Bap Demon, says Lunchbox. As Bappin looks to try and pad a few kills. He's not going to be given the chance here. Chiefs will find a 5th round. We go deeper and deeper in this series, up to break point. 5 rounds apiece. If EP win 1 more, they've got match and championship point. If Chiefs win 2 more, then they send us the distance to a 3rd map. I believe it's Chalet. Yeah, it is. Chalet, can you imagine?
That'll be chaotic.
Oh my God. I feel like we deserve to see 3 maps out of these teams. Whichever way this pans out, whether Chiefs push us the distance or whether Enterprise win here on Bank after getting 7-0'd by Chiefs on it 3 days ago. We are so treated today. So very treated. Downstairs now for Chiefs after they won that top floor defense, the first defense they've won on Bank today. Down into the basement they go. This bomb site on paper is the best for defense, but Chiefs have clearly been a little bit scared of going to it. They've waited a long time to look for a second attempt. But honestly, they got so close to winning it last time they played it as well. They won that roam game. It was just that EP managed to rush the site. Chiefs are electing to have a very unusual way of defending this bomb site. I think EP have started to read it. But this time they only have the one shield. Guys, they've been running a lot of Blitz Blackbeard combo. Now that Blackbeard's banned out, EP only have the Blitz for this round.
Drone up and running.
I'm clear. Intriguingly, we will see the Ram. Oh! Jigsaw gets caught. Neptune from Archives has a peek pot square. Up through the double. That is a sneaky way to get an opening kill, but it pays off big time, and it just puts the cooler on Jigsaw. Puts him on ice for a little bit as he found some big form in the last handful of rounds, and I do wonder how influential this will end up being. As mentioned, the Ram is in play to help contest these players vertically, but Neptune's impact has already been felt.
The big thing here for me is I would rather, if I'm Chiefs, to get back to site 5v4 than to risk continue fighting. I'm glad that Neptune has fallen off as soon as that vert starts to come out. I do not think Chiefs need to overcommit to the roam game here. They've got their one. They've punished Jigsaw, the best fragger here from EP so far, and also, pivotally, the Solid Snake, which has gained them so much information. Now, Bappin opening up this hatch. Can be stalled out for a little bit by player. That's good, but continue falling back here for Chiefs. I don't want them to overstay their welcome.
Oh, but maybe they will.
Yeah, they will.
Lunchbox was in a position where he couldn't easily rotate back down below. And courtesy of a sharp shot from Cairo, it's now back in a 4 versus 4. The rest of the defense now forced back. Everybody drops to basement as Chiefs now look to transition into plant denial. Double Nitro to Burrell. How did EP look to though break this down? It's interesting. They have the one smoke for the layer, double flash. Cairo can even send Reteros for info gather. Doesn't have to worry about the Goyo. Default should probably be the most optimal here.
Oh, but there's a player inside of dirt.
What?
Oh, this is not a good play. I don't know what player is doing, but he completely trapped himself there.
That's a rare misstep from player.
Yeah, he gave away the advantage in this round with it as well. Now EP should be able to lock this in. That is going to be one to think about later tonight. If Chiefs let this slip between their fingers, player will be frustrated at losing that. But have a look. It's not a default plan. It's a back hit here from Tuhan. This is a risky play. And Cairo has fallen. Brendo as well. Tuhan has to desperately make his way into the bomb site, but he doesn't have that diffuser.
Time.
It's being hunted down. It's being kept in control, but Relays has fallen. It's Chikena now in a 1v2, but Tuhan, I don't think he has the position.
Oh, he got it.
He forces his way into the plan. It gets denied from behind! He just barely denies it in time! How on earth did he win that? Bappin just had to land the shots, but by the skin of his teeth, Chikena denies the plant, and with it, Chiefs will take the round. Far, far too close for comfort.
The Chiefs have a cheeky laugh about that one. Oh my word. That was a funny end to the round. Chiefs up 6-5 and one away from pushing this one to Chalet. Mag will look to refocus the troops. They would have felt like they were well and truly back in that round, especially when player got isolated server. It felt like they were on. Went for the backdrop pivot. And whilst they were able to just initiate the plant in the first place, it was tied. Tuhan was forced to go deep elevator to find that pick. Then got it down with a tick or two remaining in the round. It wasn't long. Unfortunately, though, Bappen was unable to get himself in a position to find Jay Kenner.
The plan started with like no time on the clock. It was 7 seconds. Tuhan just had to hold F and hope that Bappen covered. I cannot believe that the first 2 shotgun shots did not land. Oh my god.
And Bappen was spraying that position on the wide swing just a fraction after the plant got denied. It was very close to being covered.
Wowie. Oh man. Chiefs and EP really keeping us on our toes, but look, if there's anything going for EP, is they've taken their tactical timeout right when they know more or less what bomb site should be played here, because Chiefs still have the top floor and the basement locked up, which means it's going to be one of these 2 ground floor bomb sites. Pretty safe to assume Chiefs will go open area staff room as they have. Now this time, guys, they don't have that as Army. Last time they did, although he did die early because of that unusual execute EP went for. Now with everything on the line, to EP go for another unusual execute rush onto the bomb site. Well, they don't have the Rayora this time, but they have brought, for the first time in this series, Glass.
No Warden counter for Chiefs, so they may be susceptible to that Glaz, depending on how Bappen looks to layer that utility and critically what position. If it ends up being like a play bot square for E, does he employ it maybe above? Certainly a versatile operator, could even go print a window. There's options available for Bappen. As once again, EP will posture electrical.
I like this.
Eerily similar to last time out. Without that Rayora, however, it won't be a 1-to-1.
The Wamai Magnet actually positioned inside of electrical to catch that first explosive from Tuhan. He's actually out of explosives.
That's a big moment in the round from a utility standpoint.
Wow. Unusual My Magnet from Neptune, but it might actually prevent that strat from happening. And the Selmas will detonate. Gives time, though, for Neptune to reposition.
Oh, if he gets thrown, though, it's a rough spot to be in.
Player on a long angle has finished off Tuhan. Zof struggling in this round a lot. They're going to try and look for an execute here. But again, the Wamai Magnets are catching all of this util. Karu's going to try and plant in the smoke.
No.
With the cover. And the Glass to peek through the smoke as well. Neptune stands up, but he needs to use his C4. Out it comes, but it is far too late to deny that plant. Karu will be finished off by the gas. But EP look to try and send us to overtime. Jackenna is on for his flank. Out goes his C4. He's about to take the fight with Brendo. Up against the AK-12 with the SMG-11 in hand. Is being watched from all the way at top square as well. Chiefs have the numbers advantage, and they will further it. No, indeed, Brendo will tie it back up. Bappen finishing off Neptune as well. It's a nigh impossible task for Relays, and Lunchboxes. Relays gets traded back. Jigsaw sends us the distance. EP are not finished on bank just yet. They will continue fighting until the championship is theirs. We're headed to overtime.
Was that some groans I heard from the desk? They really want 3 maps over there, James. They would have loved to have this to have immediately been pushed to 3 in regulation. But not to be.
I mean, last time we saw these teams meet, we got an 8-7 on the final map. I feel like we deserve nothing less. What are the chances we get 3 8-7s out of this series? Non-zero, I would say.
Low, but non-zero.
Non-zero.
Yeah.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
It would be pretty wild. I wonder if Neptune had his time again. Do you throw the nitro straight away?
Oh,
did you reckon he
absolutely.
just forgot he had it, or thought that he couldn't lob it? I'm trying to understand. Like, it's very rare something like that happens, so you often need to try and rationalize why it took place.
What's funny, really, is that it was the Wamai
Magnet. Or
just
thought maybe it would get shot out. Obviously, that.
I don't know. I don't
think
he really thought about it that much. I'm not sure if he heard the plant going down either.
Nah, surely.
Didn't
he relay it to player who then tried to deny?
I don't know. It is funny though, because that plant or that smoke went into that position because it was caught by the Wamai magnet. It was quick thinking from EP to see that their smoke got caught by the magnet and think, you know what, I don't care that it got caught, I'm going to go and plant in it anyway.
That they had the blitz because it was ultimately the turtle that I'm pretty sure covered it.
It was indeed the turtle, and also fortunate that they had the glass. Couldn't have gotten much better as a combination there for EP. They really played off their feet. Now they're back on their defensive side, which was a challenge for them. Of course, only 2 rounds of defense were won on their side. Down into the basement they go. Now they did win this 2 out of the 3 times they picked it. And they're going for that roam again. How long will Jigsaw hold on to this roam before he falls back down the hatches?
Grenade out.
It's checklist time for Chiefs as they try and get one step closer towards closing out around the map. And that is step 1, done. Jack Henner, I think they're actually maybe getting somewhat close to needing a kill. But either way, EP are forced back to basement, where they will resume their positions and their structure for the plant denial to follow. Triple Nitro available, Azoto to maybe stall out and stretch out this attack a little bit. Not brought as counterplay onto the Sense, as that was already banned out. On the side of Chiefs, it's more shield play here on Bank. Could add an interesting element and an opportunity for Jay Kenner, maybe in a similar vein to the previous round, to plant in an off position. It does offer that flexibility.
Yeah, the big one that I'm thinking about is the Thatcher for the late round.
Yeah, Relays has been super sharp with those EMPs.
Wow, interesting that the blitz goes down early, especially from this position here. He must have just exposed himself to the hatch. Jigsaw went for that swing. Means no more turtle plant on for Chiefs, so they're going to be far more exposed, especially if they go for the deeper plant. Jigsaw wants a fight so badly. Bappen does as well, as he finds it against his old rival and old teammate. Chiefs are running out of options here. This attack is looking fairly uninspired. The Habana pellets finally do detonate. Now Jigsaw's in a spot of bother, but he still has his Nitro cell. Nade comes out. He'll tank a little bit of damage from it. Relays has to land these shots with the EMP. What are you doing? He puts it away at the wrong moment, and now the plant will be denied completely. Relays has to do everything he can with the rifle, but it ain't gonna happen. EP have a chance now at finishing it off. At finishing what they started in that upper bracket final when Chiefs wrestled their throne away from them. Now EP have a chance to take it back.
What a round from EP. It really was dominant from start to finish, and whilst maybe there were blemishes from Chiefs, it's difficult to deny that the defense from Enterprise was particularly strong.
What's the scoreline right now, guys? I blanked. I didn't see the score. Do you know what the score is right now?
The scoreline is half of 12 to half of 14.
Oh, sorry. Maths was never my strong suit. Do you know what how many rounds Chiefs have won?
5+1 to 6+1.
Production just told me that it's currently 6-7.
Looks like we're turning to basement for this next round. Apologies for the pause. Tech delay called. I think it may have been for Bappen's webcam, so he'll get those muscles back in frame, and we should be good to go in a moment. And in fact, we do resume. So let's jump back in. Can EP get it done in 14 rounds?
Oh, big question, big question. Took him 15 to take Cafe. Pushed all the way to the final round of OT. Look, if there's any evidence that these teams are so closely matched, it's this series right here. Not to mention the series we saw between them in the upper bracket final, where it ended up, it's an 8-7 win for Chiefs on the final map of Fortress. Enterprise have been burning for a chance at vengeance ever since that match earlier this week. And now They've been given that opportunity and they are ready for it. They have been grinding for this moment, for a return to the international stage, not just because they qualified for EWC, but because they are the best team in this region. And they want everybody to know it. They want to make a statement here against the Chiefs by taking them back to bank, where EP fumbled 0-7 just a few days ago, and righting the wrongs of that upper bracket final.
That's right. Would have been very easy to have just taken it out of play and relied on the rest of their map pool, which is fairly deep, but they've taken a calculated risk, and it might pay off. Long angle from Lunchbox, but forfeits that position. Allows Jigsaw now to sneak in, and an all clear on the Solid Snake radar means that him and alongside the team can begin to get to work. Hard breach up on the Habana and Cairo with secondaries alongside Bappin with a couple as well. And the sense suggesting to me that they could be looking for that set play on the drop. It does mean that Lunchbox will want to stay alive. Zodo Cannons does a great counter onto the sense.
There's been an excellent time management here from Enterprise. And now they get to work with the fuse as well to clear out a ton of util. Also does a hell of a lot of damage to Lunchbox.
So he's banded on the hatch instead. That could leave them susceptible to the sense late. That's an interesting call from Lunchbox. Maybe unknowing of the presence of the sense, so
perhaps.
Not to fault. But I thought that maybe it was brought in anticipation for it. Maybe not, though.
And now the Thatcher as well, used to counter not just the Clash himself, but also the util behind him. This is beautiful. Great work from Enterprise to peel away the layers of this Chiefs defense. Now Neptune is going to be trapped very shortly. A nade prepared, likely to be tossed his way.
And Brendo will see it.
Oh, and surely he's going to die now. 2-1 swings him with the shotgun from Hibana. Enterprise showing their mettle here in what may be the final round of OCE for stage 1.
Got to deal with relays though. Lunchbox falls elsewhere. EP with the 2-player advantage. A kill here onto relays should confirm the round and confirm the stage.
Well, my C4, a lot of damage, but doesn't get the kill as of yet. Forced to reload. Cairo is closing the distance. Goes for the knife. Cairo down on the floor, looking for a refrag, but relays! Double here in server. He gives Chiefs a lifeline as Enterprise look to try and respond, forcing the position, but they don't have the util they need, and he shuts down Brendo! Relays drop from Enterprise, and now he drops them one by one. Desperately down the main stairs, Jigs4 hungry for more, but Player eliminates him. It's all up to Bappa now. Can he walk the walk just like he talks the talk? Almost a shot onto Player. Going deep with the pistol, but not to be. Another 15-round map here for Chiefs and EP.
Oh my, bravo relays. What a play. As I said, a kill there from EP onto the player server was more than likely going to be enough to win the map and win the stage. But a huge solo effort from the former EP man himself. Just enough to keep the Chiefs alive. And this will be round 30 of this best of 3.
And I don't know if we have ever had a game, a grand final in OCE, go 15 rounds for 3 maps. I'm not sure that's ever happened. Have we even seen an 8-7, 8-7, 2-0? I don't know if we've ever seen this region be as tight as it is right now between the top 2 teams. That's honest. And look, we've had some fierce rivalries in the past. You look back over the years, Enterprise and Chiefs, Enterprise and the old Chiefs, Chiefs in that old Gaming Gladiators roster. Even when Bliss was somewhat contested by teams like Man LFO, by that old wildcard team. And you look further and further back, you know, Knights, Wildcard, Chiefs, Order, Fnatic, Atletico.
Jinx.
Further and further
Corporate
back into the history books. I'm not sure we've ever had a period of OCE history where our top 2 teams are this tightly contested, going 15 rounds in every single map of the grand final. but Enterprise still have a chance to make this a 2-0. All they have to do is dig deep on this top floor defense.
Oh, it's 14. Is that 39, boys? Did I just hear 39 on the couch? 39 in the series for Jigsaw as he creeps closer towards that BO3 record, but the problem is he needs all 3 maps. So in a way, he wants to lose this round. Of course, he doesn't care about that.
Jigsaw, look, if anyone was going to break the kill record from OCE, it'd be Jigsaw, I tell you that much. The player this game has been giving him a run for his money. Player has eclipsed him on this map alone. 16 kills. While Relays was the hero in server. Last round for Chiefs. He will sit out the rest of this map. EP sitting back and waiting. It's up to Chiefs to make the next move.
Yeah, their sights will now be set on some of this util clearance. Last Rotero sent out into the castle, into the Azami. So some groundwork and impact's still up for player as well. Double shield here is an interesting prospect, and it just keeps things intriguing for the final half of the round.
On a repel bomb site too. Shields are so much weaker.
That is true. Might have to pivot lobby, and we see that from Jay Kenner.
Wow, desperately looking for a wallbang with the pistol as well. The fight returned by Cairo. This repel angle has to bear fruit for player, and it does. Down goes Brendo. Finished off. And Jekena will continue marching on forward into the 4v4, but he is now impeded by this castle barricade. It's going to be a long time to smack that barricade. 9 hits to destroy it, as Chiefs need to start forming up a plan for their eventual plant.
Just makes things a little bit interesting for tempo now. And it's allowed Jigsaw to play down below. And in combination with Tuhan, who has a Nitro in pocket, this plant looks unlikely for Chiefs.
EP just need to be patient. They need to bide their time. But for Chiefs, the time to act is now. They've beaten EP twice before, but they need to do so here again on Bank as Jekena starts to force that plant down. Jigsaw is looking the wrong way. The plant will surely be confirmed. The C4 is far too late, but now it's retake time for EP. Neptune and player into the post plant as they look to send us to Chalet. But Enterprise will bide their time on this retake. Cairo making the first move. But no shields up for EP, mean it's all up to gunfights. And Cairo looks to piece it together. Player goes down. Neptune now forced to 1v4 to save his team. And he is jumped out and punished. You can kick them down, but you cannot knock them out. The crown belongs to its rightful heir. And there is only one king in OCE. EP are champions once again.
Fair play to Enterprise. I cannot believe we even saw Bank in this best of 3, and to snap back with a 15-round victory for a 2-0 series dub. Super impressive. With that, it's additional SI points, James, and better seeding at EWC.
Straight into the group stage at the Esports World Cup for our champions of the Oceanic region. Enterprise are looking better than ever. They have fought hard through redemption from losing that upper bracket final to then, of course, take the crown, as I'm sure that they've got plenty to say down on the analyst desk.
Like a once great man said, with one hand, they grab the crown.
With the other,
a ticket.
A ticket.
Where to?
Esports World Cup?
Esports World Cup in Paris, baby.
What a series, though.
Yeah,
8-7, 8-7. You know, it's one of those ones where you walk away from it clearly feeling for Chiefs, but at the same time, I did call Enterprise to win on Bank.
Tell you what, you've left me a nice little entrance point right there. Do you want to know why? Sir Bappen joins us.
Oh.
Sir Bappen,
Sir.
the great.
The knighted.
The biceps himself. Bappen.
Hey, mate.
How are you, buddy?
The guns are out.
Oh, yeah, we're good, mate. How are you?
Oh, mate, I'm living the bloody dream. I get to do this for a living. I can't ask for much more. But speaking of what you do for a living, You're going to be feeling pretty wrapped after that. I know you guys would always put yourselves on top of OCE right now, but that's going to be a good feeling.
Oh yeah, I mean, I had a feeling we were just gonna take it out anyway. It's like the last time, like previously when we fucking lost to Chiefs.
You get one. It's fine. You get one.
You're
like,
we lost the Chiefs in the first upper final, and we beat them, and then we lost to them because we thought we had it. It's just what they've done. They won the upper bracket. They got comfortable. I guess it was close, but we swept it from them. So.
Congratulations, Bappin, on the win. I said on the broadcast the other day, well, whenever it was, the upper bracket final, I said the upper bracket final, to me, it seemed like it meant more for Chiefs than it did for Enterprise. For them to go to an international event with that roster for the first time, something you guys have already done, that's not the prize on your mind. And that when the grand final is there, that's when you guys are going to get to your best level. Is that how the team sort of felt coming away from that upper bracket final?
Oh yeah, for sure. But there was no doubts going into the upper bracket final. Like, we like obviously were very confident, and they had their good day. But like the amount of prep we put in over the last 3 days or 2 days, however long it's been, we knew we were destined to win this for sure. Making an event for them is like that's their dream. They made their dream, so they're not gonna be fully locked in. You know, like I know when I made my first event, going into the grand final, like yeah. Like, you know, you made the event. It's like, yeah, it's good for all of them, but I had the confidence to sweep from them. So.
Pengu?
Nice. So kind of twofold question here. First off, Brendo mentioned earlier today in your first series, or after your first series, you guys have been working through some issues lately. It hasn't been the cleanest stage. You went to lower bracket this time, of course. What do you feel like is the current skill level for you guys? Do you feel like this is Chiefs overperforming, matching you 1-to-1 going to overtime? Are you guys slightly underperforming? What's the difference in level between you guys and Chief right now? Because you're both going to be representing OCE after you guys played Salt Lake City. You have 2 spots to go to international grounds at the EWC.
I think it's the playstyle clashes. Like obviously, our like very solo attack style, like, and they're just really weird rushes and stuff is like it like doesn't work together, and they're obviously like, well, I mean, if they can rush people at an event, they're gonna get smashed. Like a bit of VODing, just like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we had to take a step back and really like rework our playstyle coming into this game, and it worked. It paid off. So yeah.
I mean, as much as obviously there's always going to be the trash talk, there's always going to be, you know, you guys are maybe the big brother, they're the little brother in this situation. It must be, though, overall better for you guys and the region, but mostly for you guys to have the competition be a little bit more even between you and another team in the region. You think about within the Oceanic region over the last 4 or 5 years, there's always been that one top team, and then there's never really quite that second team. Overall, it is probably a benefit for you guys as a roster that Chiefs do play to a relatively high level.
Yeah, obviously it's good, but I don't. You're not gonna get much improvement versing.
You can disagree.
I think you're not going to get much improvement versing teams that are just going to rush. It doesn't give us more than just a heartache, to be honest. Like, we are bound to beat any of these teams, in my opinion. Like, I don't know, you guys might have a different opinion, but I don't think they can go far. Like, it's not fun versing like teams like this. It's like Twisted Minds, you know, like they're not even making the event. Like, they lost the ML. These guys are playing like they're ratty, stupid cheese shit. So like,
do you think that by going to the Esports World Cup, they'll come back a little bit more mature because of it?
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, I can say from my experience, my first event really, like, it took like another step of the game. You know, like I didn't think it was possible. And then players like Box, he's obviously pretty good. Jake is shit. But like, they can grow. So hopefully they move forward from like this stupid like rushing stuff, and they can actually become great competition like for us and the region. Respectfully. No, I don't mean that ill.
Respectfully, you can't.
No, yeah, of course.
You can't go and smack
just
the
shits
taste
on them.
out of their mouth
Respectfully.
and then go respectfully.
No. I'll defend Vapin here. I think that was very respectful because he has a good point to it, right? And the story that we respectfully had a good point. You know, they're probably gonna go international. They're gonna get smacked. That's very possible. And like Jack said earlier, the story for Chiefs of qualifying to the event, that's the victory. For you guys, with teams like CAG, for Weibo, qualifying isn't enough. That's the beginning. You guys want to go top 8. You guys want to go top 4. That's you guys' story. But because OCE is doing so well, thanks to you guys, you have 2 spots, you're growing better and better players, there's more competition, and you must be proud of that fact regardless of their playstyle.
Yeah, I think we're all like really happy like in the 2 spots because like, I don't know, like I'm not gonna lie, I think Chiefs will smash any second place team in Asia or whatever you want to call it.
Okay, big praise.
Yeah, I think that's pretty valid. Look, Bappen, obviously, we're stoked to have 2 representatives going to EWC, but I think everyone on the desk, everyone here knows full well that if we're going to get a result, we're going to get a result out of you boys. EP are going to push this as far as they can, and I think that everything you've done in this year has certainly proven that. So, first off, congratulations on being champions. Secondly, would you like to say anything before we close out? I know you've got a lot of family that watch these matches.
Obviously, shout out my mum. She's the best. You know what? Shout out Chris, bro, player. You're actually a nice guy, bro. You weren't a prick. And then shout out my team. I love my team. They're the best. Shout out EP. Sports crazy. See you soon in Paris, of course. We'll be there.
Bappen, thank you very much, mate.
Nice.
It's nice to see a bit of love being thrown either way. We'll catch up with you soon, mate. Take care.
See you guys.
All things end positive that start positive, and right now EP are bloody well positive. Jakey boy, it doesn't go 2 ways.
Yeah, and I mean, look, what a performance from Jigsaw, just bringing it all back now to the series, to the game. 38-20. He probably would have gone on and broken the overall record if we hadn't got to a 3rd map. 10-4 on entry. Right, that's the big statistic. What's interesting as well, Nick, is Bappen, who we just had on there, he dropped 20 kills. He didn't get a single entry kill, and that is a big strength of his as well.
Yeah, I feel like for EP, we gotta have this new stat line, which is like the map MVP in a BO3 or BO5 series, because it's always going to be that one guy that stands out, okay? Obviously, we all know that it's going to be Jigsaw for the first map because he dropped a nuclear 25 kills. On the second map here of Bang, though, I kind of give a shout out to Cairo. I thought that once he got into the attack inside and he got in his shields and we kind of helped him with the pace and getting inside the building quickly and whatnot, it really got a lot of space for the other fraggers in the team to find their footing and take some gunfights from a strong position. And that's the funny thing about for me when I watch EP is that you never know who's going to be the main character. It often is Jigsaw, especially the last couple of days, but, you know, in kickoff, it was always Tui. So there's always that one guy about to pop off. It's just a question of when and where.
But I think that's what you want, though, Nick, from the best teams. You want to actually have, firstly, the number one, the main star, the big guy, then his follow-up, but you also need 3, 4, and 5 to also have the ability to be that map MVP. If it's just 1 and 2 and the rest aren't great, you're not going to do too much. And if there is no number 1 guy or number 2 guy and it's all everyone's kind of even, you lack that ability to have a 25 bomb from a Jigsaw, for example. So it's all about, and that's what I think makes Enterprise so good. Weibo are pretty similar. You think about the recipe of that roster, I think they're pretty similar. So coming out of APAC, it's no surprise over the last couple of years, they've been the 2 best teams.
I think a lot of it comes down to a strong foundation, right? You think of EP, you think Brendo. He's always that rock. He'll take up the dirty rolls, the boring rolls, and he'll always be there for a clutch late round. Think of Falcons. There's Breedy back on the BDS roster as well. FaZe, they have players like your Souls. You look at Speakeasy from, I was going to say Mind Freaks, that's the wrong name. Gaming. You always have that, you always have that really strong foundation. And when that works, you have like a base start line. And then you have your star players, your clutch ones, whatever afterwards. So I think all the good teams across all the levels and regions of Siege, they have that same shared aspect to it.
Yeah, look,
Falcons, FaZe, I mean, they're all on the same level.
You know, Jake,
Xenox,
Diddy, they're all pretty much within the same realm of greatness, I guess. But obviously, look, map MVPs are great, but we do need an MVP, and this can't go to anyone else. There's just no way.
I thought we already did the MVP section.
No.
Oh, we hadn't started yet.
No. Well, I mean, you guys just did. You guys pretty much capped it off pretty well. But I think everyone unanimously can say here here for Jigsaw, especially after map 1. I mean, he got 25 kills yesterday in the sorry, not yesterday, but their last play day in their entire series, he only managed 24. So that just goes to kind of show the magnitude at which he played today, Jake.
He does have a tendency sometimes. This is when he's at his worst, is when he kind of gets a little bit into his baiting modes, where he's a little bit like later to enter the building, or he's taking gunfights after others have started. He's at his best when he's the entry, Nick, because you look at that opening map on Cafe, 8-0 on entry. So he's 8-0 entry, he then goes and gets 25 kills. So to get the most out of Jigsaw, don't get me wrong, it can be volatile, because if he has an off night and he's playing that way and he doesn't go 8-0 entry and maybe he goes like 3-5, he's probably not going to have the same level of impact. But if you want to get the very best out of him, the grand final kind of performance, or the performance needed to beat a big international team, he has to play that way. So the more often he does that, the better prepared he will be for those big international games.
Which he does tend to turn up in. But Nick, obviously, champions being champions, it's a phenomenal performance from EP. You still want to give a lot of loves to Chiefs, but what's your kind of final thoughts on the region as a whole so far, now that we've seen the entirety of Group 1?
Okay, so across all the 3 sub-regions of APL, I do think that OCE is probably the weakest when it comes to like what happens after the top 2. Okay, we very much have like, you know, your Chiefs, your EP, and then kind of everybody else. You be quiet now, Jake, okay? If you go to Asia, if you go to APAC North, I do think we have 3-4 teams that are actually up there, not too far from each other, and then we have the bottom. I like how Babin also said in the interview that he also recognized that they are a team of individuals, whereas Chiefs, they have this like, he called it weird, rushes, ratty play style. I do think that Chiefs has a lot of emphasis on teamwork and coordination because they don't have that star player frag ability on every single member. But as always, APL super exciting.
Yeah,
super fun to watch. And we had some insane moments this week.
Actually, I don't think we've... Have you seen APL Man today?
No, I haven't actually.
No.
Where has APL Man been this entire day? I feel as though
last time we saw... Hang on.
Oh, guys.
Oh, no. Prod. See, everyone thinks we're the bad guys.
Switch it.
Everyone, wrong camera.
Whoa.
Everyone thinks we're the bad guys. We're part of the hashtag free APL Man. We stand with APL Man.
I had no idea that was happening. As soon as we're done, I'm going to go down there.
I stand with APL Man. I'm remote.
I'm going to free him. I will be the freer.
You'll personally go and free him.
I will personally go free. If he's still there, I don't know. They might get rid of him.
They might cut your mic off again as well, so just be careful.
Jake, come on, go check.
Jake, well, unfortunately, as they cut Jake's mic off, we do have NAL coming up in, I believe, about 5 hours, and that's something that you won't want to miss. A little bit of action, a little bit of fun coming your way. This is the beauty of as we get to finals. There's so much to go through. There's so many regions that we need to run through before we get to EWC. But unfortunately, that is all we roughly have time for. You all right, Jake? What are you looking for? You lost your marbles.
Oh, it's over there. Never mind, that's too far.
Oh, yeah, unfortunately, that one might be a little bit too far.
I'll blame James on that.
Yeah, James kind of threw that to the other side of the room. But that is all we have time for here in the APL finals. But don't worry, we are back
tomorrow
in, I think, 12 hours or so. Actually, less than 12. We will be back very, very soon. Don't you worry about that. Asia has its final play day before EWC. Again, thank you very much for joining us. As per usual, please take care, stay safe. Jakey boy,
good night.
Good night.
Oh no! Oh, that shouldn't be allowed. GG called already from Tuhan. The Nitro hits nothing. The Vendetta from Batman hits Cold in the heart.
Are you waiting to receive my win, James Stewart? How dare you? Get your hands off me.
Oh, perfect!
There we go.
That's my booty.
That is your booty. That is your booty there. You know,
that's hard in the meantime.
He forces his way into the plant. It gets denied from behind. He just barely denies it in time. 1v4 to save his team, and he is jumped out and punished. You can kick them down, but you cannot knock them out. The crown belongs to its rightful heir, and there is only one